Like menu pattern. Meeting. Search.
Mayor, I couldn't hear you at all through the. Test presenter laptop. Test clerk's laptop.
Oh.
And I'm also going to do a test vote right now, just to see who's sees it and who
Stephanie, I'm
doesn't.
just having a problem getting my e-scribe to come up on the same screen as this, so please bear with me.
Absolutely.
Um,
Okay, Tamara, I can't hear you at all. So we're live and recorded. So Councillor Pearson, it's all yours.
Good morning, everyone, and bang on 9:30. Good morning. Welcome to GIC on this August the 10th, Monday. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As a reminder, that all electronic devices are to be switched to non-audible function during committee meetings, please. I'm going to follow now with the roll call, and please indicate your presence when I call your name. Mayor Eisenberger?
Present.
Councillor Wilson?
Councillor Wilson, we can't hear you.
Councillor Wilson? Councillor Wilson? No.
She's muted, Janet. Oh,
Okay, do you want to try
Councillor
again,
Wilson,
Councillor
please don't touch your button, Councillor Wilson. We will mute and unmute you from here. Okay, we can see that you're here, but we can't hear you. Is the red circle in the middle of your center part on or off? It should be off, please. Okay, no, we can't hear you now, but your muted button is on there as well.
Oh, it's off.
It is, but okay. All right, we can see her, so we'll take her.
Yeah. Councillor Farr? Councillor Farr, good morning. Present, sir? Councillor Farr, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Okay, he's now muted. I mean, I think we need
Can't
to
hear you, Councillor Farr.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir. Good. Okay. Councillor Nan?
Good morning. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marula?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Collins?
Present.
Councillor Jackson?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls? She was there. Where is she? Councillor Pauls? I don't see her. Okay, so she's not there. Councillor Danko?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek?
Good morning. I'm present.
Thank you. Your video's not on, but we can hear you. Councillor Whitehead?
Top of the morning to you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. I'm here.
Good morning, everyone. That's a great test for the sound system as well. So appreciate that. And I'm sure Madam Clerk does as well. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda today?
Yes, you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Vanderbeek, we will need you to turn on your actual video, please, so that we can always confirm you're here for quorum.
Yeah.
Thank you. My video
Thank
is
you.
on. My
Not
video
here.
is
No,
on.
you're not showing. It might be a broadband. I see a little thing there. So changes to the agenda through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We have quite a few.
Yes.
So added delegation requests for today's meeting respecting the Commonwealth Games. We have Sue Prestige, Lincoln Cole, Anthony Macaluso, Amanda Walters, Cindy Gangaram, Simon Fairbrother, Reverend Donald McVicker, and Chance Gordon. As well, item 4.4, we have added delegation requests regarding the defunding of Hamilton Police Services. These would be for the September 9th meeting. I won't read out all the names today. I will read them out on the 9th, but they are before you in items 4.4A to 4.4AF.
Yes.
As well, we have added communication items. 5.4, correspondence from Lori Nielsen respecting the Commonwealth Games. Recommendation is to be received. 5.5, Bill 197, guidance materials for electronic meetings and council proxies. Recommendation is to be received and referred to the consideration of item 9.3. Added communications respecting the Commonwealth Games 5.6A to 5.6M from Victoria Riddell, Shannon Grazat. Bear with me, I've changed the page here. Angela Danello, Bonnie Gould, Dan Jelly, Deanne McGlinchey, Francis Murray, Ian Borsick. Mr. Borsick's submitted correspondence with reference to a petition, but the petition itself has not been received by our office. Janice Top, Joy Johnson, Naomi Frederick, Ryan McGreal, and Scott Fairley. As well, item 9.1, the Tim Hortons Field Endguard Anchor Repair Replacement Report PW 20039A that was deferred from the July 6th meeting. Staff has also requested that be deferred again to the September 9th meeting in order to allow additional time to speak to the outside parties and obtain the appropriate information to respond to committee's questions and concerns. However, there is a 9.1A that will be before you today. It's an added report respecting this matter, and Rome is in attendance, and we'll speak to that when we get to that item. Notices of motion, we have one from Councillor Wilson, added as item 11.1, the Residential Municipal Relief Assistance Program for basement flooding for heavy rain event of August 3rd. Added item 3.4. Oh, sorry, before I go to 3.4, Councillor Jackson was missing from the closed session minutes in attendance, and I will be correcting that after today's meeting, so the minutes other than that should be fine. 13.4 is an added report on the encampment litigation update, and Nicole will be present to speak to that. And I believe that's it.
And Stephanie, you're going to message the addition of that moving up the.
Oh, my apologies.
Please. No,
Yes,
just
and
want to.
thank you. And item 7.1, the presentation from Hamilton 2026 to present regarding the Commonwealth Games. We have a request to move that up before the consent items, as there are delegates from the UK. So with the time change, it would be beneficial to them if we
Okay.
could hear that first.
Great, thank you. Before we move on, just asking, Don McVicker is showing, and I think he needs to be off
Mr.
the screen.
McVicker, if you could please
please.
turn off your screen. We should not be seeing or hearing you. So if you could turn off your video, please, and we will still be able to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? I see a hand, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pauls. Are there any discussion on the amendments to the agenda? Seeing none. And Tamara, you're not seeing any. All in favor? It's a vote coming, Stephanie?
Yeah, the vote's on its
Okay,
way.
so just a
Yeah.
second now. I have to get back to that. Here we go. Thank you, everyone. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Mm,
So, oh, there.
There we go. Voting's in progress, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, yep. It should be showing moment. There we go.
And I believe that carries, correct? Yes. Thank you, everyone. Now to committee declarations of interest. Members of committee, are there any declarations of interest that anyone needs to declare today? I'm not seeing any. Tamara's not seeing any. Okay. So we will move on. Thank you, everyone. Then we have item 3 is the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of July the 6th, 2020. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the July 6th, 2020 meeting as presented? Actually, it should be as amended, correct, Stephanie?
No, through you, Madam
No.
Deputy Mayor, it's the closed session minutes that are amended.
Okay, thank you. Not a problem. So moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Marula. All in favor? Electronic vote.
Sorry, folks. Somehow
okay.
I lost. There we go.
Good. Okay, Stephanie, I'm going to ask if you jump in for that amendment now for moving up the Commonwealth Games as a delegation request, correct? So we'll just move on now. First off, that carried as far as approval of the minutes. We'll move on to delegation request. Members, you have before you delegation request items 4.1 to 4.4. Is there any discussion respecting items 4.1 to 4.4 from committee?
This is just for the requests. Yes, if we
Correct.
could take one vote for all of the requests, that, yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. So may I please have a mover and seconder to approve the delegation request shown in items 4.1 to 4.4. And Councillor Danko and Councillor Nan? Sorry.
We see speakers. Hang on one second. We're just moving and seconding to put on the floor. Councillor Whitehead,
Yeah.
we do see you as a speaker.
So moved and seconded. It was Councillor Nan, I believe, and seconder to put it on the floor. Councillor Farr and speakers. Okay, so I have Councillor, sorry, Tamara, you're showing Councillor Whitehead first? Okay, Councillor Danko.
And Councillor Whitehead.
And then Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about item 4.4, the delegation request for defunding the Hamilton Police Services. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So My understanding is council's authority is the overall approval of the police services budget, which is in January, February, and operational considerations are the purview of the police services board. And a lot of what's being asked for in these delegations are operational portions of the police oversight through the police services board. So I'm wondering procedurally through you to the clerk if it would be possible or more beneficial to refer these delegations to the police services board for consideration and not to council. And I'm also kind of curious what specifically is on the agenda for September 9th that would be relevant to these.
Yeah. Stephanie, go ahead. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we do have a report from Hamilton Police Services that will be on that agenda, on the September 9th agenda, that does address some of the concerns that came up at the last council meeting.
But as a council, we don't have an authority to act on a lot of what's being asked for here. So would it be, I guess this is kind of a question for the clerk, and I'm just going to throw it out there for the rest of my colleagues, if it would be more appropriate to refer these specifically to the police services board.
From my perspective, that's completely up to council.
So I would move that then that these be, all these delegations be referred to the police services board for consideration.
Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Marula, I think I saw.
Okay, Councillor Marula, and we still had a speakers list, or do we vote on that first, Stephanie?
No, you should hear your speaker first.
Yeah, so I had, that's been moved in seconds on the floor. Now I'm going to turn to Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, it gets a little complicated when you start moving motions when you speak to something, because now we're in a situation where I'm on a list. Am I speaking to the motion, or I'm speaking to the original reason why I'm here?
Right.
So I hope that and I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to show a little patience. The motion should come at the end of the speaker's list, not at the front end. It's just, maybe not protocol violation, but I'm just concerned about how we deal with the flow of the meeting. But having said that, the issue for me is that ultimately the council approves the police budget. Is that correct?
Councillor, you're aware that we do approve it at budget deliberations. I don't have a staff here unless Mike or Brian are present.
The Police Services Act, at the end of the day, we can deny the budget or we can approve the budget. Is that correct?
Yes, through Madam Deputy Mayor, yes. Hamilton does have the ability. It is up to City Council whether or not to approve funding from the City of Hamilton to Hamilton Police Services.
And it has been practiced by council that if they weren't satisfied with the budget, we in fact have sent it back asking the board to take another look. Is that correct?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, we have done it in the past.
So for those reasons, in the context of having the delegations in front of council, I have no problem with, because ultimately we are the final arbiter of the budget. We don't get to say what comes out or what goes in, but we're the final arbiter of the budget. So I want to make that clear, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it. That's it, Councillor Whitehead?
Correct.
Thank you.
And the motion came in. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I have Councillor Nan.
Thank you. In relation to those items that were currently being discussed in terms of the police services budget, without knowing the nature of those delegations, it just clearly speaks in looking at all the requests to speak to delegate. I believe there may be items to come forward to this council to receive from our citizens on this topic as a council in order to ensure due diligence and due course for civic engagement. I'd be prepared to accept that these delegations do come to us in September when council is receiving the report back that we requested at previous GIC. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You're aware, though, of the motion that's on the floor, just to reiterate.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have now Councillor Partridge. Oh, sorry, Councillor Clark. My apologies. Councillor Clark. We can't hear you, Councillor Clark.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Can we verify whether or not the police chief is going to be present at the September 9th meeting? Because if these folks are asking questions about police operations, I can't answer those questions, and I would dare say that the vast majority of council probably couldn't, but the police chief could. And I know we invited him, but so far through the paper, I'm hearing that he may not come.
Correct. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to date, I do not believe that the chief police will be there, nor have I heard a response from them confirming any attendance.
And so there's the challenge that I'm feeling in my gut, Madam Deputy Mayor, and to my colleagues. So we have these number of delegates who wish to speak about the police services and the phrase defunding the police, which I'm still not really sure exactly what is meant by it, and many people mean different things by it. But we're not going to have the police chief there to answer any of those questions. So I'm kind of leaning towards Councillor Danko's motion, because this is out of our purview completely. And without the police chief attending to answer our own questions, he's certainly not going to be able to answer the citizens' questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I have Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do support Councillor Danko's motion, and I thank him very much for bringing it forward. From my perspective, the citizens' concerns need to be heard long before the budget is put together. And the timing for that would be best to be certainly before it comes to council. By the time we get the police budget, it is the final budget. And, you know, I just feel it's more beneficial and better serves the citizens if they're in front of the Police Services Board. Even if the police chief does come in September, he does not have to answer any questions of council or of residents. It is the Police Services Board that they answer to. So I do think that citizens will be far better served if this, if their requests are forwarded to the Police Services Board. So I would support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I'm going to go back. We have no further speakers. Thank you. Oh, Councillor, I see Councillor Marula waving.
Yes.
Councillor Marula, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just quickly on this particular issue, and I support the motion that Councillor Danko has brought forward strongly, and it's because it really fits into the governance model, not only in Ontario but in the city of Hamilton. We are in a position right now where we're forced to look at ourselves with false equivalency south of the border. And in the United States, yes, it's very politicized. The whole police system, the whole court, their entire judicial process is politicized there. They elect judges, they elect sheriffs. We in Ontario, we in Hamilton in Canada, a long time ago, have separated the politics of policing, as well as public health, thank God, away from elected officials for a reason. And this is the reason, because the chief, and we're not the final arbitrator when it comes to the budget. So Councillor Whitehead, I disagree with you strongly. The provinces.
Yep, that's right.
There were a number of budgets that the city of Hamilton rejected, council, to only then be heard by an appeal mechanism through an arbitration, where the police services actually got an increase over and above what council was trying to fight. So these false equivalencies need to stop. CNN is not the Canadian news network. People need to understand that. Now, the chief is not accountable to city council. So anyone that believes that obviously does not understand the governance model in Ontario, and that's a sad state of affairs. The chief is solely accountable to the Police Services Board. End of story. So please, folks, educate yourself. Listen to CBC, not CNN, and perhaps we can try to work on finding solutions rather than creating problems that just aren't within the realm of our governance here in Ontario and in Hamilton. And I support Councillor Danko's motion strongly. I look forward to dealing with each and every one of these issues as a governance body at the Police Services Board, where we appoint members and where citizens are appointed, not at City Council, where it does not belong, as much as people want to make it that way. So let's move forward. I strongly support what Councillor Danko has brought forward, and let's try to help help people understand the system, because you can't fight a system that's broken if you don't understand the damn system. And people are fighting a system that just doesn't exist here. Wake up, smell the coffee. Let's work on solutions and not create problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I was hoping not to get into a long debate on this topic, but I have some concerns about, referring a block of citizen requests to the Police Services Board. We have our own process to take in requests for delegations, and we have delegations all the time. In fact, our meetings are just as public as council meetings are, and our information is just as open and transparent as the council meetings are, and council information is. So all of that's available, and I understand as of last meeting that the Police Services Board received the request, and then actually instructed the service to provide 5 reports actually to council, all of which are available online in any event, but they're going to be coming to you as a block, and they are the Crisis Response Unit report, the Use of Force report, the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Plan, a report on the budget process, but there were some questions around that, and a report on 8 Camp Wing, which has been a kind of a North American approach to 8 items that police services should do to improve their police services. Ironically, all 8 of them are in place in the city of Hamilton. And so, in terms of this process and taking a block of delegates and sending them over to Police Services Board doesn't assure them a delegation status. We have our own process to do that. What I'd prefer to have happen, if the mover of the motion would approve, is that we inform all of the requested delegates that they can delegate to the Police Services Board. And we're happy to hear them. It's an issue that certainly is going to have interest, and there's a requirement for us to be responsive to those, and we have been and continue to be. So I would appreciate if in terms of process, I don't think that the council would appreciate that the Police Services Board would take a list of delegates and send them over to council just because it's convenient. But if we were to say to all of these delegates, this is the inappropriate location for your delegation, you belong appropriately at the Police Services Board, I think that'd be the 100% right thing to do, and we would welcome them to appear as delegates as we always have in the past. In the matter of the chief's presence in September, we will be discussing that matter. We will be receiving a report regarding the defunding approach that has been discussed and has been requested by Councillor Collins and Councillor Jackson in terms of a fulsome report on what that actually means. And at that time, we may or may not make a decision as to whether or not we direct the chief to appear. And I think it's a bit of a jurisdictional issue. As Councillor Marula rightly pointed out, there's good reason why they have separated police services from city council. You can only imagine if they were, if it was managed by city council, the kind of potential interference that might occur in terms of investigations or ticketing or, in those kinds of things. That's why these things have been so strictly separated, and I think that's appropriately done so. So I would ask if the mover would be willing to just inform all of those delegates that the appropriate location for delegation for them is at the Police Services Board. And if members of council want to continue to work on Police Service Board issues, then you should hear these delegations. So as Councillor Nan pointed out, if you really want to go down that road, and not considering that the Police Services Board is just as public, just as open and as transparent as council is. We have the same rules. We're live streamed. All of our meetings are available in terms of information. Any member of council can dial in to any of our meetings. They're all live streamed. You can actually ask to delegate. And so I would hope that we evolve and continue to work through that process as we continue to deal with these difficult issues. And there are difficult issues for everyone. And I think there's lots of merit in terms of having a discussion. The last thing I will say is that there is an ongoing public safety and community wellness exercise that's being coordinated through Paul Johnson, through the city of Hamilton, that involves all the major institutions in terms of community wellness and safety in our community that we were required to do by the province of Ontario, that has been delayed as a result of the COVID pandemic, but is still very much in process and is very much intended to hear the voices in the institutions and in the community in terms of what they feel community wellness and public safety should be. And that is a brilliant opportunity for everyone to engage in terms of how we move forward on these very important issues. So again, I would ask the mover to maybe more appropriately say that we move that these delegations be communicated with and requested to ask for a delegation status at the police services. So I will oppose the recommendation, but I would ask that the recommendation be modified so that we can maintain some semblance of I think due process that I think is required. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I now have second time, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, here's what my problem is, and I respectfully listen to each person that spoke. But I think Nan is onto something. We are trying to presume the delegation and what they want to speak to council about. And I think that's a dangerous road. If they're generically looking at, and I don't disagree with Councillor Mula, I'm going to name him because he's right. I can't wait to take on this issue because I think it's overblown and it's wrong narrative. Having said that, I do believe that they have a right to have a delegation and have a right to have a delegation if they formally put it in the right appropriate manner at council. And I don't want to presume that they're here to break down the police budget item by item. I presume they're coming with a high level and saying, look, some of the budget could go to housing or go to supportive housing or what, which are council issues. So without knowing the actual intent or subject matter or context in which the delegations are coming forward, I would suggest strongly that we have no choice but to hear them out. I suspect if it is a line by line, we could put them out of order and give them instructions to make the presentation in front of the police board. So those are my suggestions. My only concern is we are trying to presume what they're about to say to council. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Now I have Councillor Clark, second time.
Can you hear me, Deputy Mayor?
I can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been very helpful discussion. Thank you. While I was listening to the mayor speak, I was also trying to remember the last time council denied a delegation. I couldn't come up with one. And we've had delegations come before us that clearly had nothing to do with city council's sphere of authority and municipal law, but we still heard them. And that has been, I think, a long-standing practice of this council to do that. I think the mayor has an excellent idea with regards to perhaps the clerk sending a note to all of these individuals, and it can be drafted with the assistance of the city solicitor, indicating the authority of council and the authority of the police services board, so they understand before they come before us exactly where they should be going if they're asking something directly of the police service board. If they're wanting to engage in public discussion, then that's a part of what we have to do as a council. So hearing them out, I think Councillor Whitehead is correct. We're not really sure exactly what each individual is going to be speaking about. Secondly, and I think the mayor knows this, my intention of inviting the police chief to come to council was to help us answer these questions. It was not to berate him. It was not to besmirch him. It was not to disparage him. It was to have a discussion so that we can ask these pertinent questions that we're being asked and have the fellow who actually has the answers answer them in public. So that was the intention. And I note that many police chiefs across the province visit their councils. and answer questions as they come up. So this is not a novel approach, but I felt with all of the controversy, with all of the debate in our community right now, it was appropriate to have that public dialogue. And I think even the mayor agreed that that public dialogue is good. So I hope that can be shared with the police chief and the police service board. I know the Police Service Act. I understand our limitations very clearly, as you all know, we all do, but we still want to engage with the public and have that discussion and make sure that everyone understands the limitations of the council when we're dealing with the police. Thank you for your time. I'm going to, unless the motion is amended, to just notify the residents who want to delegate to
Police service.
Exactly. I'm not going to vote in favor of not hearing them. I think any of them that wish to come here, we should hear them. And those that want to go to the police service board, we should encourage that also.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Tamara, I'm not sure, do I have Councillor Wilson first time? Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Wilson, are you there? We can't hear you, Councillor Wilson. Check if your connection is pushed right in on your headset and into the computer. Right.
And in the middle piece where the circle meets,
Right.
they do come loose.
I know. No.
Can you try unplugging it right from your computer right now while you speak?
Now? There you
Yes.
go.
Oh, thank you. My apologies. Thank you for your patience. I very much appreciate the previous speaker, Councillor Clark's comments. And apropos the mayor's comments on the forthcoming community wellness plan, I think that in and of itself speaks to the broadness of this issue. That there are many elements, public health, mental health, addiction, homelessness. A lot of people take a broader approach to this issue, and I would think it would be valuable for us to hear from the delegates to see what lens they are applying to policing, what their thoughts are, and what their thoughts are on community wellness. So I would very much value hearing from the delegates, and I certainly do understand the governance model as it pertains to policing in Ontario. But I think that there is value in hearing from folks, and of course they have the right to delegate to the Police Services Board as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul's first time.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to make sure I declare a conflict of interest. I should have declared it at the beginning. I didn't notice it. So it's for item 4.4, as I have a family member that is hired by the Hamilton Police.
Thank you, Councillor. And you know that you'll have to complete the form.
Yes.
And abstain in voting, right?
Yes,
okay. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. They have noted that. I'm now going to go on to second time, Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I really need to emphasize again what I had earlier said. What we're going through right now is a crisis of misinformation. People do not understand who does what and who's responsible for what. By inviting the chief and giving the optics, because the media obviously are not in the business of educating, because what they'll do is use the headline as we're grilling the chief based on defunding police with no authority whatsoever. The Police Services Board doesn't even have to submit their budget into council. They can circumvent us entirely and go directly to the province and say to hell with you. And the province will give them everything they want and more. That's my point. We can use this as a learning experience, because I think a lot of people right now are jumping on a bandwagon, fighting a system they don't understand, which is setting themselves up for not only disappointment, failure, but we're also spinning our wheels, going down a road that we can't steer. All we can simply do is be a passenger and we can't steer it. I mean, you know what happens when you can't steer a vehicle that you're a passenger in is that you're allowing others to dictate what's going to happen. And right now, our primary focus should be educating the public of who does what. And by inviting the police chief and grilling him, or even asking him questions, or even giving the optics that we have control over this issue, is fueling into the ignorance of the masses that's creating this false narrative with the United States of America, because CNN is not the Canadian news network, as many people out there protesting believe. We are a sovereign nation who do not elect sheriffs. We do not elect judges. We have, for many, many, many years, inherited this system through the parliamentary system of detaching from politics from policing. It's done for a reason. And the judicial process in the States, they've privatized prisons. It's for profit. Hence the reason why they have so many people in prison. We're not the United States, for the love of God, folks. Get your head out of your butt. Learn about what you're fighting against a system. You have to understand it, because all you're doing is setting yourself up for failure, pointing fingers at people that have nothing to do with any of your problems, but then believing and targeting people that you believe can make a difference when they can't. And what's that? That is what is called hysteria. So, folks, let's take a step back. Let's understand what the problem is. But most importantly, let's understand who can fix the problem.
When I see you put them down, I can
It's
watch it.
not city council, for the love of God. So please, before you start fighting a system, understand the system, because you really look mighty unsafe. You just don't look very bright. Let's put it that way. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. And maybe I'm going to ask now, I'm sorry, I had Councillor Danko and then Councillor Nan second or third time. Councillor Danko, or did you want me to put you last with regards to the motion?
I was just going to respond to the mayor's suggestion.
So would you like me to go to Councillor Nan then first and come to you for a close?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nan, please.
If I may, through the chair, if there's an amendment to the motion, I would appreciate hearing that before I speak.
Okay, then Councillor Danko, I'll go back to you, sir.
This has been a really helpful discussion for me. I guess my concern initially was that on issues of budget that council ultimately does have purview over, as Councillor Partridge correctly pointed out, by the time it gets to council, that's a complete package, and we're voting on the entire budget, everything that's in it. So any opportunity to influence that budget is through the Police Services Board. And also on operational issues, a lot of what I've heard anyway is things that would have to be addressed again through the police services budget, through the Police Services Board. But hearing the discussion here today, I'm very cognizant of the fact that these residents are asking to come to council to have their voices heard, and I think it's very important that, as as a democratic institution, that we provide them with that opportunity. And I think the mayor's suggestion is very pragmatic, that we clarify for delegates the authority of council versus the authority of the Police Services Board. So I'm happy to move forward with that. Now, procedurally, I'm not sure where we stand now, because we do have a motion that's on the floor. So if I can change the motion, or we'll simply vote it down and then vote to receive these. So if I could get some guidance from the clerk.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, he can amend it.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, you can certainly amend it. It is your motion.
So then the motion would just be, as the mayor's suggestion, that we receive these delegates to GIC, and then we notify them and let them know, or provide them an invitation to present also to the Police Services Board, and some guidance on council's purview in terms of the budget, and the Police Services Board role in terms of their operating budget and police operations. Sorry, that was a bit wordy, but I think that
I've got what you wanted to say, Councillor, so I think I'm okay with it. Thank you.
okay.
And your seconder, Councillor Merle, is in favor and support of that as well. Then that's the amendment that you're putting forward. Excellent. So I'm going to now go back to Councillor Nan. Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, go. Well, hang on. Sorry, I'm getting tags being put down. I have to go to Councillor Ferguson as a first-time speaker, please. Councillor Ferguson. We can't hear you, Councillor Ferguson.
I
Thank
have
you,
a
sir.
comment and then a question. So my comment is, it was suggested that the Police Services Board could go directly to the province to get their budget approved and not even come to council. That wouldn't happen.
No.
They would, if they ever did try to do that, send it directly to OCOPS, which is the Ontario Civilian Police Commission. They would simply send it back and allow us the opportunity, allow the board the opportunity at least to the presentation to council. Council has to turn it down before Ontario Civilian Police Commission would in fact arbitrate this, and that hasn't happened for a long time. There's been a lot of situations, including Hamilton Council, who sent the whole budget back, saying, and it was a total percentage increase that we're having trouble with, and asked them to reconsider it. And there was some flexibility done on that. My question is, so we're now telling these delegates, we're going to contact them all and suggest that they would should consider going to the Police Services Board rather than directly to council. What happens if they say, no, we want to come to council, or we want to go both? Do we have to hear them at council, and then the Police Services Board would also hear them? Who could answer that question?
Madam Clerk, I don't know if you heard that question. Councillor.
Sorry, I missed it.
Councillor Ferguson, you want to ask it again, Councillor Ferguson?
Sure.
Apologies, Councillor.
So the new resolution that Councillor has put up
Mhm.
says that the residents, at the suggestion of the mayor, the residents should be contacted and suggested that they go to the Police Services Board for their presentation because they're absolutely right. It's the Police Services Board that oversees operations, although they can't interfere with it with the chief, but they oversee it and can ask questions around it. So that suggestion is that they go directly to the Police Services Board. What if they decide, no, I want to come to both?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Actually, no, that was not what the actual motion ended up being. What the motion is that we approve the delegations in item 4.4 to still attend the September 9th GIC, but also to advise them that they can certainly and suggest that they certainly also delegate at the Hamilton Police Services Board if it is their choice, and to advise them of the roles of both council and the Hamilton Police Services Board as it relates to the budget. So they would still be approved to come to September 9th so that council can hear, or sorry, committee can hear all of their questions and concerns. But I would also be advising them that they could also speak to the Hamilton Police Services Board if they choose, and providing them with the roles of each.
Well, to use Councillor Marula's analogy, if we want to educate them, we should probably suggest they go to the Police Services Board. But that, you're saying that's not the motion that Councillor Danko put up, which is what the mayor suggested.
That's correct. I didn't use anybody's analogy. I used the motion that was actually put on the floor, moved by Councillor Danko, and in turn seconded by Councillor Marula, and that's what's before you.
Okay, because Councillor Danko wasn't clear with the motion because he said that he wanted to follow the mayor's suggestion. So can I ask a question to Councillor Danko?
Certainly.
Certainly.
Okay, to Councillor Danko, is your motion intended then to have all the delegates come to council and suggest they also go to the Police Services Board?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
They've applied to delegate to council, and through the discussion, I think it's important that as a democratic body that we provide them with that opportunity.
Okay, I can't support that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Now I'm going to go back to Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and appreciations for the dialogue thus far and the amendment. I think back to the same points in terms of upholding the citizens' right to democratically have their voice heard by all governing bodies that pertain to the issues. I don't want to make any assumptions about what each individual delegate will want to talk to City Council about. They've been put under the umbrella of the topic of defunding the police, but I have no presumption about what is being brought forward to City Council to be heard in terms of the various issues that have been publicly discussed in a Canadian context and in an Ontario context about what we need to be investing in as municipal governments, provincial governments, and federal governments as it relates to the health and well-being and safety and security of residents here. So I don't want to make those presumptions, and I appreciate the amendment. I also appreciate ongoing civic education in terms of how folks can engage from an informed position and informed place in terms of understanding where their voices could be heard and how we as elected representatives, be it here at City Council or on the board, are clear about what our citizens are asking us to listen to and better understand. So I appreciate the opportunity and I appreciate the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have now, apologize, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson? Okay, we can't hear you again, Councillor Wilson. There we go. Sorry.
No, thank you. Can you hear me now, ma'am?
Yep.
Thank you. Listen, this is an issue of significance, of great importance. I didn't want to delve into it now, but something has been said that I feel needs to be addressed for the public record in terms of the interpretation of American history as it pertains to incarceration. I think it was suggested that the rates of incarceration have gone up as a consequence of privatization of
So
prisons in the,
Councillor
prisons in the
Wilson.
United States, and that is partially correct, but there's actually a direct correlation between the ending of lynching and that of incarceration, primarily of Black men.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, one moment, please. Madam Clerk, please.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to remind everybody, we have a lot of delegates who are waiting to speak, and we are not discussing Hamilton Police Services. We are not discussing the Constitution right now. What is before us is whether or not we are going to approve these delegations. And we do have members from the UK who are also waiting to speak. So that discussion can happen on the 9th when we are discussing Hamilton Police Services, if you so choose. But right now, I would recommend that we get back to the matter before you, please.
Respectfully, this is back to the exact matter of community wellness and the correct interpretation of history. And I wanted to address it for the public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And okay, I now have Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Partridge. If we can kind of, I'm sorry, Councillor Partridge first, if we can start reining this in. As Madam Clerk has stated, we have delegations from overseas that are waiting to speak as well on another issue. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And my question is very, very short and sweet, but quite frankly, you know, even if we do have other people waiting to speak who have nothing to do with council, this is an important issue. And I don't think we should rush through anything to get to other delegates. I have a question though. In the revisions to a suggested revision to or amendment to the motion, I thought I heard that it include that council invite the presenters or the delegates to Police Services Board. And council can't do that. We have no authority to invite anyone to the Police Services Board.
Hang on, Madam Clerk.
We can suggest that.
Okay, what happened?
We've lost.
Madam Clerk, can you confirm the wording again, please?
Yes, to you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I don't have the exact wording. I'll wordsmith it after, but it is to approve the delegations for the September 9th agenda and to suggest to them in an email that I will provide that they also, if it is their choice, delegate to the Hamilton Police Services Board so that board can also hear their concerns. And I will also in that email provide them the roles of both the Hamilton Police Services Board and the City of Hamilton or the Council of the City of Hamilton with respect to the roles in the budget process.
Yeah, I think that's really important, Madam Chair. You know, I mean, if they come in September and present to council, and then, you know, we refer it to the Police Services Board, or they then go to the Police Services Board, it's probably going to be late October, November before they're even heard, which is well into the operating budget process. And I do appreciate the comments that have been made by other councillors about, you know, not wanting to presume what the delegates are going to be requesting. But if it is anything to do with taking funds from one budget, regardless of what the budgets are, and putting it towards something else, we don't have the decision making over the police services budget. So I'm just a little bit concerned that in trying to do some good here, we're actually putting residents and their request a little bit behind schedule. Anyway, that's my only concern. Thank you.
So I'm just going to add, Madam Clerk has just mentioned that she will be sending out emails tomorrow to all of the requesters, advising the process and that they can directly put the request in to make a presentation delegation before the Services Board as well.
Thank you, Madam Shepherd.
Thank you. So with that now I have Councillor Whitehead. And where did he go? There you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair, I just want to make clear, I'm not sure how you're doing the orders. I understand I'm the first time speaker on this amended motion. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I'm just following what the clerk lays
Yeah,
down.
that's the clerk.
Speakers
I'm
are,
the first time speaker on the amended motion.
no, this is your third time to speak, so.
The motion's been amended since the last two times I spoke. Right?
Okay, so Councillor, why don't you just go ahead?
Fair enough, but I just want to procedure-wise, I just want to make clear that the motion was amended. Now I want to speak to the amended motion.
Okay, Councillor.
An amended motion, Madam Chair, I don't want to make it overly complicated. I believe that the issue for me is that we just have to make it clear to the presenters that since we have no control of the line by line items with the Police Services Board, that would be better delegated to the Police Services Board. For the purposes of having a conversation with us, they could talk to us about whatever savings they think could be found and how it might be spent with the City of Hamilton, and that's where the focus should be. So if we can provide that clarity, Madam Clerk, I think I'm quite happy with the amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no more speakers. I'm going to now turn to Madam Clerk. Did you want to read off what you had so that we have clarification before the vote? That was moved by Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Marula.
Certainly. Again, I will wordsmith it for the meetings, but the direction, or it is to, you will be approving the delegations, all of them outlined in item 4.4 for the September 9th GIC. And I will send an email out tomorrow to all of those delegates so that they can simultaneously apply to speak to the Hamilton Police Services Board. I don't know when their next meeting is, but rather than waiting, they can do it simultaneously. And I will also provide them with the roles of both the Hamilton Police Services Board and Hamilton City Council with respect to the budget process.
Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Sorry, I have to get back to
Clerk,
the
a moment to get back to the
It's really hard for me to hear you. What?
Councillor Farr is there. Councillor Farr, have you voted? He's put a thumbs up. Oh, it's coming up again. Mine just came up again to vote. Councillor Partridge, can you vote again, please? Councillor Farr, you gave us a thumbs up, sir. Again, thank you. Well, she should put abstain then. Oh, I know she's not. There we go. Correct. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. And that carries, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Now we're going to 4 points for today's GIC. We have respecting the Commonwealth Games. We have items 4.1 to 4.3H. Motion to approve the delegation requests. Moved by Councillor Nan, second by Councillor Farr, and a vote, please. Okay. And that carries. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to item 5, communications. Members of committee, you have before you communication items 5.1 to 5.6M. Sorry, Madam Clerk, go ahead. 7.1 is moving up. Motion to move up the Commonwealth Games request in the agenda. That was a request from PJ Mercanti that we move their delegation request. And that was in changes of to the agenda. So do I need a mover in a second to approve that, Madam Clerk? Okay. Correct. So we go to that now. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So who do I recognize out there? I'm sorry. So we're going to do that before communications, right? Okay. So we're going to bear with us because we have to get people up on the screen. So we'll be turning to PJ Mercanti. Sorry. Here we go. Yep. Okay, PJ, President of Hamilton 2026, if you're there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm good to start?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Now, PJ, before you do start, there was a question posed as far as time, because you have a 5-minute limit, but you may be asking to go over that. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have speakers Graham Cubitt from Indwell, Brian McPherson from Commonwealth Sport Canada, and David Grevenberg from Commonwealth Games Federation joining me.
So I'm just going to ask Council, can I have a mover and a seconder to support extending the timeline? I see Councillor Whitehead, Mayor Eisenberger, all in favor, and Madam Clerk will ask for a vote. We'll get all the technicalities out of the way, PJ.
Awesome.
Okay, one moment.
No problem.
Just going to put that vote in there.
Yeah.
I got it. I'm good.
Oh, you're great.
Can't hear you. Sorry, bear with me, folks. Okay. I can't hear you. Councillor Vanderbeek, are you able to vote? Oh, there she's got her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. That carries, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you. That carries. PJ, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Screen, whatever you want to call it.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Eisenberger, Deputy Mayor Pearson, and members of the General Issues Committee. On behalf of our Hamilton 2026 Games Committee.
Sorry.
Stephanie? Sorry, we're losing you.
Okay. On behalf of our Hamilton 2026 Games Committee, we would like to thank you for your time and attention today. We are eager to share with you our framework for a 2026 hosting plan, one without precedent in Games history, in all that it does to entail competitive bidding with its costs and risks, but rather invites community collaboration with Commonwealth sports in the creating of a plan focused on pandemic recovery and civic regeneration, an offer that has never been made to any community before. We understand that these are hard times that prompt anxiety and fear. We know the games seem far removed and distracting. And while we feel that this specific opportunity is a godsend for reasons that we will soon explain, we understand that your focus and the focus of staff needs to be on recovery for the next little while. The unprecedented nature of this opportunity, in the degree of local consultation and control this presents, along with the magnitude of its potential impact, obliges us to take our time and act thoughtfully. We see this as the beginning of a conversation with our entire community, with as many stakeholders as possible, to ensure that the wildest possible cross-section of constituents have a voice, and not merely our large institutions and businesses or the committed advocates on both sides. This is important because although this effort is entirely about helping the greatest number, and especially those in the greatest need, most of them have other priorities and concerns right now and will need some time to understand the implications of this. We all owe our entire community this time because we are all in this together. And it is for that reason that we've postponed any request for you to take any steps or make any decision. Before turning over to the leaders of the Commonwealth sporting movement who are joining us virtually from the United Kingdom, and to our Affordable Housing Initiative leaders to share their thoughts with you and answer your questions, I would like to make a few key points on behalf of our Games Committee. First, you will note that we are not handing you a bid. In a very significant departure from this city's prior involvement with the Games, or any city's involvement with the Games for that matter, we are not making any choices for you. We are not prioritizing investment. We are inviting you and our community to do that over time. And so we have created a blueprint that sets out the opportunity and our vision around it, which was created by assessing and incorporating the city's existing vision and priorities and embracing them. Ultimately, we see in this an unprecedented chance to create new tools and resources targeting long-standing problems that you and other city leaders, along with senior levels of government and the private sector, can use as you see fit to supplement your existing efforts and priorities. Which brings me to my second observation. While we understand that the expectations of many of you and many in the community have been set by the 2030 bid and prior Games bids, our resolve today in who is speaking, the heads of the Commonwealth sporting movement and a notable affordable housing leader, and as we move forward, is to make crystal clear that this is an entirely different opportunity and process. We are kindly requesting that you put aside any assumptions and expectations and carefully assess what it is that we are introducing in this. In putting forward a framework based on existing city needs and priorities, we are not inviting a choice between games and basic human needs. Those that say this is all about fun and games when focus needs to be on the pandemic recovery and on pressing social needs are not yet understanding why we are here. We are only here volunteering our time and energy, despite other commitments, because of the pandemic and its damage, and because of the Federation's commitment to allow Games to be dedicated entirely to our recovery and to people in need not only of material resources, but also in need of hope and optimism. Point number 3, it is because of that we are committed to careful and broad community consultation. We have made a point, an unprecedented effort, to move beyond our friends and those normally expected to support such an effort to a diverse range of community groups, including those passionately opposed to us, like the Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, with whom we have been in polite conversation. It was through their advocacy that we sought and received the approval of the Federation to incorporate for the first time a community benefits agreement mandating our delivering on promises of community need. We have also reached out to respected community leaders, including some speaking in opposition today, to invite their input and participation in crafting a plan that works. And to express the heartfelt commitment that our goals are aligned in the desire to focus on those in desperate need. We are determined to listen and to work with those in every ward of this city that are seeking help and hope. Point number 4, we understand that the primary threshold of concern for council and many members of the public is the question of financial impact to the city given the fiscal crisis brought on by the pandemic. Our approach is to address this concern squarely by presenting a framework that does not negatively impact the municipal tax levy, but rather one that delivers immediate and long-term net financial benefit to the city's annual budget and long-term capital plan. The primary means to delivering on this stated goal is owed to the reduced operating and games capital budget that results from a more modest sport program, coupled with significantly greater private sector and institutional participation, and no international bidding, which on its own saves between $5 and $10 million. We are creating an approach which invites city input that can limit city participation to existing capital spends that have already been approved and identified as part of the 10-year capital plan, city land, especially and critically for affordable housing, modest access to the future fund, and support via in-kind services. To give you a better idea as to how we will do this, we are working through an approach to venues that seeks your input as to the optimum balance between legacy benefits and cost mitigation. As an example, new or renovated facilities and active sport programming are being contemplated in wards 8, 11, and 12, but if it's the will of councillors and the will of the citizens in those wards to pass on legacy investments, then sports can be pivoted to other venues that are already games ready and do not require substantial capital. Venues such as the Mohawk Sports Park in Ward 6 or the Greitmeyer Arena in Ward 13, which would therefore keep our capital costs down. Further, our commitment is to reduce the impact on the city's budget and increase the ROI of the games centered on private sector investment. Council, you have control and oversight over the downtown urban renewal project. Owing to good luck and timing, the private sector investments in this project can be counted towards the city's share of games funding by senior levels of government. The $62.5 million investment into the downtown facilities are $62.5 million less that is required from the municipal share towards the games. If this moves forward, we will also announce and commit to a private philanthropic community benefits fund to be operative prior to the games. For the last several weeks, we have been assessing community need, and we have made an initial decision to assume responsibility for the city's recreation fee assistance program in perpetuity, thus relieving the city of a net annual obligation of $350,000, which will yield $10 million in taxpayer savings over the next 30 years. As you know, this fund touches all wards and our most marginalized. It's the first of what we expect to be a number of similar commitments, which we will explore with you, that have no other hope of support beyond city funding. Perhaps most importantly, as you will shortly hear from Graham Cubitt, we are especially eager to focus on working to fully and finally solving the housing issue in this city with those that are already deeply invested in this. And in that, we are so incredibly appreciative of Indwell's willingness to explore the potential of the games in serving this need. There have never been a games that have focused on a primary legacy of housing. These are those games. And in our discussions with senior levels of government on this very issue, I can tell you that there is real interest in this legacy ambition and what it might mean. We'd like to work with Councillor Marula and all other councillors who are interested in this item, including private sector and other not-for-profit housing leaders, to create a viable plan to do just that. If this housing problem was otherwise easily solvable, it would have been solved by now, and the pandemic has made it that much harder. And a quick follow-up comment back to the issue of games finances. We are not asking that you take our word for this. Our budgeting is being scrutinized by the Commonwealth Games Federation accountants, by independent national and international accounting firms, cost estimators, and construction firms in expectation of input and scrutiny by you and city finance, and ultimately by the province and provincial and federal governments, all with a view to securing senior levels of government support that would otherwise not come to this community. And this is important to understand because in our estimation, getting in line with other municipalities to beg senior levels of government for more money simply on the basis of our need is not going to get it done. That queue is quite long, but it is a lot shorter if your city is hosting the world on behalf of your country and province without the need to engage in competitive bidding entirely on the basis of pandemic relief, therefore offering a very significant return on government investment, which these games will provide. Toronto got $700 million for housing because of the Pan Am Games, a significant portion of which, albeit not enough, became social housing. Toronto otherwise wasn't deprived of provincial or federal funding because of that. It was a supplement to that. How far would even half of that sum go here for housing through the games? Although there is so much more to share, I don't want to end without speaking to our focus on equality, diversity, and inclusion. Fortunately, the Commonwealth Games Federation are thought leaders in global sport related to these social impact themes. For those who seek to ensure the EDI lenses are applied, you will be comforted to know that our Commonwealth Games sport program seeks to have more medaled female sporting events than male events and integrates parasport within the existing sport program. Taking our program one step further, we are excited to share that we will be including the medaling of our national sport of lacrosse as part of the 2026 program, which will be played on the Six Nations of the Grand River. This would be a first to have that sport included and to have it take place on Indigenous land. We also seek to have land acknowledgements as part of every medaling ceremony as another example of how our Games initiative seeks to be a partner in Hamilton's urban Indigenous strategy. Ultimately, after a period of further community consultation in the next few weeks, we propose to return to you with a more concrete proposal inviting staff input and assessment. And only if that satisfies your concerns will we seek support in principle, which you had given for 2030 and which you know comes with no financial obligation or commitment. If and only if the provincial and federal governments also step up, will you need to consider a commitment and its terms, and that will ultimately be up to you in the end. If senior levels of government support are ultimately not secured, we will have tried our best, raised awareness for pressing issues in our community with government, and will leave the field to you and other community leaders to secure a better deal. Where's the risk in that, and what do we have to lose? In closing, for all the talk about inclusiveness, when I look around and listen to all the voices and reflect on who is making decisions, I see that the most important group in this is the only one without a voice. Our kids, and the kids they will have one day. We speak for them, for their future, for their hopes and ambitions, for what sport can do to a life. We choose not to crush that hope with an obsessive focus on risk and what might not work or how things can go wrong. What message is that to send them? Let's work through and solve for whatever the issues are in order to give our kids a better chance and to set them up for success. And so I invite you to enjoy this short video that speaks to the diverse voices of Hamilton who are eager to bring these games here. And at the conclusion of the video, we ask that you listen to David Grevenberg, to Brian McPherson, and to Graham Cubitt with an open mind and questions. At the conclusion of our presentation, please ask questions, have a conversation, share your concerns, and invite them to address them. We are all in this together. Please enjoy this short video and bear with me for a quick minute as I share my screen to set it up.
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, PJ, you can certainly try. There you go.
Yeah. Can everybody see this?
And the world's sporting events are postponed or cancelled. Hamilton has seen tough times before. In many ways, our grit and determination have defined us. Steel may have forged our city. It has given us a backbone, but it no longer defines us. We face the future with many faces. Hard work has never scared us. We know tough times pass. And as we've done before, we will show the world the steel that Hamilton is made of. October 6th, 2003, 1,000 cyclists from over 50 countries around the world compete for the rainbow jersey in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Y más alegría en las tribunas del estadio de Hamilton, donde más de 8,000 colombianos estuvieron acompañando a las niñas de la selección. In 1930, our city invented the Commonwealth Games. It started with a big dream. It was the beginning of the Great Depression. Red lines were forming and people were losing hope. Bobby Robinson had an idea. Bring athletes from all over the British Empire to compete in Hamilton in the friendly games. People said he was crazy, but our community pulled together to create something special that had never been done before. 400 athletes from 11 countries came to Hamilton in boats and trains to compete in 59 events. The 1930 Games put Hamilton on the world map and had an impact that is still being felt today. We built a civic stadium for track and field events. It was later known as Ivor Wynne Stadium and was used for the next 82 years. We built a pool which hosted both men's and women's swimming. It was the first time that an international swimming competition was held indoors. The Jimmy Thompson Pool is still being used 90 years later. Tens of thousands of Hamilton kids, like me, have had the opportunity to learn to swim because of Bobby Robinson in the 1930 Games.
I love to compete at the 2026 Commonwealth Games, whether it be anywhere, but if it was in Hamilton, it would make it a lot more special because this is a place where I've trained and will continue to train, hopefully.
So a lot of people probably assume that the 2015 Pan American in Toronto was my first international competition, but it wasn't. It was actually the 2014 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. It was really an eye-opener for me. I really didn't know how big this event was.
Over 1 billion spectators around the world, up to 1.5 billion, less than 2 minutes to go.
It was just so shocking to just go there, be in the village, experience all these new cultures, new things. It really just drove me. It made my work ethic stronger because I really wanted to try to just set myself up for success in the near future.
I have been extremely fortunate throughout my career to truly see the power of sport. And I believe that there is nothing better to bring communities and people together like sports. And I think a Commonwealth Games in 2026 in Hamilton, Ontario would do just that.
Cycling as a Commonwealth sport can leave a real legacy in the city. We've seen some tremendous strides in terms of new bike lanes, trails, the whole cycling culture in the city. And what the Commonwealth Games will leave for us is only going to continue to strengthen the cycling infrastructure that we have in our communities. The Commonwealth Games integrates both para-athletes and athletes as one, so that it shows the importance of accessibility and inclusion here in this community.
I grew up in the north end of Hamilton, Ontario. That is more of a hood or ghetto area. My parents both work 9 to 5. They're also both second-generation immigrants. So living in that area, sports was an outlet for me. Something I could do other than, you could say, crime, drugs, a lot of things that tempt you in those areas. A lot of kids struggle with that today. And sports was that one thing that just kept me, I guess you could say, striving for something better. I think we really have to focus on the legacy of the games. So even once the 2026 Commonwealth Games is done, we're still going to have lots of infrastructure, lots of buildings for people to have their recreational programming in. However, after the games, the legacy that it will leave for us, our families, and our kids' kids, I think is pretty profound.
If you think about experiences, the Commonwealth Games is one big experience, and it's on the global stage. And events like that don't come easily, and it's right here at our doorstep. So that represents an incredible amount of learning for our young people. Imagine the number of co-op placements, internships.
I was a student, I was new to the country, and I was like, really get to know the community. Being able to participate in this huge international event was a great experience for me because I was able to make friends because I was new in the city. It's more than a game. It's more of a community building. It's more of a friendship that we hold. It's a relationship. Commonwealth Games are just so special. It gives Canada a platform to really shine.
Hamilton brings a lot of potential. I think we need to build these facilities to create a lot of opportunity for athletes not only get to have to this day, but athletes that are to come. If lacrosse is involved in the game, we would have an opportunity to showcase our own game.
We have a plan in place that I think will revolutionize this city and not only just make it national, but make it global. I perceive these games as a global game changer, and I don't mean sport particularly, it's part of it. I mean investment, I mean economy. I really am a big believer in the team with which I'm working. I think they're unequal. They're volunteers. Think about it. They have put in 11 months of personal time, many of whom are employed and trying to run businesses at a very difficult time in their life.
For those 1930 games, we invented the modern athletes podium and the idea of an athletes village. It may have been a long time ago, but a community that was struggling to survive hardship found a reason to come together and celebrate hope and achievement. We face new challenges today. Our economy is suffering, just like in 1930. People are concerned about the future. Some have lost hope, or feel like we can't afford to have big dreams. But just like 1930, we have a special opportunity to come together, welcome the world, and reimagine our city as bigger, better, and stronger than it is today. We are being invited to bring back the games to Ontario, to the place where they were born, for the first time in over 90 years.
Hi, I'm Hamiltonian Martin Short, born and raised in Westdale, Whitten Road, but who's counting? And I'm kind of proud to say, let's bring the Commonwealth Games home to Hamilton in 2026. Husky.
Thank you, PJ.
Thank you. I would like to thank Mo Masudi from BizClip for that great video, and 3 of our committee members who worked tirelessly to coordinate everything behind the scenes. Cecilia Carter-Smith, Scott Moore, and Greg Maychak. Thanks for that wonderful video. And I would now like to introduce Mr. Graham Cubitt, who is representing Indwell, true pioneers and innovators in this community, to share our housing strategy in association with our games framework. Over to you, Graham.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Pearson and Council. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, but we can't see you, Graham. Are you on a video? There we go. Thank you.
I think.
Yep, thank you. We got you.
Thank you for this opportunity to share with you today about why Indwell is interested in the 2026 Commonwealth Games. Hamilton has a growing housing crisis, as we know. While our recent economic revitalization has many positives, over 6,000 households are still on waiting lists for an affordable apartment. The pandemic has further revealed critical cracks in our housing spectrum that we need to see fixed as quickly as possible. As you know, Indwell's mission is to create affordable housing communities for people seeking health, wellness, and belonging, and our vision is hope and homes for all. We know how to develop really good, affordable housing that people love to live in. So when the Games Bid Committee invited us to explore how affordable housing could become a defining legacy of the 2026 Games, we asked ourselves, how can we help our community see if this is possible? Our city's 10-year housing and homelessness action plan targets building 300 new affordable apartments per year, but unfortunately we're falling far below that goal. We need new strategies to mobilize solutions, particularly federal and provincial investments. Alongside emerging initiatives like Hamilton is Home, can the Commonwealth Games provide an opportunity for all levels of government to invest public resources to maximum public benefit while saving lives and significant resources in the process? That's the question. Indwell is keen to figure out and help our community explore every possible idea and way to bring new affordable housing into reality. A framework for the Commonwealth Games housing strategy is emerging that can build on the capabilities of our community housing sector, augmented by private sector partners. In considering the bid committee's invitation, Indwell's board of directors set a target for us to help create 3,000 new affordable apartments in Hamilton through the Games legacy. We believe this target can be met with community support leveraging investment by all levels of government. Based on your experience with Indwell, you know that we will bring our passion, our best ideas, and our experience to the table in leading this housing strategy to achieve its full legacy potential. You also know that we will honestly present the costs and benefits of every public investment with transparency and accountability. Indwell is committed to loving our neighbors as ourselves, pursuing equity, diversity, and inclusion, including ongoing reconciliation with our Indigenous neighbors. This Commonwealth Games housing strategy must advance these goals as we invest for our common good. Community housing is public infrastructure that physically locks in decisions made at the outset. These three key features of this housing legacy will be accessibility, with 20% of units being barrier-free, excellent energy efficiency and low GHG emissions, and true affordability that's permanently locked in. And building affordable housing creates significant opportunities for the social benefits agreements that the bid committee has agreed to in planning the games. So over the coming weeks, we will work to determine if there is a viable strategy to achieve a permanent legacy of at least 3,000 affordable apartments through the 2026 Commonwealth Games bid. And we commit to pursuing maximum public benefits for every investment considered. In doing so, we can solve our housing crisis and enable every Hamiltonian to call our city home. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. You just cut out there. I'm assuming that you've completed your presentation.
I think he was done. Yeah. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Graham, for your leadership on this initiative. We truly do believe that through this legacy item alone, we will be able to use the Games initiative to forever impact this community. And at this time, I would like to pass the virtual baton to the CEO of Commonwealth Sport Canada, Mr. Brian McPherson. Brian, over to you.
Thank you, BJ. Good morning, members of the General Issues Committee. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you again. I wish I was there in person, but as sure as summer always follows winter, recovery always follows a pandemic. And when that happens, I look forward to all of us being together again. Since I last spoke to you, Commonwealth Sport Canada concluded its open, fair, and competitive process to select Canada's next candidate city to host the Commonwealth Games. The Hamilton Bid Committee put forward a strong, aspirational, and transformational hosting plan, resulting in Hamilton being chosen as Canada's preferred candidate city for the Commonwealth Games. And on behalf of Commonwealth Sport Canada, I congratulate Hamilton. Today, I'm speaking about a rather dry but very important topic, financial management of major games in Canada. We in Canada's sports system have learned a lot from the 1976 Montreal Olympics. These learnings include employing a number of sound and proven financial management practices and risk mitigation strategies that will ensure the success of a Commonwealth Games hosted in Canada. Some of these practices and strategies include, from a governance perspective, funding partners appoint their own representatives onto the Games Board of Directors, primary decision-making body for the game. Finance and Audit Committee is chaired by the funding partner who is the deficit guarantor. And financial authority and responsibility for games-required capital projects is transferred to venue owners. From an operations perspective, there are regular budget and risk registry reviews, and financial audits are conducted every year in the planning and delivery of the games. There are appropriate expenditure authority limits at each level of the Games Organizing Committee. And a facility endowment fund is established to subsidize ongoing operational costs of games venues after the games. It's important to note all of these and other practices and strategies are enshrined in the multi-party agreement, an agreement that is developed in collaboration and partnership at the 3 levels of government, including the City of Hamilton. These practices and strategies, coupled with a just because we have it doesn't mean we spend it attitude, has resulted in the operating budgets and games required capital budgets for all major games in Canada since the Montreal Olympics have been delivered on time, on or under budget, and leaving several lasting legacies for the community. I know this is contrary to popular opinion, but I'll be happy to provide the facts and figures. In addition, Commonwealth Games Federation employs an integrated games delivery model, which capitalizes on the Commonwealth Games Federation's expertise and experience, ensuring the Commonwealth Games are delivered under budget. The success of this model is why both the 2014 and 2018 Commonwealth Games came in under budget, and the 2022 Commonwealth Games are on track to do the same. And with that, I'll turn it back to PJ. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Brian. And at this time, I would like to introduce the leader of Commonwealth Games Federation, Mr. David Grevenberg, who is joining us from the United Kingdom, who will share some important words for this council and for the people of Hamilton. David, over to you.
Good morning. Can everyone see me?
Not yet, no. There you are. Good morning,
There
sir.
we are. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And thank you, PJ. Well, good morning, Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of council, and to all Hamiltonians who may be watching these proceedings today. Let me begin by thanking you, Mayor Eisenberger, and the council for your warm welcome this morning, if only virtually, and so kindly accommodating our time difference with the United Kingdom. I've looked forward to this moment for some time and feel it is an ideal opportunity to share some of my thoughts and perspectives on the potential of this outstanding partnership, and to address any questions or concerns you may have, as well as listen to you and affirm any ambitions that you and or your citizens you represent and serve may want to achieve through this special project. By way of introduction, I am David Grevenberg. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Commonwealth Games Federation. I undertook my role in November 2014 after completing my tenure as the Chief Executive Officer of the Glasgow 2014 Commonwealth Games Organizing Committee. Immediately prior to Glasgow 2014, I served for 10.5 years as the Executive Director of Sport and International Federation Relations at the International Paralympic Committee based in Bonn, Germany. And in my younger days, I was a competitive collegiate folk and international freestyle wrestler and a high school American football player from New Orleans, Louisiana, in the United States. But please don't hold that against me here today, as I'm also a big fan of Canadian football. I mentioned my time as an athlete in order to make an important point, that it was my childhood experiences with sport that transformed and guided my life. They gave me purpose, confidence, taught me to have perspective and how to harness opportunities when they presented themselves, ultimately leading me here today before you as the CEO of one of the world's most progressive and impactful sport organizations. And I suspect that each one of you, whether as children, as parents, as grandparents, or in the work you champion with those you serve in your wards, share an understanding of the transformative power of sport on society. Indeed, I know from my own time visiting and touring Hamilton that this is a city at its heart with diverse communities that care deeply about sport. Sport as a vehicle for social change, for celebration, for commemoration, and for nurturing prosperity. Simply put, your city understands the power of sport, the power to positively change lives, to give meaning, to give purpose, and empower when given a fair chance. And for that very reason, yours is a community that has no doubt suffered in the enduring absence of sport during these last few months, and like many of us, is celebrating it and its return over recent days. It is the transformative power of sport that we hope to use to support and help you and your citizens to recover from this pandemic and continue your regeneration initiatives socially, economically, and environmentally. A power that can be used to accelerate and address several obvious and maybe not so obvious long-standing community needs in recreational facilities, education, employability and skills development programs, affordable housing, and accessible transport, to name a few. All of which, from what I understand, are needed now more than ever. But perhaps most importantly, harnessing an opportunity that can create a legacy in the hands of thousands of young people in your communities who will find hopes, dreams, purpose, and a platform, dare I say, a podium, for sincere and meaningful empowerment through the hosting of these games, and who will in turn choose to stay in this city, contribute to the city's future success as a result of the positive impacts realized on this journey and through the partnerships we forged together. Having watched your deliberations on the 6th of July with great interest, and owing to our constant communication over the past year with the Hamilton 2026 bid team, who, if I must say, have such commitment and passion to their work and to the Hamiltonians they proudly represent, I understand there are more important and significant questions about why holding these games during 2026 is such an imperative. Given these extraordinary circumstances surrounding this opportunity, as well as the natural anxieties and what may feel as competing demands upon you arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, I just want you to know that I completely understand the uncertainty and/or apprehensions some of you may feel. And so before inviting your questions, I'd like to address some of the more maybe significant and obvious points which really resonated with me during your earlier deliberations. Let me start by addressing the questions of priority and timing. After all, to many people, this may seem like an inopportune time to talk about merely hosting a sporting competition. And as it relates to the long history of major sporting events of this size and complexity, some of which were notable more for their challenges versus their success, your concerns are understandable. However, and with absolute respect, those concerns are addressed here for reasons that I'm eager to explain. First, it is critical to understand the modern and relevant values and vision of the Commonwealth sport movement, and why and how they are uniquely positioned in comparison with many other sporting movements that you may be familiar with. The Commonwealth sport movement, encompassing 72 nations and territories, comprises of 2.4 billion people, or 1/3 of the world's population, of which 60% of our citizens are under the age of 29. Our collective values are humanity. We value being people-centered. Equality. We value giving access and including everyone. And destiny. We value unleashing the ambitions and aspirations of everyone we serve. These values are not self-evident or limited to sport or competitions alone. As the Hamilton 2026 Bid Committee is well aware from months of ongoing collaboration and planning with ourselves and our esteemed colleagues at Commonwealth Sport Canada, our movement, following the success of the Glasgow 2014 Commonwealth Games, commenced on a journey of transformation. A journey shaped by a strategy appropriately named Transformation 2022. This plan is available on both the CGF and Hamilton 2026 websites and outlines our priorities and objectives aimed at strengthening our movement's positive influence and impact on the diverse societies we serve. If not already done, I encourage you and everyone watching to read it. The strategy developed and unanimously refreshed by our 72 nations and territories just last year in Rwanda clearly outlines and commits us to a vision, which is, quote, through sport, we create peaceful, sustainable, and prosperous communities across the Commonwealth. So let me explain to you in practical terms what this means in relation to a Hamilton 2026 bid. By respecting and understanding the needs of governments and the communities they serve when considering hosting a festival of sport, business, culture, and social change of this magnitude, we have created an innovative new partnership-driven delivery model that more efficiently and effectively delivers benefits and value on a multi-sector, multi-stakeholder project of this kind. We are already implementing successfully this new model for the first time in Birmingham to deliver the 2022 Commonwealth Games. This model allows for dedicated delivery teams that will be fully integrated within the host city partnerships that provide enhanced support, knowledge, and expertise to deliver an event that has real community benefit and generates long-term commercial and social partnerships for the host city. This project aims to address much demanded and needed social and economic change. As part of this engagement, your city's staff and representatives from all levels of government will mobilize with the Hamilton 2026 team as part of their ongoing recovery work to align your current priorities and long-term planning with the success of this event. The exciting blueprint that PJ has outlined in his remarks seeks to ensure that these games are best suited to your urgent recovery needs right here, right now, and provide a much needed and likely long overdue stimulus for accelerating regeneration and the reignition of your diverse manufacturing, construction, higher education, creative, digital, tourism, and hospitality industries, to name a few. Furthermore, this opportunity will allow us to work closely with Canada on significantly shifting the dial on truth and reconciliation initiatives with Indigenous and First Nations people at home and across the Commonwealth. Taking some of the work our movement championed in Gold Coast in 2018 through a first of its kind reconciliation action plan to the next level for reparative justice and empowerment. I would also like to note that in this case, we have already exclusively deployed and dedicated our resources to support Hamilton as a prospective host city, owing to the unexpected urgency and need to align the bid closely to your COVID-19 pandemic recovery. Beyond permitting greater flexibility in the application of our traditional requirements for the delivery of the Games in 2026, we have eliminated the all too often expensive head-to-head host city bid process of prior bids, including your 2030 bid, in favor of working with you to curate a Games candidature that is uniquely tailored to Hamilton's context. Simply put, we see this as a milestone opportunity for our movement for both collaboration and innovation. While acknowledging the excitement you felt in a potential 2030 bid, the calamity of the pandemic, coupled with the urgent need to accelerate regeneration initiatives in Hamilton and our current ability to fully deploy and capitalize on the benefits of our Transformation 2022 strategy, this is an unprecedented time of need and opportunity that we collectively felt was too compelling to pass up and not to harness with our place of origin. Not to mention, we have a recent track record of delivering games, both in Glasgow 2014 and Gold Coast 2018, for example, on time and under budget, underspends of £38 million and £70.5 million, respectively. The new delivery model will ensure that games in Birmingham are delivered more efficiently for Birmingham 2022, and our investment in people and new systems and processes will ensure that this efficiency continues for the delivery of the games in 2026, 2030, and the future, wherever in the world they may be. I note this point, as many other events in history have not cut their cloth accordingly and have not necessarily got the balance right between being world-class and community relevant, which is something both our movement and I personally take very seriously in terms of the legitimacy of our proposition and the credibility of the experience and lasting impacts we seek to create with our partners. Your success and satisfaction is our measure of success. This is also outlined clearly in our recently published Commonwealth Games Value Framework Report, authored by PricewaterhouseCoopers, and which is also available online through the CGF and Hamilton 2026 websites. In doing this together, if you support the proposals for Hamilton to host the Games, Hamilton could become the next first city of the Commonwealth and will be forever known as the community that not only gave birth to the origin of the Games almost a century ago, but transformed itself with a renewed sense of relevant and resonant energy, purpose, and potential for the next 100 years. The time for this is now, in 2026, not 2030. Let me move to another area of inquiry. I understand that some very understandable questions have been raised by the Honorable Councillor Brad Clark as to, quote, why no one else wants to host the 2026 Commonwealth Games. I would simply like to respectfully state that this is not the case. Australia and India are two nations that have expressed interest in hosting the 2026 Games. We have also been approached by a number of other potentially interested hosts for future games as part of our bid development pipeline. However, noting our new partnership model and refreshed candidature process, we are focused right now, right here, working with you and the Hamilton 2026 partnership on assessing the merits of a compelling and impactful hosting plan for Hamilton. We are here because we see such powerful synergies between our vision for our games and our movement and the needs and strengths of your city and its people at this moment of need and at this time. And because it is well past time to return to and reunite with our place of origin. Which brings me to another point of inquiry. And here I would like to address my remarks directly to the Honorable Councillor Tom Jackson, whose feelings are no doubt shared by many others, that the disappointments arising from Hamilton's previous unsuccessful bids warrant turning this opportunity down for fear of that disappointment being experienced again. I've discovered through our engagement over the past year that there are still bruises lingering, from which I'm deeply sorry to hear, but equally respect and understand. In fact, even though there have been strong Canadian bids over the last 25 or so years, it is an unfortunate fact that the Games have not returned to Canada since Victoria 1994. And shockingly, in retrospect, have not been back to Ontario since their founding in 1930. Councillor Jackson and to other honorable members of the council, I say to you today that I am here on behalf of the Commonwealth Games Federation and our president, Dame Louise Martin, seeking solidarity, partnership, and friendship in exploring and exhausting the potential before us. The potential to create together a truly transformative and impactful hosting proposal for Hamilton and its citizens that we can together put forward for endorsement to our 72 national and territorial members. This is not the often uncertain blind horse race bid of yesteryear. This is a pledge for partnership and the chance to jointly create opportunities for your community and the people of the Commonwealth we serve. So simply put, we want to work with Hamilton. We want to realize your and our full potential. And the only way we can do this effectively is in partnership. Hopefully a fact that now is evident in that I am the first leader of the Federation in its history to speak to a city's leadership directly in circumstances such as this, as part of our search and discovery process. And so I hope that in considering this opportunity, you will judge us not on the disappointments of the past, but on the deeds of today and in the weeks and months to come. Whatever the past, I am here with you today to write a new chapter in the defining and impactful history of the Commonwealth Games and your illustrious city. A new chapter, I might add, in a story that began for us right here 90 years ago just 4 days from now on the 14th of August, 1930.
Wow.
Ultimately, there could be no more fitting tribute to Bobby Robinson's vision and courage in daring to host the first games at the onset of the Great Depression with significant global uncertainty and social discourse, then to be inspired to reimagine the games at a time of not dissimilar challenge. His daring in the face of adversity brought forth the innovation and a sporting sense of the first medal ceremonies for athletes on a tiered podium, the first use of volunteers in a major sporting event, the launch of the first travel grants for athletes, and the creation of the first athletes village in multi-sport event history. In accepting our offer to work together in the spirit of friendship to recover from our current challenges, who knows what innovations in sport and beyond Hamilton will once again forge in 2026 in order to create a more peaceful, sustainable, and prosperous world at home, across Canada, and throughout the world. Mayor Eisenberger, honorable councilors, and for everyone watching today, I thank you for your kind attention and the opportunity to speak with you, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grevenberg, and appreciate the heartfelt comments that you've also made about our city. I'm not sure if PJ Mercanti's there, but I'm going to move on. And I think at this point, I'm going to ask if there's any questions of the presenters. And I'm going to also mention, and PJ, you can clarify as well, that Lou Fraporti, Cecilia Carter-Smith, and Greg Maychek are also online available to answer questions.
I believe, sorry, through the chair, I believe that Greg is, but I'm not sure if Lou or Cecilia was having some technical difficulties, but I do know Greg is available.
Okay, that's fine then. So we'll move on then to a speakers list, which I see I have a number of placards being laid out in front of me. So we will start with Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. I want to thank the presenters. That was probably one of the most comprehensive, dynamic presentation I've experienced in the context of the games ever. And it's kind of interesting that they are focused in respect to their values in rediscovering themselves, restating their values, and understanding through the evolution of the games, the feedback and the pressures and the pushback from many community members around the world has been reflected in this opportunity. So I want to thank each and every one of them. So what was interesting is I'm very happy that we keep delaying because we're learning more. And as we learn more, I don't want to be precipitous in making decisions until I have all the information so I can make an informed decision. So I noted that there was a lot more focused in something that I hold dear, and that's on housing. And I see that you have a new partner that's working with you, PJ, on the housing. You said you came up with 3,000 units. Is that what the requirement is?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Whitehead. So we have a need to accommodate a specific number of athletes and officials and media, et cetera. And so, you know, the need is to potentially host 4,500 athletes, but we see that through the accommodation / hosting plan that we could deliver to the community 3,000 units at a minimum. And so I'm happy to if either Graham Cubitt or Brian McPherson want to perhaps elaborate further on the specific needs. But we do need to accommodate a few more than that. However, at a minimum, we hope to deliver that number of units.
Just before you do that, on the because there's two areas I have a keen focus on. Of course, affordable housing, but the other piece for me is supportive housing. And is there a way that we can blend the two in such a proposal? And when I say that, I'm talking about housing that may have ensure you have accessibility issues for people with disabilities, for example, or that could be easily accommodated in the context of a supportive housing type unit. And your partner is fully aware of what I'm talking about. So I'll be interested to hear what he has to say.
No, absolutely. And thanks for that question. And I will pass this to Graham Cubitt in a quick moment. But just to share, we are looking at a very dynamic and integrated housing plan that delivers on the community need for more affordable housing units, supportive housing, and Graham can elaborate further on the framework we're using. So I'll pass it over to Graham.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Whitehead. The 3,000 number was what Indwell's board said. If Indwell is going to be involved with, we need to be involved with creating at least 3,000 affordable units. There may be additional housing units, obviously, for sale condos or affordable market housing that's sold, which would be in addition to that, maybe even 2,000 more units in addition to the 3,000. But that would be outside of the affordable housing legacy. We know that it's very critical that, from our perspective, that we deliver on the affordable, permanently affordable rental housing that our community desperately needs. To your question about supportive housing, absolutely. We know that federal and provincial investment will be imperative for a housing legacy. It's as it always is for affordable housing. One of the most dramatic paybacks is for the province to invest in supportive housing, because the province is the level of government that has the majority of the savings. And so a large percentage of that 3,000 units could be supportive housing of one sort or another. And 20% of the total amount that we would build would be barrier-free as well in terms of the accessibility. So those are all elements that could be woven into a housing strategy and would actually augment the results of the housing legacy, because by the end of this, we want to make sure that there is no homelessness in Hamilton, and that the affordable housing waiting list is virtually eliminated between this initiative and other initiatives like Hamilton is Home.
And Graham, my last question is.
Questions.
Last question is the provincial government, federal government often provide housing programs, whether it's a lot of times it's not needs-based, but it's per capita spending. Do you see this as an opportunity over and above those traditional accesses to housing funds?
Through you, Madam Chair, the National Housing Strategy, as many of you are aware, upended the per capita model and actually opens up an opportunity for communities to put forward their need and put forward viable projects to receive funding on a non-per capita basis. This is a unique opportunity that, I should say, that changed the paradigm of how affordable housing is funded and offers us as a community the opportunity to put forward a significant number of viable projects in order to meet our needs. If other communities don't get their act together and don't apply for funds, that's up to them. But the way that the system is structured now is up to us as a community to lead the federal and indeed the provincial government towards solutions.
Thank you very much. I'm quite excited with your involvement in this, and I look forward to the further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have Councillor Jackson.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I only have a speech to make. So as long as your procedures carrying on with Q&As for the delegates at this time, and nobody decides to give a speech as well right after their Q&As, then keep me on the list for when speeches begin, please. Thank you.
I have you noted. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Next, I have Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And it was a very interesting presentation. I really enjoyed the content and really enjoyed what was said and what the objectives are. I just have a few questions. And the first one is to David Grievenberg. I'm pronouncing that right, David. I'm sorry if I didn't. You said you had other locations that are interested. The two that struck me were India and Australia. Are they still interested for 2026?
Yes, Councillor. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, there is interest in a 26 or future bid, and there is. But right now, as I stated, our focus has been really exclusively through our new delivery model has been on Canada and looking at Hamilton now. since the internal selection process from Commonwealth Sport Canada. So it is not a traditional bid process. It is a candidature process, and we are focusing our attention right now and actually have reinforced that through a recent letter that was sent by Dame Louise Martin, our president, to the bid committee that states that through to September, as we get to this point, we are focused on supporting Hamilton through this process. But there does come a point where we obviously need to secure games, and that is something that we obviously will have a prerogative, if you will, eventually. But our focus now is with you, as well as Commonwealth Sport Canada, on seeing what we can create with this partnership.
Thank you. I appreciate your confidence in our city, in our province, in our country. And do you know why Calgary pulled out? Because they originally applied for 2026, did they not?
Well, it's actually a selection process that was run through Commonwealth Sport Canada, and I could defer to on exactly that process, which we were involved with, but it was driven by Commonwealth Sport Canada, which actually prioritized 2026 with Hamilton. So that was actually a selection internally.
So that was made by Commonwealth Canada, the Commonwealth Games Group, not necessarily by Calgary then.
I'll let Brian McPherson probably explain more of the details. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, Commonwealth Sport Canada did conduct, as I said earlier, an open, fair, and competitive process over the last 18 months. Started with 14 cities expressing some interest, 6 developing a bid, but ultimately with submission deadlines, it came down to Calgary, yes, for 2026, and Hamilton for 2030. We have a bid and hosting committee of experts in the games field who assessed those 2 bids. And ultimately, near the end of March, selected Hamilton over Calgary.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. And to PJ, we're a little short of time. 6 years may sound like a long time, but that goes up pretty quickly. And we still got some lash marks on our back from the Pan Am Games, and particularly around the stadium and how we got so bogged down and got so divisive around the stadium location. It was a horrible experience and one that I'll go to my grave regretting. But what needs to be built and what could be controversial, the structures that need to be built to accommodate this in 2026? And PJ, if you wanted to fuck that to someone else, that's okay.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And through the chair, I'll take a stab at answering it and then defer to Brian and perhaps Greg following that. But one key item that we would like to share is that we intend over the course of the next few weeks and few months to start a substantial and deep community consultation. So we do not want to make any assumptions as it relates to venues and the venue plan. And to be perfectly honest, we are very capable and it's very probable that we could deliver the games with very few new venues. But we want to have a conversation with council, with the community about legacy investments or cost mitigation. There are venues that we can build or renovate, or there's venues that we can host games in tomorrow if need be. So I think the discussions that we have over the course of the next little while will drive what that venue plan will look like, but we don't want to be presumptive. We genuinely do want this to be a collaboration with council, with the city, but we do feel very confident in our ability to have all the venues ready for 2026. And you, like David Grebenberg had mentioned, utilizing the expertise that the Federation offers and being able to run games, we'll lean on them. But this will be a very collaborative process with the city, with Commonwealth Sport, with the Federation on the venue plan. But to my earlier point, we want to make sure that the community has their say in where these venues go.
Okay, so you need more time then to do this collaboration. So when do you need a decision by from the city?
So I will I will. I believe that the goal is today we wanted to, through the chair, to provide information. We wanted to provide information just to help council digest this, this new offer that is on the table before us and for us. We do hope to come back to council in September to share more details related to elements of this very bid after we've had an opportunity to consult further. We understand that Commonwealth Games Federation, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, and certainly Brian or David can elaborate further. But we recognize that that both of those parties are motivated to move forward in good faith and to get rolling, so to speak, upon satisfaction of due diligence by this council. And so if Brian or David wanted to elaborate further on questions related to timing and process, I'll defer to you.
Anyone else care to comment on what you're looking for new venues? And it was interesting that PJ saying that we could run them with all existing venues, which is interesting, other than the housing component. So, David, do you have anything else to add on that,
sorry, Brian here, and through the chair, I was coming back here about the support in principle, and we need to have support in principle by the 3 levels of government by the end of September to keep moving this process forward. And to be clear about support in principle, it's not a commitment by any level of government for finances. It's a commitment to allow government officials at each of those levels to come together around a table and discuss the multi-party agreement. And it's only after negotiations of a multi-party agreement that agreement goes back to each level of government to be ratified. And that's where contribution sharing comes into play. And if you don't like that particular negotiated agreement, then you don't need to ratify it. Conversely, if you like it, you ratify it. But we'll only move forward with a bid from Canada.
But he's answering the question.
Multi-party agreement is signed and approved by all 3 levels of government.
And Madam Chair, I don't want to take a lot of time. Just one more question. So we need to have a feel, from you, Brian. What are you looking for from the city of Hamilton? And the province and the federal government have gone deep in debt over the pandemic, as we have. What kind of feel are you getting from the senior levels of government? But I'd like to have a feel what you're going to be expecting from the city of Hamilton in the way of financial contribution.
Yeah. Well, that remains to be seen through the negotiations with the other 2 levels of government. But as far as the other 2 levels of government are concerned, the federal government has a hosting policy where they want to see Canada host 2 major games every 10 years. And this fits within that policy. So they're supportive of a Commonwealth Games in 2026. And they're in as long as the Ontario government is in.
And if I may, sorry to interrupt through the chair, just to piggyback on that question. Minister McLeod, a few weeks back, did speak publicly, and when asked the question, did share that the province supports in principle. That was verbal. That was, it was documented by the media. So we certainly look forward to engaging further with the province. But in the function of just, process moving. The process moving forward. We do seek to come back to council for resolution for staff assessment. And then, obviously at some point shortly after, ask for a letter of support in principle by the city. But once staff has an opportunity to assess the information, we'll share.
Okay, that's all, Madam Chair. I just want to thank all the delegates. It was an outstanding presentation. I learned a tremendous amount today. So I was very uneasy with 2026. I'm still am, but I feel a lot more comfortable after today, particularly hearing from Brian and David, and PJ. So thanks very much. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Danko. We're getting you.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I have 3 avenues of questions for the presenters. The first one is on the role of the Commonwealth Games Federation and Commonwealth Canada in terms of the venues and what is ultimately delivered for the games. So I read through the presentation, and there's quite a bit of discussion about Commonwealth Games Federation being part of the development of what actually becomes the games. And I heard the gentleman from Commonwealth Games Federation talking about the balance between world-class facilities and community relevance. So my question through you to the presenters is, what authority and I guess role does the Federation have in terms of the venues, site selection, layout and use, design standards, size, amount of seating, that kind of thing, versus what our local municipal priorities might be for these venues?
So through the chair, it's PJ here. I would recommend perhaps that David take the lead, and Brian, if you wanted to provide any follow-up commentary related to venue process as part of a games exercise.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, and a very good question, if I may add. The game, each sport has different requirements, obviously for what we call games time mode. But what we really are looking at is the longer term sustainability of any venue that we use. So to really determine if it's a new build or a refurbishment of an existing build, or simply the borrowing of an existing venue for the time of the games, we make a assessment of what options do we have for both training and competition venues that are already in existence. Over the past several games, we have really sought not to build or require the building of anything in terms of the overall construction of a sports program that would put undue burden on a community. And so we've been very careful. Glasgow is a great example, and also Gold Coast are two very recent examples where there have been facilities that have fulfilled a world-class environment for the games and other events, but also have been very community relevant. And we have plenty of examples that we can give to you in terms of that approach. But we're very much a partner in that process. We look at and seek to ensure that the requirements of hosting the event can be met with the facilities that you have available, and also to work with our sports programming to make that work. But very importantly, we look to ensure that there is real community relevance well into the future, and that is part of our our signature over the past several games, done going back as late as Manchester in 2022. I do also just reemphasize to take a look at the PricewaterhouseCoopers report on our games value framework, which does talk to this in some detail as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grevenberg. And just to follow up on that, and to be clear, there are specific standards for the venues to host certain sports and whatever events are going to be hosted there. And in order for the games to proceed with those venues, so if we're talking about using existing venues, they would have to be brought up to those standards in order to meet those international standards to host the events that they're being asked to host. That's correct?
Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's part of the overall planning. I think I guess the secret in the sauce, so to speak, is getting the balance right about what is a good temporary investment versus a long-term investment. And with every game we work through, there's a process to identify is there the return on investment for the long term, or can you use temporary facilities as well, which is also quite commonplace.
And just one follow-up comment, sorry to interrupt through the chair. If some of the venues that we do, hope to use for some of the sports are not in the city of Hamilton, we also have the opportunity to go to neighboring communities in the Hamilton, Halton, Niagara region, where there may be suitable facilities already constructed to ensure that we mitigate costs.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Brian, just a couple of other comments along those same lines. One is our guiding advice to bid committees is do not build any new building venue if it doesn't have a community need after the games. It's as simple as that. Second is through the multi-party agreement, it's been a hallmark of Canada to create a facilities endowment fund for these new facilities to subsidize operating costs of those facilities for generations to come.
Thank you. My second line of questions was on the timeline. I'd like to dig into the timeline a little bit here, if I may, Madam Deputy Mayor. So 2026 is 6 years from now. I believe the games are in the summer, so it'd be around a full 6 years. And I heard through the discussion that the intention is that there will be time for this to go to staff for an assessment. So there'll be an additional presentation in September. It'll be sent to staff for assessment. But then I also heard that we're looking for support in principle by September in order to move forward with the timelines, which would be followed by the multi-party agreement. So can I get some clarification from the presenters, specifically what they're looking for in terms of timeline for this to go to staff, for us to have support in principle, and how long the negotiation and finalization of the multi-party agreement is expected to take?
Through the chair, I'll defer this to Brian McPherson. But just to reiterate, and for the purpose of time, we wanted today to just provide a framework for the opportunity that's before us. We recognize that staff and council have been deeply invested in pandemic recovery, which is certainly understandable and which we all acknowledge. So we wanted to just kind of provide this base foundation of information, and we have been working behind the scenes to eventually populate a substantial further information for staff assessment. But we recognize that that Commonwealth Sport Canada and Commonwealth Games Federation do need to move the process forward. So I'll defer to Brian to perhaps comment further on process and what that typically looks like.
Thanks, PJ. And through the chair, it's our goal to have support in principle letters from each 3 levels of government by the end of September. And with that, we can proceed with negotiations and discussions on the multi-party agreement. I was intimately involved with the 2010 Olympic multi-party agreement and indirectly involved with the Pan Am Games one in 2015. And it can take a rather lengthy time. However, it's usually 3 to 4 months on the principal terms to come to an agreement on principal terms. And and if we get that to happen, the rest of the multi-party agreement legalese can wait. Principal terms are the most important piece, and they can be done in 3 to 4 months.
Thank you. And through you to Madam Deputy Mayor, to the presenters, how far in advance do all the venues need to be completely finished, fitted out, and be hosting preparation events? My understanding is 2 years in advance, but through you, just like clarification for that.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'll defer to Brian again in terms, or Greg, if you wanted to perhaps provide comment. You're on mute, Greg.
Sorry about that. Ideally, you like to have your test events about 1 year in advance of the games, and that would be ideal. But there have been games where they've had test events even closer to the actual games, and then of course they host the big event.
Thank you. So
through the chair, if I may add some clarity, if you don't mind. We also have I think a very strong policy. It's not all. We have testing and testing events. So there's where we try to hold as much testing opportunities, but not necessarily mandated test events for every single sport. Really, what we try to do is minimize disruption and maximize efficiency through the process. And so when I say minimize disruption to an existing venue if it's used by the community. So the venue use periods would look to really optimize and coordinate with each venue owner, the maximum period that we would need to uphold safety and security provisions in terms of the build out and so forth and preparation and actual hosting, and then of course the dissolution. But our philosophy, and over the past several games, we've had a very successful track record of minimizing the disruptive period, and we would really look to work that out with the local community as much as possible, and with the venue owners and obviously, the longer you hold a venue, the more expensive it is as well, in terms of loss of income and just securing those venues. So we certainly look to be as efficient and effective as possible and least disruptive.
Thank you. So on the timeline, if I'm looking this in 6 years is between now and the actual games, we're looking at 4.5, maybe best case scenario between the time when the multi-party agreement is finalized and when these venues are ready. So when I'm thinking about all the work that needs to go into that, we're talking, I think, around $500 million worth of infrastructure in that 4.5 years, best case. We need to set the scope of what these venues are actually going to be. We need to cite them. We need to go through our public consultations. Then, of course, there's planning and zoning, environmental assessments, other regulatory reviews that need to be done. And that's before we even get into the design build phase. And then even once these venues are built, fitting them out, they're quite complicated with electronics and everything that you need to host an international sporting event. It's not as complicated as building an arena has been in Hamilton. This is a whole other level. And, I think we all recall vividly the experience with Tim Hortons Field and the difficulties involved there, which is coming up on our agenda as well. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the presentation team, is there apprehension that this is possible to do the amount of work that's required in the time frame that's available?
So through the chair, I'll take the lead on that, then kick it to Greg and to Brian. So first, just one item of I guess clarification. So the infrastructure budget that the capital budget that we've been contemplating is vastly reduced from the 2030 bid. So one thing that's important to share is that the capital numbers that we were looking at for 2030 are not what we're contemplating here. It's a far more reduced, significantly reduced number. And this is where we certainly seek to invite community feedback on and council feedback on what these proposed venues could look like, because we have, as part of our behind the scenes exercise, have slated venue option A, venue option B, venue option C that are new build, modified, or use existing. So this is where we seek feedback from the community and from City Hall as to what matters more, legacy investments long term or cost mitigation. So there is some flexibility that we have to design a venue plan that can be executed upon in a short time frame. And another point worth mentioning is that we have the opportunity to reduce the sport program. So there's fewer facilities needed for 2026 games, fewer athletes. It's far more, I believe, feasible to execute with the federation's expertise. And just to give another differentiator between Pan Am, because we know Pan Am has been brought up a lot, Pan Am required 30 venues across Southern Ontario, where we're only contemplating the use of 16 venues. So it's half as many venues that we're touching through this Commonwealth Games exercise than what the province and the country had to look at with Pan Am. So it's far more executable, in my humble opinion. But I'll pass it off to Greg and Brian for further comment.
All I was going to add is that we're not only working with the Federation and Commonwealth Sport Canada, but we're also working with some experts that have worked on previous games who will help us with the scope and the scheduling to ensure everything's delivered well in advance of the games. And we feel confident, as do they, that it's feasible in terms of what's required and what we'll need to do over the next 4 years.
Thank you. I do have a
Sorry, through the chair, Brian, one more comment. We will not move forward with a finalized venue plan unless the city officials are happy with it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do have another question on relating to the pandemic and risks involved, but I will go on for a second time to
Okay, thank you.
other speakers proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm being very lenient in timelines. Madam Clerk is constantly putting up the 1 minute signal for me, so just warning everyone. Councillor Nan, next, please.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor, a few questions related to timeline, picking up, I believe, from previous speaker. Some questions are related to affordable housing and some questions around community engagement. Before I proceed, I just want to say that there was an unfortunate comment made earlier around lash marks on our backs, and I just want to acknowledge in this era of anti-Black racism that is a comment that is born from a legacy of slavery. So it's really unfortunate that that was used. But back to topic at hand. So in terms of the affordable housing, in terms of the goal that has been projected, many Hamiltonians can appreciate the urgency that we have facing our community for landing those units as quickly as possible. And so I wanted to get clear from you or the bid team, what has been the past practice and what do you envision in terms of occupancy of those units for Hamiltonians that would need those deeply affordable units? So after the games, how long is the duration that you see or anticipate post games for those units to become available online for residents?
So I'll lead. Thank you for the question, Councillor, through the chair. And I'll defer to Graham and perhaps to Greg and Brian, who can perhaps speak a bit more broadly as to the transition timelines after games, into the for community benefit. But just on the theme of the affordable housing strategy, we recognize it was important to bring those that are deeply invested to the table. And we obviously acknowledge and respect INWELL's leadership on this item. And we know that INWELL does want to be collaborative with the city and other not-for-profit and private sector supporters that can provide some answers and helpful solutions to this issue. But on the comments of timing, I'll defer to Greg, Brian, and Graham. I don't know who perhaps wants to take the lead on that, but I'll pass it over to any one of them to step up and comment first.
So the chair, Brian here. In my experience in sending Canada's teams to the Commonwealth Games around the world, all athletes, coaches, and officials must depart the athletes' village within 5 days, if not earlier, from the conclusion or the closing ceremonies of the games. And typically, there's a transition period of getting all the games-only stuff out of the athletes' village and transferring it for its long-term use, in this case, affordable housing, and that typically takes 2 to 3 months.
And just one further follow-up comment. I think related to items of occupancy and other issues on this subject, they may well be a part of the community benefits agreement process, which would obviously be determined in consultation with the city and with other stakeholders at the table.
Thank you. I just curious, was there another speaker on this question, or was that it?
Graham here. I could speak to this, Madam Chair. Councillor Nunn, I think in terms of the timeline between when the games is over or when we move community tenants into apartments, Brian's comment would be most informed about that, but obviously our goal would be to make it as rapid as possible transition from the games use to the permanent use by our community for affordable housing. In terms of the timelines, to get this housing portfolio built, Indwell's experience is that it usually takes us around 3 years to go from the idea of a project to occupancy. So working with strong alignment, obviously, through planning and all the city departments, starting sooner than later makes a difference, and moving towards the goal, obviously, of the occupancy by the games uses, and then immediately into community uses. The timeline is ambitious, but it's feasible.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do also appreciate the integration of a much more in-depth community benefits framework being discussed in this entire endeavor. And I want to acknowledge that the team has listened to council, and I know that myself and at least a couple other councillors had wanted to ensure that that piece gets integrated in a real, truly meaningful way in terms of community engagement. So it is a good segue into community engagement and getting a sense related to timeline. What you all were thinking would be an adequate amount of time to engage with our community around establishing those community benefits, defining those community benefits, and then often once those are set, then there is all the work that comes out after that in terms of the training opportunities, the job opportunities locally, let alone some of the other components that would make up a community benefits agreement. So if I could just get a sense from you where you're at there in terms of timeline and what you think would be an adequate period of time for that consultation with the public. And supplement to that is in relation to a COVID context where we're seeing those opportunities are primarily online these days in terms of community engagement, and how you might negate the exclusionary practice of only using online engagement, given that we already understand that access to internet isn't readily available to all of our residents here in Hamilton. Thanks.
So great question, Councillor, and through the chair, I'll take a first stab at answering this. So we're still very early in the engagement process, and so I guess in terms of immediate engagement, we seek to first engage with City Hall and to inform councillors of the opportunity and staff the framework that we're looking at. So we certainly seek immediate feedback over the course of the next few weeks, months related to what was shared today and what will be shared in the coming days. In terms of more broad community consultation, we will certainly be reaching out to notable groups in the community. That process has already started. We did have very positive discussions with the Hamilton, Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion and the Community Benefits Network, and we appreciated the feedback that was shared with us. We certainly hope that this is the beginning of much more in the form of discussion and collaboration. So we'll respectfully be seeking City Hall and Council's direction as it relates to what it would like the feedback and the community engagement to look like, both short-term and long-term. And in terms of the more long-term strategy, I think we need to give ourselves enough time to build out an appropriate community benefits agreement that can still work simultaneous to the exercise with the Federation and Commonwealth Sport Canada. So I think it's going to be important that these are two parallel tracks, that run simultaneously, and we'll certainly seek everybody's feedback on what should engagement look like in a COVID era. How much can we do in person? I'm assuming it'll be a hybrid of in person and virtual. And so we'll have to get creative in terms of how to execute that. So we'll certainly lean on Council and City Hall's thoughts as it relates to what the engagement strategy should look like. But please, please know that we're genuine in our desire to make sure that many voices are at the table and provide their feedback and insights, because we're learning as we're going along, and we want to make this. We genuinely do want the entire community to come together in the name of this opportunity to focus on the priorities that are important to the people of Hamilton. So we welcome council and staff's feedback as it relates to the process. We certainly don't seek to have all the answers, but we know that deep engagement will follow this.
Thank you. And in that COVID context, in terms of the Birmingham Games that are scheduled to take place in 2022, and understanding from medical health officers here in Canada and globally, understanding that the kind of physical distancing requirements and masking requirements are likely to stay in place for up to 2 years. Are the Birmingham Games likely to continue, and have they negotiated a bumping rights in terms of being able to, if not due to COVID, host in 2022, that they be prepared to host in 2026? Is that some of the framework, or is that even a consideration at this point?
Through the chair, I'll defer to perhaps David Grevenberg or Brian McPherson to perhaps comment on that. Obviously, not specific or not being intimately connected to the Birmingham process. I'll defer to David to start.
Thank
perhaps.
you. And Madam Chair, and Councillor, thank you very much for your question. And I think also just to echo, we have over the past several games, really since Glasgow 2014, but as far back as Manchester in 2022, community engagement is not just about a one-way engagement of telling people what is going to happen. It is very much an enrollment process of enrolling the local community and really ensuring that we have vested interest and shared benefit. And there are a number of really positive examples and best practice from past games that we look forward to sharing with the community. And again, also through the recent work of PricewaterhouseCoopers. Again, I'm going back to that report, but it's an excellent resource that highlights some of those best practice models. We are also one of the first first major sporting events to have developed an approach to upholding human rights, and that is something in our construct, and actually have a statement and policy that is very focused on obviously the prevention of harm, but also a remedy when harm is created. But then finally, how do we shift the dial on a number of very pertinent and relevant social issues and so forth. So it's just to give you some context and also some comfort that this is very, very much part of our planning procedures, but also part of the ethos of our modern Commonwealth sport movement. Moving on to the question, the final question. Could you repeat it just quickly?
Yes, it would be my pleasure. Through the chair, in context of the Tokyo Games being bumped by the Olympic Committee, is Birmingham also in a similar situation for 2022? And if so, would they get bumping rights to 2026?
We have been working very, very closely with the Birmingham 2022 delivery partnership in assessing the knock-on effects of the shifting of and rescheduling of Tokyo 2022. At this point in time, we have only had to make accommodation by shifting our schedule by 1 day. So there has been an assessment in terms of making space for other events that will be taking place in 2022. At this point in time, in terms of our current risk profiling, we are full steam ahead for 2022, but obviously we'll be taking a look. But there is no current thinking about shifting to a 2022 to a 2026, because obviously that incurs more cost and time lag and so forth. So our focus right now is to safely and responsibly deliver games in Birmingham in 2022, and then host another games both safely and responsibly in 2026.
I appreciate that. And then I guess my last question would be back to you through the chair, David, in terms of the transform strategy, which is referenced in the documentation, that it's underway and was underway for the Birmingham Games, and that the benefits that are being spoken to of having the Federation play a partnership role in developing the hosting plan is only available for 2026, yet the strategy is something that you articulated as being the framework for games moving forward, kind of the evolution, I thought I heard you say, of the games moving forward. Would that same transform strategy and those types of benefits not be considerations for 2030 as well?
Yes, we're looking at actually all the way out to 2030, which there's Transformation 2022, which has been a process that we started in 2015. And we recently refreshed that strategy to take us through to 2022. As part of that strategy has been the creation of our Games Partnership Delivery Model, which essentially is an entity that we are embedded now within the host organizing partnership, and are an active player, not just, as I'd say, the men and women from Del Monte who occasionally come and inspect the crops. This is actually a partnership by which we are on the on the front line in the delivery and planning of the event, and also take on some of the responsibility for the commercial program, as well as the transfer of knowledge programs and providing required expertise at the right time. And that really has already started through the bid process. So the support that we have been providing already to Hamilton is a reflection of that partnership model, which we look to perpetuate from games to games to games. So Birmingham's the first games that is benefiting from this, and the efficiencies of scale and some of the long-term commercial opportunities that we've created will support us from games to games to games. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then the final question back to the bid team would be in regards to cost overruns. As you can appreciate, there's been a lot of concern expressed by residents about these games are being framed as being zero cost to the city. The residents rightfully looking at past games and the inflation in terms of cost overruns going from 1,000% down to 300%. I don't have the documentation in front of me. How are you intending to integrate cost overrun scenarios into your financial projection, and will that be part of what you're presenting in September to Council?
So I'll perhaps start and then defer to Brian or David for some follow-up comment through the chair. My apologies. And so cost or contingencies are built into the various budgets right now. So there is I'd like to think a substantial contingency number that should there be unexpected increases in any aspect of the operational plan or capital plan, that there is a contingency allowance already built in. And it's, and it's quite substantial at present. We seek to share more information around that in the coming days, weeks, et cetera, with council and staff in anticipation of a September follow-up. But we are alert to the need to ensure that risks are mitigated and that we have a responsible financial plan. But as it relates to previous cost overruns with certain games, I think Brian or David may be better equipped to answer that. So I'll respectfully defer to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian here, as I mentioned in my opening comments, there's a number of financial management and risk mitigation strategies built into the planning and delivery of the games. Ultimately, when it comes to budgets, it is only the board of directors who approve budget changes, and that board of directors have representatives from every funding partner. So if there is a budget change, it is upfront, it is a deliberate change and purposeful, and only with the ratification by that board and its member representatives.
And through the chair, if I may just add one final point, the past two games we've recently hosted, both in Glasgow 2014 and Gold Coast 2018, have had cost underspends. So there is a track record of us working and cutting our cloth accordingly. And this is we're looking to continue to capitalize on that trend. in terms of course, responsible budget planning when it comes to planning with contingency and so forth, but at the same time, not necessarily, and I believe Brian McPherson also stated this in some of his opening remarks, that just because we have it doesn't mean we spend it. And that is something that's quite important. And again, with the focus on community benefit and long-term community sustainable development at the core of what we're trying to achieve with the Commonwealth sport movement, we are looking at expenditure also through that lines of how we can maximize community benefit with the investments that we do make. So it is very much a joined up approach in terms of the partnership modeling around the decision-making process on expenditure and budget usage.
Sorry, just to clarify, through the chair, David, did you just say that the Gold Coast Games and the Glasgow Games came in under budget?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Glasgow 2014 came in under budget 38 million pounds, and Gold Coast 2018 70.5 million pounds.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you.
If I may add, sorry, through the chair, and I guess this is a question for David, but it pertains to the previous councillor's questions. What was done with the excess funds from the contingencies that were not used? So in the case of Glasgow and the case of Gold Coast, obviously you said not all that money was used. What was how did those get repurposed?
Well, it depends on where they came from. So if in the case of the central government or federal government funding, it obviously is repurposed. There is a bit of discussion and negotiation at any point of can that be repurposed back within the local community that these funds were originally focused with, if there is an underspend. In the case of Glasgow, some of the unspent money, I know for a fact, went back into supporting the development of a high performance center for para-sport, as an example. So it really depends on the local community, but I'd be happy to share how that funding was repurposed for both Glasgow 2014 as well as Gold Coast 2018 as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Nan, you're through on your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go on to Councillor Clark. And just with committee's indulgence, I know I have not been pushing the 5-minute timeline, only in respect to the fact that we have international people on board that are here to answer questions. So I certainly respect that and ask that my colleagues please keep your questions concise. And if they've been answered, please don't ask them again. So I'm going to go on now to Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask for clarification in terms of process? We're asking questions of the delegates now. Will we have an opportunity to ask questions of staff after we're finished receiving the delegates' documentation?
Madam Clerk, I don't know that there would be staff available to answer questions because I don't think they have all the information on that yet. But Madam Clerk, I'll turn to you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I believe that there are a few staff in attendance, Carrie. However, there is no staff report before you today. I believe that's coming forward in September. And once staff has had the opportunity to put all of that information together, I don't believe it's available yet. That would be the better time to be asking staff if it's directly related. I do believe that Carrie's here. But again, I think there's a staff report coming in September.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Not a problem.
Good morning, Mr. Mercanti and Mr. Grevenberg and all of your associates who are here today. Thank you for attending today, either through this virtual thing or I'm not sure if anyone's actually in our building today, but I appreciate your attendance. I also appreciate the report that was provided to us. It seems to be a very glossy sales report. But for me, it was lacking a little bit in substance. And I'd like to ask Mr. Mercanti, I guess, do we have you've mentioned twice now today a budget. You mentioned that there was a substantive contingency built into the budget. 3,000 housing units was mentioned. Do we have what the budget will be projected so far? Not holding you to it, obviously, because things are going to change. But we don't have that. And if it's being shared with some councillors and not others, I have some concerns.
Through the chair, to I guess answer high level. So we have been working, our bid committee team has been working with the Federation, with experts in various areas of transportation and games overlay, capital, et cetera. So we're working on a very robust budget, and there's, as mentioned earlier, various scenarios as it relates to what the capital budget could look like. So this is where we seek the feedback of council. Thus far, we have not shared any preliminary budget details with any councillors. So we're speaking in terms of broad themes related to the budget, items of contingency and capital, different capital areas. But in the coming weeks, we do intend to present to council and to staff what our preliminary budgets are. And again, these won't be presented necessarily by ourselves. These budgets will be vetted by the Federation, by the expert accountants and folks that do this for a living. So they will be the ones that will be providing it to council and staff for consideration, recognizing there is a degree of fluidity in regards to the venue plan. And so just wanted to share that. And I also wanted to housing would be separate from the traditional games and venue capital budget. So in previous sets of games, the housing component has been a separate fund, a separate arm. So while it's in connection to the games, it's historically been treated separately from the traditional games budget. And I may, not to put him on the spot, but ask Brian McPherson to perhaps explain further what that means. So yeah.
I appreciate that, Mr. McCanty, but I was asking you the question about the budget. So you have the budgets, but you haven't shared them with any of the councillors, including the 2 councillors or 3 councillors that are sitting on the committee?
That's correct. We have not. We do intend to share that in the coming days. We wanted to give council a flavor and a feeling of what the new deal on the table is. And I could confidently state it is a substantially lower number than what was previously reported as part of the 2030 bid plan.
Okay, so can I ask you a hypothetical then? So when I'm looking at the Birmingham numbers for their games, they're spending £778 or $1.3 billion on their Commonwealth Games. And the city of Birmingham is spending £184 billion or 300, no, that's not right. £184 billion or 321 million. So is that roughly where you are in your budget, 1.1 million to $1.3 billion?
Through the chair, and I'll have perhaps David respond specifically through related to Birmingham, but we are not making any decisions related to the capital side of our budget. We want council to provide its feedback and to provide us with some direction, hence the desire for there to be a bit more robust communication with the community and with council offices. We don't want to make the decision on capital spend. We want that to be collaborative with council, with the public, because it can swing substantially downward should the focus of council be cost mitigation over legacy.
So can I ask, and I think it was asked earlier, but respectfully, I'm not sure we got a really good answer on it. It says there's no impact on the city's tax levy from hosting the games.
That's what they say.
I'm seeing Birmingham spending $321 million. And I've seen every previous budget for Commonwealth Games, and all of the municipalities spent approximately 20 to 30% of the total cost of the games. So how is it that the city of Hamilton will have no impact on their tax levy at all when historically there's about a 25% hit to the municipal partner?
Through the chair, and I'll just speak to some broad themes without getting into the weeds per se. But one item that's worth noting is in Birmingham in the UK, there is no provincial government. So it's the federal government, it's the local government. So there's a different governance structure that applies to Ontario and Canada specifically versus the UK. And on the budget on the topic of the community share, the community share towards hosting of the games does not solely have to come from the city of Hamilton per se. Sector investment, institutional investment certainly can be a part of the municipal share, quote unquote. And to cite an example, the investments that are being contemplated in the downtown venues would be an example of private sector investment that would count towards the municipal share of the games. And another key factor that hasn't been identified as being an offsetting benefit to the host municipality is that ticket sales and sponsorship revenue of major games traditionally stay with the host community share. So that is a substantial number that needs to be factored in when we think about the host municipal share. Between that number, between private sector and institutional support, and a revised games budget, we do believe, and we look forward to sharing more with council, that the asks of this council will be limited to those items that I did share prior.
And two more questions, Deputy Mayor, if I may. The funding model from the feds, as I understood it, for the Commonwealth Games anyways, was 50% of the total for the Commonwealth Games. And then historically, it's been 25 to the province and 25 to municipality. Has the province now indicated that they're willing to pay more than 25%, that they're willing to pay 30, 40% of the total?
Through the chair, I'll respectfully defer to Brian, who can speak more to the funding frameworks provided by the federal and provincial governments.
Right. So exact numbers from Ontario government or the federal government will only come through the multi-party agreement negotiations, specifically the contribution sharing. We have models. We see what has happened in the past vis-a-vis contributions to Pan Am Games from both higher levels of government. But ultimately, until we sit down with them, including the City of Hamilton's officials sitting down with them, can we come up with the exact contribution sharing amounts?
Then how can the private sector bid company, whatever we call it, indicate that they're looking at 80% from senior levels of government?
Because that's based on historical numbers from Pan Am Games and previous other major games in Canada.
But the Pan Am Games was a provincial initiative. It wasn't a municipal issue. The province of Ontario took over that process. They ran it. They doled it out to a number of other municipalities for different games venues, but it was provincial. As a matter of fact, they ended up coughing up an additional $1.1 billion to pay for the athletes' village, transportation, and security over and above the $1.4 billion for the games. So you can't compare the Pan Am Games, which was a provincial initiative, to what is ostensibly a municipal initiative.
Well, I like to think that through the multi-party agreement negotiations, it's an initiative of all levels of governments together.
Okay. Finally, the question to Mr. Mercanti. He's talked about a lot about community engagement. Would he support the City of Hamilton doing a plebiscite?
Who's going to pay for it?
Well, I think you're chairing the meeting, Madam Chair.
So through the chair, I don't want to speak broadly to the item other than to acknowledge that timing may be an issue, in terms of being able to proceed forwards. And I think it's important to ensure that the entire community is brought up to speed with regards to the details and facts related to this opportunity. And ultimately, I think a further discussion needs to be had as it relates to if upon satisfaction of the financial picture that that will eventually be presented, if the ask of the city does not impact the levy, whether or not a plebiscite is necessary. Again, I'm in no position to make any definitive comments or statements related to this, just speaking out loud. But I think that that further analysis of a refined budget needs to take place before the conversation of the site.
Have you looked at the past Commonwealth Games? Because I've not seen, at least in my research, Mr. McCanty, and maybe you're being very creative here, where there's been no impact to the municipal levy of a Commonwealth Games bid partner. So is this a new model that you're touting?
Through the chair, the answer is yes. It's a new model. Going back to the comments from David and Brian related to the new framework, collaborative framework and partnership with the community. So again, I don't want to speak on behalf of Commonwealth Sport Canada or the Federation, but our understanding is that there's a new opportunity at the table caused by the pandemic that merits our close consideration. And just wanted to share that.
And finally, Madam Chair, the Calgary situation, what was missing in the comment from Mr. Gravenberg is they also were bidding on the Olympic Games, and they had a plebiscite, and 57% of the people voted against the Olympic Games. So they withdrew from that, and I think that also had a little bit of the sour taste in council's mouth in Calgary. So I'm not sure exactly what has transpired. We'll never really know what went on behind closed doors. I would like to be put on the list for some really quick comments at the conclusion of this, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yep. If you can do that for me, thank you so much.
And one follow-up through the chair. My apologies. The municipal share, if there is an eventual ask of the city, we want to be very, honest about the fact that we do not want it to impact the levy. We want to, the existing 10-year capital plan that the city has identified. There is a lot of synergy with that existing plan. There's an opportunity of in-kind services, and to give one example of that, venue use agreements that are part of the operating budgets of a game. So rental of various city facilities where some sports may take place. If the city was to discount rates of those facilities or provide other in-kind services, that's an example of an item that would count towards the municipal share of the games. If the city would want to donate land as part of a housing initiative, again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the city or the housing village strategy, but these are examples of ways in which the city could provide support to these games without it impacting the property tax levy per se. So just wanted to throw those items and tools out there for consideration.
We'd have to look at that, Mr. McCanty, because in-kind services do impact the levy. That's budgeted money that we have paid for through the levy that we're now giving away for free. So it does impact the levy.
No, absolutely.
And all of the properties that we built was paid for by taxpayers. So simply handing over the property for this particular initiative is still an impact to the taxpayers, because that is money that the taxpayers own. We could divest of those properties and use that money to lower our $3 billion capital infrastructure deficit if we had that ability to do that.
No, I don't disagree through the chair, Councillor, and I think that though this opportunity is so unique and unprecedented that it merits close examination of the numbers. And just to cite two examples, if the city can reduce its capital spend over time because of the games, I think that's something that is prudent for the city to analyze. And if certain things can come off the city's annual operating budget, like the recreation assistance fee program that I referenced above, if these are items that can help to positively impact the taxpayer of Hamilton, we believe that it merits further analysis and an opportunity to really dive in on the numbers in a collaborative way.
And on that, we agree 100%. But I don't think I would ever have advised you or one of my former clients to go to the city of Hamilton and say, our project's not going to have an impact on the tax levy. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just quickly, on the Pan Am Games, it was the actual Canadian Olympic Committee that chose Toronto, and then Toronto endorsed it, and it was funded by the federal and provincial governments. But the procurement was dealt with through Infrastructure Ontario. But the same players were part of Pan Am as they are with Commonwealth. And I'm glad that Pan Am was mentioned because Pan Am was a Toronto bid, not a Hamilton bid.
That's right.
And Toronto obtained all of the value from that bid. We got all of the operating deficits from the bid. Hence my reason why I never supported the Pan Am, and hence the reason why I support Commonwealth, because we're getting what we deserve in this bid. Just on this front, 3,000 affordable housing units. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, can someone just elaborate on the actual value of that in dollars?
Through the chair, it's PJ here, but I'll pass the baton to Graham from Indwell. My initial reaction is, depending on the size of the unit square foot and say, where the cost per square foot would land based on what the need is to develop. I think the simple math is to confidently state that it's in excess of a few $100 million at a minimum. But I'll have Graham, perhaps he's in a better position to speak to the specific value of what those units would be. So Graham, I'll pass it over to you.
Thanks, PJ. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Marilla's question. It is not free to build affordable housing. It's not free to build any housing, and our community housing providers right now are using the number of 375,000 per unit as a rule of thumb multiplier. That doesn't take into consideration if it's a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom. Some might be cheaper than that if it's 1-bedroom, or some might be more expensive if it's a 3-bedroom, etc. But that's the number that we're using as a multiplier. It's based on current all-in cost for projects that we have under construction currently in Hamilton, Mississauga, and London. And so those are current figures with a slight escalation or a reasonable escalation for inflation, et cetera. Because obviously we're not building tomorrow, we're building next year and the year after. So multiply 3,000 by 375 and it comes out to around $1 billion.
Okay, folks. So we're looking at $1 billion of affordable housing through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And people don't see value in $1 billion of affordable housing. It's really unbecoming of an elected official. But having said that, looking at this whole argument, at the beginning of this process, I stated clearly that I've never supported games because we were always basically obtaining, as I mentioned, the deficit component and not the value. The capital infrastructure list, people are referencing this $3 billion, not too dissimilar to what we experienced with the road race in 2003. We utilized that event and cross-referenced that event with our capital budget and upgraded millions of dollars of roads, sewers, and sidewalks, and at the same rate, hosted the games, which were astronomically successful. Again, another example of a Hamilton bid and not a Toronto bid where they can just throw off their deficit creating facilities. We gained from that experience. Why? Because we were in control of that experience. And here, we're in control of the Commonwealth bid. So I want to ask also, in cross-referencing our capital budget and what's needed to execute these games, how much of that $3 billion, rather than looking at it as a tax burden, how much of it can be recovered from the federal and provincial government and shared equally among 3 levels of government to mitigate that deficit rather than amplify the deficit? That's the crux of why this is so important. It's a Hamilton bid. It's not a Toronto bid. And what's really fascinating is that we have so many people out there that were blowhards wanting to give away the Ream property for a stadium that only bleeds money and never get revenue from it from the assessment growth. And now they're against $1 billion worth of affordable housing. I can't even make this stuff up. These keyboard morons are just laughable in this town. So On that front, how much of our capital budget can be cross-referenced so that we're actually saving the taxpayers' money rather than expending it? Whoever can answer that.
Through the chair, I'll take a first stab and simply say, just high level, there is certainly an opportunity to align city venues and capital needs with this games initiative. As mentioned earlier, we don't want to be definitive in terms of the specific venue plan. We welcome feedback from council, feedback from the public as to what it would like its legacy plans to be and investment plans to be. But we do believe that there is certainly opportunity to align the games capital plan with the city's capital needs, and obviously subject to a venue plan that is decided upon by council and in collaboration with the Federation, Commonwealth. We do know that there's tremendous opportunity.
Right. And just lastly, with respect to the downtown entertainment precinct, how much of that will play a role in mitigating the costs of this bid as well?
Through the chair, so right out of the gate, our downtown group is seeking investment of 62.5 million into the downtown assets, which are being potentially proposed for some sport as part of the sport program. So that would be money that would count towards the municipal share of hosting the games. So there's a direct alignment with that initiative where it in fact helps the city to afford the games.
And I can remember all the naysayers when I brought forward that initiative, that it was a pie in the sky scenario that wasn't going to be successful, all the negative nonsense the keyboard morons spew. And now we're saving $400 million perpetually and even more down the road. So people need to listen rather than keyboards in their basements, in their underwear, and eating pizza. So, if I can just land this thing. So you're coming back. So when we look at this thing in a nutshell, we're looking at $1 billion of affordable housing, a cross-referencing of our capital infrastructure needs, and without using existing facilities with all the hundreds of millions of dollars we're saving from the downtown precinct revitalization. So when you look at this in a nutshell, I'm not quite sure how anybody in their right mind could not support this. And I look forward to September's meeting and continuing this discussion. But more so, I look forward to the shovels in the ground of the $1 billion of affordable housing the city needs, not wants, the city needs. So let's move forward, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a couple of questions. First of all, welcome everyone. Sincerely appreciate all the good work that you've done over the last several months. And I do have to say, though, that I was hoping there'd be a little more meat on the bones, not only around the finances, but particularly around the governance model going forward with these games. But my question is to do with the 2026 FIFA World Cup games, which will be played in Toronto, as well as some other cities in Canada and the United States and Mexico. So I'm not sure who can answer this question, but what will the effect be of having the FIFA World Cup games in Canada in 2026? And I believe it's in May or June. And then a month to 2 months later, having the Commonwealth Games.
So PJ here through the chair. I'll defer this question to Brian, but provide just an early comment. Our understanding is that there's no scheduling overlap conflicts, so I'm just going to lead with that, and so I'll have Brian provide further commentary as somebody who's obviously closer to the national sport movement.
Thank you, PJ.
Through the chair, it's our goal at this time that both events be staged in 2026, making it a, if you will, a super summer of sport for the Golden Horseshoe region. And specific to PJ's point, from a contractual point of view, there's no conflict. There is a blackout period of events around the World Cup Games of 7 days. The current scheduling of the Commonwealth Games is to start approximately 4 to 5 weeks after the end of the World Cup Games in Toronto.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that answer. And my concerns certainly weren't around any conflict. My concerns are around the federal and excuse me, federal and provincial governments being likely or able to support two games. And FIFA World Cup is a very high profile game. As well as sponsors. You know, our sponsors going to be able to or wanting to step up for both the FIFA Cup games, which again is very high profile, and the Commonwealth Games. So I'm just raising some concerns around that, and I'd like to hear your perspective.
Honestly, oh, sorry, PJ.
No, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian. I was just going to defer to you.
Yeah. Until we get all levels of government around the table through the multi-party agreement discussions, which a letter of support in principle is needed from each of those levels, we really can't have a substantive conversation. All I can tell you is that back in 2015, when the Women's World Cup was held in Canada and only Canada, the Pan Am Games were held that same summer. Both events were successful.
I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Partridge. We now have Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I have a few questions and comments. There's been a number of references made to the senior orders of government and conversations that have been had with them, and I'd like to ask, who's been having those conversations with the senior orders of government, and what is the purpose of those conversations?
So PJ here through the chair, and I'll defer to Brian, who can speak more to significantly, his interactions with various levels of government. So we have had some discussions with local MPs and MPPs to provide information and progress updates related to this opportunity. So they've been very high level in terms of information sharing. And so I just thought that it's important just to share that again. Some of the discussions have been in relation to components of this opportunity, affordable housing being one, and so members of our bid executive have had some discussions with various MPs and MPPs in certain social circles and other meetings. Another important item worth noting is Lou Frapporti, the chair of our bid committee, has met with Stephen Harlow, who is the deputy minister for the provincial government, expressed an interest in learning more. They're still learning about this opportunity and what the new deal potentially is and what it looks like. And so there has been a certain level of interest in the fact that this is potentially a more favorable deal on the table for Hamilton, the province, and the country than what 2030 was going to present. So there certainly has been an appetite to learn more and to understand how we can collaborate around the issues that are important to taxpayers around affordable housing, transit investments, cycling, etc. So there is certainly opportunity. Brian, I'll pass it over to you for further commentary about interactions with the government.
Thank you, PJ. We've had discussions with the federal government. As I said earlier, this project fits with federal government sport hosting policy. That's one reason why they're supportive. The other reason is it's been almost 2026, it'll be 32 years since Canada last hosted the Commonwealth Games. And in that time period, we've hosted an Olympic Games, a Paralympic Games, a Francophonie Games, and 2 Pan Am Games. So from a federal government point of view, it's Commonwealth's turn. That said, the federal government's position at the moment is if the Ontario government provides a letter of support in principle, so too will they. And that's in order to bring all levels of government to the multi-party agreement table to discuss specifics in many areas.
Thank you. because I thought I heard earlier that in your discussions with senior orders of government, I wrote it down here, you have been focused on the city's priorities and not the game's priorities. Is that what you said?
Through the chair, that is correct. Insofar as we acknowledge that what matters to Hamiltonians are the priorities that council has identified, and to the degree that we could leverage those priorities with the game's delivery, that we felt that there was an opportunity. So on the item of affordable housing, there have been discussions around, what could the alignment look like between the various orders of government, specifically in relation to that opportunity, as one example.
Thank you. So it's my understanding, very scantily, the infrastructure decision is there's a big corporation, which I believe is dissolved, and then a board of directors takes over once games are rewarded to a community. And that that board of directors is in charge of the budget in the event that things need to be realigned, juggled, cut, reassigned. Is that how it works?
Through the chair, I'll defer this question to Brian and David, who have, I think, more direct experience related to what the various processes need to look like in terms of governance and then transition. So Brian or David, whoever feels best equipped to answer this question, I'll pass this.
The simple answer is what you described is yes. The board of directors for an organizing committee is structured such that there are appointees from each level of government on that board, and the full structure of that board is discussed and agreed to at the multi-party agreement box.
Whose signature is on the multi-party agreement?
The 3 levels of government plus us, Commonwealth Sport Canada, as the National Games franchise holder.
And who is held accountable for cost overruns?
There, again, in the multi-party agreement discussions, one topic is a deficit guarantor. And traditionally, it's been a level of government who becomes the deficit guarantor, typically the provincial government.
The report that's forthcoming in September, you said to Councillor Clark, I believe, you'll be providing a full, much more detail, if you will, in your financial assumptions and a budget. Is that the case?
Through the chair, that is correct. However, I saw David Grevenberg put his hand up related to a previous question. So David, I didn't know if, and I apologize for the intrusion there. If David, you wanted to provide further commentary on the previous item, and then I'm happy to get back to this specific question, Councillor.
If the chair and the councillor are happy with that, I'm happy to just provide.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, just on the question of the cross-partner construction of the organizing committee. The organizing committee has traditionally, and in the case of the past 3 games, has been a cross-partner representative organizing committee with certain specific at-large members, and how that is incorporated in the case of both Gold Coast and Glasgow. These were limited companies, or company limited by guarantee, with obviously an independent governance body. In the case of Birmingham, this is another style or type, which is a non-departmental government body. But our preference in the case of 2026, Hamilton, would be to create an obviously independent organizing committee that has the representation under the host city contract of all levels of government, as well as Commonwealth Sport Canada and ourselves as a federation.
Thank you. If you could clarify a remark, I believe that was attributed to you earlier. I think you said that of the budget, from what you know of now and what is based on previous games, half of it is for the games and half of it is for infrastructure. Is that what you said? Sir?
Is that directed towards me?
Yes, I thought you said that, but I'm not sure.
No,
I'm looking for clarification.
Yeah, I think that we typically have distinguished budgets between capital infrastructure, which is brought forward or accelerated by the games, but not necessarily exclusively for the games, and then obviously a delivery budget. And some of those delivery budgets, so the actual games delivery budget. So there's typically the capital budget, which is derived through aligning existing budgets within a municipality towards existing priorities. That can be accelerated forward by the games, but not necessarily, by the games, but not for the games specifically. And that may be a new build, transport projects, and so forth. And that is typically one budget pool or multiple budgets, depending on the context and so forth. And then there is a games specific budget, which is the delivery aspects of the operations of the games, which is typically separate from the capital project.
Thank you. But from your experience, I thought you or the other gentleman said that half of it, the budget, is attributable to the operations of the games themselves, such as security costs and the like. Could you clarify that? If it wasn't you, I apologize.
No, it's okay. But I'm happy to intervene. From my own personal experience, it really varies depending on whether you're working in a market that is a regenerative market, a more sustained market, or a more emerging market. If you have more capital build, obviously the on that side of the budgets, you're going to have a higher cost. But our delivery budget is fairly stable in terms of the overall size and scope of the games. However, with the past recent games, we've been actually finding more efficiencies of scale, and with our new model, are actually looking at reducing costs for our games, and obviously some of the aspects around how we design the sports program and consolidate some of the work that we're doing will also have a positive impact in terms of the lowering the cost of the games as well. So there's very much a stability and sustainability focus on how we. So it's not I wouldn't want to leave in your mind that there is a 50-50 split between the cost of the delivery of the games and the overall price tag of what is brought forward to accelerate and deliver in terms of capital expenditure.
Madam Chair, I just have two additional questions, and if you'd like to bump me, please let me know.
No, I'm gonna give you the latitude, Councillor, because we can keep working through without having second time as much as possible.
Thank you very much. If I may ask a question, Chair Pearson, if the city manager is on the line, just so I understand what is to be expected in September and in what sequence. I think that Clerk Paparella said that there is a staff report forthcoming in September from senior management. I'm trying to understand what the deliverables, we can expect the deliverables can be in that report, and what we can expect the deliverables to be from the bid corp at the end of September as well. And I'll tell you what my worry is. I've heard a lot of discussion about the details will be negotiated at the time of the multi-party agreement. I would prefer that we understand clearly what the financial assumptions and responsibilities are and deliverables before we go into signing a multi-party agreement, and one right now, a bid that at this point in time, we as the municipality have had no influence over. So we're going to be expected to fund considerably, whether it's opportunity cost or directly. So if I could get clarity on what the expectations forthcoming are going to be, if I am, if the city manager is on the line.
Is she?
Through you to the chair, I'll
Okay.
start. And Mike Zagaric, who's been our lead from the senior leadership team, can add on if I miss anything. So we did bring a staff report forward. It was short on July 6th, just to confirm officially that the status of the 2030 bid, and because staff are involved in that. And we confirmed that at this point in time, we don't have staff direction to do any assessment around and bring back a report around the 2026 games. So at this point, we're not planning a report to September. Should we get more details from Commonwealth 2026 and Council directs us to analyze that and bring back a report, we would do it. We would need those details to analyze at that time. Mike, did you want to add anything? Mike Zagaric, our General Manager of Corporate Services.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll just add that, again, over the past number of months, staff were actively participating with then Hamilton 100, now Hamilton 2026, with respect to the hosting proposals, hosting proposal 1 and hosting proposal 2, which went to council to be received, and which led to council to endorsing the hosting proposal 2 to be submitted to Commonwealth Games Canada for review and consideration. As Jeanette's identified, council previously approved a memorandum of understanding with respect to the 2030 games. We would have to bring back that memorandum of understanding if council wish to continue to work with the community group with respect to pursuing the 2026 games. And with respect to September, the challenge for staff to report back in September, one is a timing issue, is subject to the availability of information and time for staff to review the information, similar to the role staff performed as it relates to the hosting proposal stage 2. As Jeanette's identified, currently we have no direction to undertake that work for 2026, and as well as it may be a more appropriate process whereby Hamilton 2026, if it was the will of council, reported back in September with details. And I'll just remind committee members, some months ago, the level of detail that was provided to committee in the hosting proposal was not only the venue plan, but a culture plan, some description of the security plan, and other components of the plan. If a similar level of detail was available to staff in September, staff could work in the fall towards reviewing that and providing a response or assessment similar to what staff did with hosting proposal plan 2. So again, some of the challenges we have is currently we have no direction from council as it relates to Commonwealth 2026. We would need to have council approve an amended memorandum of understanding with Hamilton 2026. But having said that, staff have been sharing information such as the 10-year capital budget with Hamilton 2026 to assist them as they're developing their proposal for 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Zagaric. Thank you, City Manager Smith. That was very helpful. So I obviously have some comments on, in my own mind, I'm trying to reconcile our fiduciary responsibility to assess a proposal which we have not received in terms of detailed budget, cost sharing alignments and responsibilities, along with I'm very interested in the assumptions that are guiding the econometrics of this proposal. So if that is forthcoming in September, I will certainly digest it with great relish. But I'm quite concerned about we're going down a path here. We're asked to be going. I'll leave my remarks for the closing comments. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pauls is next. Sorry, my apologies, Mr. Mayor, you're next.
Thank you. And thank you to the bid committee and all the presenters today. I think it's a rare moment indeed where we see such a refined and polished presentation. I think with certainly opportunities to ask questions directly of international and national organizers. So thank you for all your information. I have just one question. I'm going to make I'll reserve my comments for later. But the question around how do we celebrate, if we were to pivot, how do we celebrate that 100-year anniversary of the Games, which for many people, and for all the right reasons, I think, is a milestone that was attractive in 2030 that we certainly wouldn't want to lose as a result of potentially pivoting to 2026. For you painted a very I think very positive picture on why a pivot might be helpful and doable and beneficial, quite frankly. And there's yet more to be seen on that. And I certainly anticipate that we'll see a lot more of that in September. But the reality is that 2030 had that 100-year anniversary wrapped around it that for many is part of the future vision of celebrating that 100-year Commonwealth Games origins legacy. So, PJ, you can start off if you like, but I think the question is more aligned to Mr. McPherson and Mr. Gravenberg is, how are we going to celebrate that 100-year anniversary in 2026?
So through the chair, thank you for the question, Mayor Eisenberger, and I will defer to Brian and David for follow-up commentary. But there is, I believe, in my humble opinion, nothing precluding us from planning a 2030 festival that fully activates and engages the community, something that we could really invest in and make it a meaningful celebration. Nothing can take away the fact that we are the founding city of these games, and so I do believe that there is a genuine opportunity to celebrate in 2030, and to the degree that we can engage with a 2030 games, I'll defer to Brian and David for their thoughts, and so I'll pass it to them right now.
Thank you.
To the chair, Commonwealth Sport Canada, Brian here. We've had some initial discussions with the Commonwealth Games Federation, and I'll have David comment on after my comments, but conceptually and in principle, we're in agreement that wherever the 2030 Commonwealth Games are held, it will be the 100th anniversary Games. And also principally that because it was a Canadian, Bobby Robinson, who was the founder of these games, and it was Hamilton host, the very first ones, there will be some integration programming of Hamilton's homage to Hamilton in the 2030 games. Conceptually and visually, the easiest programming example to give is a segment of the opening ceremonies of the 2030 games being a homage to Bobby and to the city of Hamilton. But they're open to other ways of integrating the programming level to celebrate the 100th anniversary, being Hamilton being the founding birthplace and Bobby being the founder. David, any more comments?
Yes, through the chair, and thank you, Mayor Eisenberger. I think it's just to say that I think equally compelling for us is reuniting with our place of origin. And over the past 90 years, our movement has transformed itself to uphold, some of the principles of freedom, fairness, equality, justice through the power of sport. And these are similar journeys, no doubt, that Hamilton has also taken in this 90 years. I think we have a very, very distinct opportunity in 2026 to really reforge a new model for the future. Obviously, Birmingham, there'll be plenty of lessons learned from this opportunity, but the real full brunt of a refreshed, modern Commonwealth sport movement will really benefit, I think, many cities to come for the next 100 years from 2026 forward. So we really see going back to our place of origin, to your combined history as well as the combined history of the movement, recalibrating, realigning, and really showing once again the world what the power of sport can do, inspired by Hamiltonians. And I'm sure that the demography of Hamilton has changed in the past 90 years as well. So it's really putting the mark of your citizens and your people on these games for another 100 years, which we're really excited about. So I think the place of origin is something that's really important.
Thank you for that. So just to follow up, if we were to pivot to 2026, is there a commitment from both organizations then that some sort of a major event happen in Hamilton as well as wherever the games are relative to the anniversary?
I think we shouldn't take, if I may ask through the chair, or may state, is that we are looking at opportunities for even co-hosting arrangements in some form or fashion as part of our agile and flexible approach. So I think we shouldn't take any ideas off the table, particularly at this juncture in 10 years from now, but that sounds like something quite exciting. And if we end up working together for 2026 hosting opportunity in Hamilton, I would like to think that our combined efforts in partnership, the sky's the limit. So, but of course, done safely and responsibly. And I think we need to continue to really ensure that those are paramount pieces to our approach.
That's great. Thank you. Much appreciated. That's my only question, Madam Chair. So I'll put myself on the speakers list for comments a little later on.
Okay, well, the clerk will recognize that.
PJ, did you want to add anything?
No, and I just thank you, Mayor, through the chair. And I just wanted to follow up on a previous statement made by Councillor Wilson, simply around the opportunity to work with staff and to hear from Councillor. If Council would invite staff engagement with us now, that would be certainly fantastic and much appreciated. We haven't gotten that yet, and we've been respectful because we've waited not to interfere because of the issues of the pandemic. But ultimately, we can't finalize our work unless we are able to consult with staff and can hear directly from councillors, which we haven't yet. So we certainly look forward to that opportunity. And following up, in collaboration with Council, City Hall, the Federation, in terms of the specifics of timing after this meeting. So I just wanted to make that mention.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, you're
yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
You're done. We'll recognize you on the speakers list after for comments. I now have Councillor Vanderbeek. Yes. Councillor Vanderbeek, we can't hear you and I can't see you either. Okay. Yeah. So Councillor Vanderbeek, we are trying to recognize you and we cannot hear you or see you other than I just have a picture on the screen. So it looks like you're having bandwidth issues. I'm going to ask if that we move forward and come back if we can, Councillor Vanderbeek, in the next bit. Okay, so we're going to go to now, I need clarification. I have Councillor Whitehead. Was this a second time for questions or this is comments? I'm just trying to, I have two speakers left and then I go to comments. So I'll put you on the comments list.
As you noticed, I was shorter than 5 minutes for the questions.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councillor, very, very much. And I'm sure our colleagues do as well. Councillor Clark, did you have further questions or are you on the comment list now?
No, I can do my comments. You've
Okay.
already got me on the list for that.
We have you on the list for that, so no further questions. I'm going to try.
No.
Oh,
I have one follow-up question.
okay.
I said.
Thank you. Go right ahead, sir.
So I'm struggling to understand. Let me just lay it out. So
Yeah.
Birmingham is spending 1.3 billion total on the Commonwealth Games, and they're getting 1,400 affordable housing units. Today we were told we're going to get 3,000 affordable housing units, and that the cost to build those 3,000 units will be $1 billion. Yet the projected Hamilton budget, as I've read in the news, is $1.1 billion. So how can we spend $1.1 to $1.3 billion on the Commonwealth Games and get $1 billion worth of housing? Mr. McCanty?
So through the chair, and Graham and Brian, and I think Brian may be best equipped to perhaps answer the funding mechanisms in previous games. And so it's an important distinction, as I referenced earlier, to acknowledge that housing for games is typically a separate funding structure. If we use the Pan Am example, Pan Am had its budget approved and structured for the purpose of capital and operating related to the games. The housing piece was separate, so connected but separate. There's different funding channels for that, and therefore it would tap into, my understanding, it would tap into other funding mechanisms that the federal and provincial governments have specifically related to housing. But it's an important distinction to acknowledge that any games related operating and capital is one specific budget that is managed through the MPA process, and that the housing component is connected but separate from a financing and funding perspective. And the Toronto Pan Am example is one. And Brian, if you would like to elaborate further, that would be appreciated.
Through the chair, certainly reinforce what PJ has said. Where these two funding streams come together will be in the multi-party agreement, and it'll be a clause and a discussion point in that agreement about affordable housing contributions from the higher levels of government, specifically for this project.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the reference to the Pan Am Games, because the cost of the games for the Pan Am 2015 was $1.4 billion. They added $1.1 billion for transportation security and the Athletes Village, which was the housing. $397 million of that was for security. So again, the question still stands: how are we getting $1 billion for housing out of a $1.1 billion games?
So
I don't want to mislead the public. I don't want the public to hear $1 billion for housing, and then we're not going to deliver on that $1 billion for housing.
So through the chair, we would be more than delighted, Councillor, to meet with yourself, meet with staff to walk you through the financial information that we do have that was prepared in conjunction with the Federation, international accountants, cost estimators, industry experts. We'd be happy to. We have not had an opportunity yet to engage staff, to engage council in a meaningful way, respecting the issues of the pandemic. Should you like to set up a meeting with us where we can walk through that, it would be our pleasure and delight to be able to share that information. And you could, these numbers, because ultimately they are worked through from various sets of eyes. And so we'd be happy to engage further with council and staff on the important items of finance. And again, we want this to be collaborative with council, with City Hall. And so to the degree that we can have further collaboration and discussion on important items like finance and budget, we would be delighted to do so.
Madam Chair.
I would
Sorry,
Deputy Mayor.
A moment. Madam Clerk just wants to clarify something. Go ahead,
Madam
Steph.
Deputy Mayor, just for clarification, PJ, it would not be appropriate to meet with any of the councillors independently and go through the line-by-line items. You can certainly meet with staff at any time, but with respect to a councillor, you should bring all of that information with you to the September meeting. They need to receive it all at the same time, not one of them independent of the other, and be given the same information all together. Okay.
Through the chair, I apologize. We certainly acknowledge the importance of following process and protocol. So we'll respectfully seek direction from City Hall, from this council, as it relates to how you would like the information to make its way to council at large and staff, but we await your direction and are happy to share upon your wishes.
That's the best and the only way to do it, PJ. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
You. And I appreciate the clerk's intervention, and I understand the process. Those are all my questions. If you just have me on for some quick comments at the end, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
We will do that. And I now have no further questions from committee members. I am going to go to comments, and I begin with Councillor Jackson. Good afternoon, Councillor Jackson.
Am I on, Madam Deputy Mayor?
I think that the clerk is just putting you on. Yes.
Thank you. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, I didn't spend any time on the questions, so I just ask for your indulgence. I'll try to stay within my 5 minutes. If I go slightly over, I've put a lot of time and effort and thought into the speech I'm going to deliver. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, the august group of volunteers since 2018 have formed Hamilton 100. Tremendous applause and saluting to Chairman Lou Frapporti, PJ Mercanti, Greg Maychuk, Cecilia Carter-Smith, Helen Downey, and many, many others, and their Herculean efforts for Hamilton 100. We are lucky and blessed, as you know, Madam Deputy Mayor, to have this tremendous group of passionate people in our city who have put time, effort, professionalism, their businesses, advocacy, volunteer time into ensuring Hamilton has been and continues to be the great city it is. Now, I want to recap Councillor Jackson's support of national and international events of the past and current, because, not to boast, Madam Deputy Mayor, but because it's important for the delegates who are listening in today, especially CEOs McPherson and Grevenberg. Councillor Jackson has supported bringing Grey Cups to Hamilton, saving the Tiger Cat franchise twice in the 90s, international children's games, seniors provincial games, world road cycling, Pan Am, bidding on Memorial Cups, bidding on 3 NHL bids, and all the Commonwealth Games bids up to now. Now, the rest of my speech is directed to CEOs McPherson and Grevenberg. Let's recap as part of our meeting today, Deputy Mayor, the rejections from both governing bodies of the past 26 years that I've been honored to be on council for and have supported. 1994, God rest his soul, Jack Pellick led a tremendous bid. Victoria was awarded the games over us. 2010, everyone said and indicated that Hamilton had the best bid. And at the last minute, my editorial, New Delhi, India was awarded the games. Many in this community said in a scandalous way, the rug was pulled out from underneath us. Okay, we come back for 2014. No, the national governing body says Halifax is the better bid. Oh, but wait, Madam Deputy Mayor, Halifax pulls out at the last minute. It's too late for Hamilton to rebid, and then the games are awarded to Glasgow. And finally, Hamilton 100, formed in 2018 to bring the games home for the 100th anniversary. It belongs here, the centenary since 1930, the ghost of Bobby Robinson, British Empire Games where it started, the prestige, the sentimentality, nostalgic, the symmetry of beginning here 100 years ago and then later returning in 2030. All the indicators, Madam Deputy Mayor, were there. All the unofficial conversations I had with local team representatives here in Hamilton. Councillor Jackson, don't worry. The Ivory Towers, the Gurus, and the Commonwealth Games Federation, Commonwealth Sport Canada, they get it. It belongs in Hamilton. All unofficial, but it belongs here. And then during COVID, in a very quiet, clandestine way, Hamilton, we're hearing, is not the front runner for 2030. Other cities will be considered and probably considered higher. And continuing in a quiet behind the scenes way, Hamilton 100, could you pivot to 2026? Oh, but wait a second, Madam Deputy Mayor. I thought Calgary was destined for 2026. Oh, but no, Councillor Jackson. Alberta, the province, has said there'll be no backing for the city of Calgary. Hence, Calgary did not put in a bid. So guess what, Deputy Mayor? the governing bodies in the UK and Ottawa come begging, burning up the phone, text, fax, email lines. Hamilton, would you please, 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 we desperately need you. We have no one else for 2026. Commonwealth Games could not go 8 years without games. Well, Madam Deputy Mayor, 2026 means nothing to me, and I would strongly say the majority of my East Mountain constituents, approximately 40,000 I represent. And my sources tell me that provincial support for the Commonwealth Games may not occur. After all, FIFA wants Ontario in 2026, and only my intuition and my clairvoyancy tells me that this Ford provincial government would probably welcome FIFA over Commonwealth Games. And that's no disrespect to the two CEOs listening in. To conclude, Madam Deputy Mayor, the two governing bodies have kicked this long time, faithful, supportive councillor in the gut once too often. On behalf of my constituents and everyday taxpayers who have suffered through COVID-19 pandemic from a health standpoint, financial standpoint, still worried about their family's future, and our city staring a $60 million COVID deficit in the face, our city has worn the bridesmaid dresses since 1994, thanks to the governing bodies, who always said Hamilton's bids were excellent and solid. And the one bridal gown we desired for 2030 has been extinguished by the pompous, in my opinion, editorial, insensitive, misplaced past and current decisions dealing with our great city. To conclude, 2026 means nothing to me like what 2030 could have meant. And in fact, as it's been stated by one or both of the CEOs in answer to an earlier question, Hamilton, we will recognize you during the 2030 ceremonies. Well, you know what, darn well, the 100 should be here in Hamilton. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for listening to, yes, this deflated, hurt, and very disappointed member of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and you were within time, and I appreciate that. I think I have Councillor Johnson, Councillor Brenda Johnson next.
Well, thank you very much for letting me follow that wonderful speech.
Yeah.
I really want to thank PJ, Mark Wu and Greg Machak for meeting with me last week and answering some of my questions. I don't think you'll find three other individuals in Hamilton that are more sports-minded enthusiasts as they are. So I just like to put that there. I've listened to everybody again, and I still feel the same way I did before the summertime, and I'm going to reiterate my comments from before the summertime. And I'm going to again warn you that I'm going to be very parochial here. I have a community park that has had chronic flooding problems. For the past 4 years, the flooding problems have affected every community group in Mount Hope as their programs have been canceled. Out of respect for the financial strain on this city and all the different departments, I have refrained from coming forward with a reserve motion to release some of those funds to fix this problem once and for all. So it's going to be very difficult for me to go to my community and tell them for the last 6 months I've been trying to stay put and not get their immediate sports needs met, but I'm willing to gamble on millions and millions of dollars. And if the games were more beneficial, as I keep hearing over and over again, the games will be beneficial. We have infrastructure, we'll have social housing. And if that is the case, then where is the long list of bidders? Where is the long list of municipalities that are dying to get into this list and get those benefits to their community? And I don't see any. So out of respect for my residents, I have to say I'm not supportive of this. I am supportive of PJ, Mark, and Greg. I am supportive of their enthusiasm, but unfortunately, I have way too many residents that I have to answer to, and this is going to have to be a negative vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I now have Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm a bit concerned about the tone I've heard on two previous speakers because we're not voting on anything today. Is that correct?
No, I know that. Yeah.
Okay. So I always assumed that we have a fiduciary responsibility as a counselor, as a leader in this community, to make informed decisions based on all information in front of us. It's pretty clear we don't have all the information, but we have principles. The principles and values are pretty aligned to the concerns that this council has made in the last previous months. Now, I know that some are scared of social media. I know some are scared of the mob, but I think we have a fiduciary responsibility to not make knee-jerk reactions, and in fact, make prudent decisions based on best information and best practices in front of us on the given day that arrives. So we're trying to prematurely assume the worst case scenarios when in fact it may alleviate a lot of the very pressures that we face in the next 10, 15, 20 years. We don't know that because we don't have all the information in front of us. And already people are saying no. I don't know how you arrive at no until you have everything in front of you. And I think that any councillor that takes that position is not doing their residents respectfully any good, because they expect you to make informed decisions based on all the facts, all the numbers before you, and currently they're not there. But what we heard is we can get $1 billion investment potentially for housing. Now, if anyone suggests that over $100+ million or $1 billion in investment isn't a value, or we don't have a need, just take a look at the encampments. Just take a look at the encampments. Look at support. We have significant needs. Flooding in a park, we got desperate needs. Just look downtown. So when you prioritize, we're talking about priorities when we're talking about housing. How that looks, I don't know. Whether it's real, well, I don't know that yet. And I think there's right for each councillor on this horseshoe to be skeptical. I have no problem with that. There's some very tough questions that were asked, and deservingly so. I just think it's premature to judge. And I think it's unfortunate that people are being bounced into positions, it appears to me, more on fear than on logic. I want to see the facts. I want to see the numbers. And if there's no value for this community, I won't be supporting the Commonwealth Games. And in fact, if there's a huge advantage in the community in the context of this this commitment, then clearly I'll be supporting it. But I'm certainly not in a position to make that decision today. And I think it's knee-jerk for anyone to start suggesting to have a position before the facts are in. Thank you.
I'll have Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I heard Mr. McCanty indicate that he needs us, and I heard staff indicate that they need authority to work with Mr. McCanty. So is that not something that we're supposed to be doing today? We're making a decision to direct staff one way or the other to proceed, or we're not doing anything today?
I'll ask
Even though they asked for it. I'm
going to ask Madam Clerk to clarify what the direction is as of today.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the only information I have had is that this presentation was put before you for information only and is to be received. And I have received nothing else and no other recommendations to be put before you for consideration.
So this is more a point of an order than a comment, Madam Deputy Mayor. We directed staff to work with them for the 2030 games and to get all of the information so that we could make informed decisions. We have not given them that authority for 2026. And I think the city manager should be at some point today commenting on what exactly they need to proceed. In terms of my comments around the games, listen, I respect everyone around this table. You're all wonderful people. You have the best of intentions. We all have Hamilton in heart. It's what we live, breathe, and we bleed Hamilton. That's who we are as a council. So I'm not going to get into personalities or ad hominem attacks against any of my colleagues or any of their positions. It's unfortunate that some do that. It's not my style. My concern still remains, can we afford to do these games? And we have a lot of information to make some of those decisions already. I should point out earlier today when I asked, I said, earlier that no one was bidding on the games for 2026. Why is that? And we heard from the UK representative that Australia and India is bidding on the game. It's interesting because Australia pulled out September 2019. They're not bidding on the Commonwealth Games for 2026. That's written in the media out of Australia. And India is interested in the Olympic Games. And so they seem to be leveraging 2026 games against the Olympic Games. So I stand by my earlier comments. I don't see a big lineup of people wanting to bid on the 2026 games. And if there's a rationale for it. My fear in Hamilton, and I'll just really recap it quickly, Madam Deputy Mayor. We have a $3 billion capital deficit. That capital deficit is for roads, bridges, sidewalks, housing, existing rec centers, community centers, pools, splash pads, and the list is endless, including bridges and culverts and swales and things like that in our rural community. Jumping into this bid means that a long list of projects will be bumped. And Mr. Zagaric has said that many times to council. Be prepared. It'll affect our state of repair on some of the projects that we have currently in our 10-year plan. When I look at my ward, my colleagues, I have 4,000 sidewalks that need repairs. 4,000 sidewalks with trip hazards. I've got sidewalks that still have pavement that was put down 5-10 years ago, and they have not repaired them. And when I push to get these sidewalks repaired, they tell me they only have so much money to do sidewalks in each of the wards, and we can't get through this, and that we're never going to catch up. These are sidewalks that are trip hazards for seniors and children in my community. Our debt load is climbing. We've adopted climate change philosophies. We're going to have to modify our programs for climate change. We don't know what those costs are. We have to look at what the costs are going to be to restore Shadoat Creek. We have now a $250 million class lawsuit that is being launched against us. We don't know what the impacts of that are going to be. We don't even know they're going to be certified, but we know these are all risks. We have the Red Hill Valley Parkway inquiry, which are additional costs. We have growing homelessness in our community, addictions, overdoses, and we don't know yet what our future impacts from COVID is going to be. We don't know what unemployment is going to be in 3-4 years from now, 6 years from now. We don't know how much the increase is going to be on homelessness. We don't know the impacts of any of this yet because it hasn't happened yet. But we know that COVID is here, and we know that there is going to be an impact, and we know that many countries are facing that. I have a problem being asked to sign on to something in principle. And I know it's done frequently. Let's support this in principle. The problem is later on when the actual reports come forward and we have to make it final and we don't like what's before us, then people accuse us of flip-flopping because we supported it originally. When we support something in principle, when a council is asked to do that, my preference is let's get the information. I find it incredibly frustrating that our staff have been asking for a whole bunch of financial information and they haven't got that yet. I find it incredibly frustrating to read on the internet that the budget has been pushed down from 1.5 billion to 1.1 billion, but we haven't been given any of that information. I find it frustrating to hear that, oh, there's going to be 3,000 housing units and it's going to cost $1 billion. So we're going to get $1 billion of affordable housing, but I don't have any details on that. So all of these things are being leaked out, are being put out there as a part of a sales pitch to move forward Commonwealth Games. And all I'm asking is give me the data, give me the information so that we can make informed decisions. And we're not getting it. And so I have real frustration with that. I supported the 2030 game, as my council colleague, Councillor Jackson, said very, very strongly. It was about the 100 years. Absolutely. That's what, Councillor Jackson, you're absolutely correct. And you and I had that conversation, and you swung me from opposing it to supporting it because it was the 100th anniversary. And then they do this to us and tell us to do it in 2026. Incredibly frustrating. So I'm not on for the 2026. I've stated that before. I'll state it again. And I've got information. I've been involved with a number of international games, and I can tell you that the costs don't really change that much. And I can't wait to see the budget where it comes out that there's no impact to the levy. Because I have not seen in a game anywhere there's been no impact to the municipal levy. So at this particular point in time, I'm going to oppose receiving these documents. I'm going to continue to reiterate that I'm opposed to the 2026 games. I want our staff to get this information. I'm sorry. Not sure who was interrupting me, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm looking forward to seeing that information, but we've been asking for it. So now what the situation is, this is going to come back in September, and we need to finalize our decision by the end of September, is what the UK rep said. That doesn't give us sufficient time to make that informed decision. So I'm really frustrated with the process, and I'm frustrated that we got pushed from, here's the mayor now, God bless him, he's trying to make sure that somehow we can celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Commonwealth Games in Hamilton, even though they're going to give it to someone else. So I apologize for expressing my frustration here, but given everything that's going on right now, this is the wrong time to be contemplating this. There will be infrastructure spending programs coming from the feds in the province as a result of COVID, and we can use that funding to go after our $3 billion capital list to try and pare down some of those costs for us in the long term. I thank you for your time.
Hear me is my thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. I now have Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you all for comments. I'm certainly, again, hoping that for all those that are seeking information, that we continue to do that. I think that's paramount. And I think it's ironic that some have supported 2030 that had a much higher cost estimate attached to it, as opposed to what's being presented here today. Now, I'm not saying that I'm supporting 2026. But I want to see the entire picture, and I see the opportunity to generate benefit. And I see a separation between the asks that we make in terms of sporting as opposed to the asks that we make in terms of economic stimulus that's coming down the pipe, or whether it's transit or the funding that we've asked for in terms of offsetting our $60 million shortfall, which I am confident is well on its way. And hopefully those details will be forthcoming shortly. So let's get the information. And one of the difficulties has been that staff haven't been authorized to work with the 2026 scenario in any way, shape, or form by this council. And so it's a bit of a dog and pony show in terms of, if we go to provide them information, there's probably a group of people that will say no and kind of curtail that altogether. And if we let the organizers continue to organize that without benefit of sitting down with our staff authorized by City Council, then we'll continue to have complaints about not having all the information. And so, unfortunately, we got our staff in a bit of a trap. And I don't know that they know the way out of this other than having our council authorize them to work with 2026 to gather all the information necessary to make an informed decision. So I'm in that space. I'll see if someone's prepared to move that. I am still, very much married to 2030. But if there is underlying greater benefit for 2026 financially and otherwise, in terms of what it can provide our community, and the fact that if the feds and the provinces are prepared to backstop this in a significant way, and there's potential of getting $1 billion worth of housing out of this proposal, then that's something we ought to be looking at very, very seriously. And we need to get the information. So I'm on for September. I'm not on for, kind of timelines relative to the organizers. And I fully respect where they are. I think they have somewhat respected the issue around COVID and pandemic. But I think we ought to be working on our own timelines. And if the timelines don't match up, oh well, sorry. We need more time to make a further determination if more time is required to get all the information in place. So let's get the information. Let's authorize our staff to work with this group to make sure that all the information required is on the table before we make a final decision as to whether we pivot or whether we stick with 2030. Now, what I'm hearing from some is that 2026 is such a bad deal that 2030 couldn't possibly be any better, because it's already got a kind of baked in $200 to $300 million estimate in terms of cost. Now, if we translate that from 2026 to 2030, we have to go through a bid process. We have to get a bid organizing committee in place, and we have to have an active bidding process to be able to compete in that space, unless Councillor Jackson's passionate plea for giving us 2030 resonates with the Canadian and international organization, and it certainly remains to be seen if that happens. So I'm interested in information, just like all of you are, Councillor Clark. I'm as interested in information as you should be, and we all should be. I'm interested in making sure that our staff are able to work with this group to get all that information on the table, and we can make a proper assessment as to whether there's additional benefit to be had, both offsetting our capital budgets, offsetting our future housing needs, and infusing federal and provincial dollars that can help us stimulate our economy sooner rather than later. So I'm open to those conversations. I'm open to hearing that information, and I'm hoping that council will do the same. As of today, I mean, there is no decision point, no decision point on the table in terms of information, being gathered here today. I'm more than happy to set it off to September to get much more detail in terms of the specifics that we need to have before we can make an informed decision as to whether we pivot. I take at face value the genuine interest of the private sector, who has been sponsoring both the 2030 and the 27th. There are a lot of smart people there sitting around the table making assessments as to where the benefits are for our community. And I think they have the same interest that we do. I don't think they're any divergent, in terms of what their interest is, in terms of supporting and empowering and providing benefit to our city, just like we all want, in the very same way that many here have spoken to today. So I take at face value their interest, their passion, their desire to do right by Hamilton. I don't think it's any different than ours, and I hope that when we see that information sooner rather than later, that we can marry these two kind of purposes together and collectively make a decision as to whether or not it is important for the city of Hamilton. I thank everyone for their comments and time. I appreciate and I understand the frustration. We can rectify that by authorizing our staff to work with this group to come back in September with a more detailed, organized, and facilitated plan that provides all of the information that everyone's looking for. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all the comments that have been delivered today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I now have Councillor Marula. Councillor Marula, comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, the fact that we're looking at 2026 is a good thing from my perspective, from a good governance and good business perspective, because if 2026 becomes a reality and we get the $1 billion of affordable housing in 2026, we don't have to wait an additional 4 years. Also, folks, I realize the feel-good component of 2030. I'm all there with you. I feel warm and fuzzy. I'm looking at this strictly from an affordable housing perspective. This is the 2026 affordable housing games from my perspective. I said to PJ when he came to us and the group came to us at council, feels like 100 years ago, I said I'm off entirely unless the housing component is part of this. They listened. If you recall, their original plan was to bring the housing to McMaster. So they took our direction, they went back, they regrouped, they reached out to Enwell, they came back to us and said, you know what, guys? You're right. Housing is going to be a priority now. So now they come back to us and they venture out and get partners and they're partnering with others. And now they come back and they say, we're going to give you not only the housing, we're going to give you 3,000 units. And we also said, as I emphasized, I'm off unless we somehow cross-reference our existing capital deficit, which means the $3 billion everyone's referencing, and how we can cross-reference that demand with monies that could be spread out over 3 levels of government. So it's actually mitigating the deficit, not increasing it. Okay, so let's not mislead. Also, folks, we have a housing crisis in the city. as Council Whitehead referenced, people are living in tents. We will never, ever have another opportunity in one decision to make 10 years worth of affordable housing units become reality. And my conditional support, and I have emphasized, and they know this, I've said it privately and I've said it publicly, is strictly on condition of the housing. I could care less about anything else, honestly. But if we can get that $1 billion housing, I'm all in, folks. And so should you be. So let's wait and see, because their track record, the McCanny Group and everyone around this group, they saved us when we privatized the operations of HECFI. They saved us millions. They're saving us hundreds of millions by taking over those facilities. They've come to us now, and all they're asking for is to give us a few more months to potentially give us $1 billion worth of affordable housing, and you're going to say no? I won't even say what I'm thinking. Take care.
Thank you, Councillor Merle. I'm going to go to Councillor Clark, second time.
Just question for staff.
Okay.
So I guess it would be to the city manager and Mr. Zagaric. What do they need to assess the 2026 in terms of authority from council? And can they advise how many staff will be required or seconded to work on this process, this bid?
Through you to the chair, I'll start, then pass it over to General Manager Segarra, because he's done some thinking about what kind of staffing would be involved. So I think direction from General for us to work with Commonwealth 2026 to provide more specific detail and work through some analysis of what a 2026 bid would look like and what the implications for the city. But I should say, we will need more detail from Commonwealth 2026 to do that analysis to bring something back to council. Mike Zagara, could you comment on what you think in terms of staff resources?
Yep, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The staff resources really would depend on the level of detail that the community group would be looking to bring forward in September. I'll just draw on the 2030 proposal experience. We had probably in the area of 6 to 7 staff working on reviewing the culture plan, the venue strategy, the operations plan, and then delving into a level of detail around the venue strategy and the financial strategy associated with that, and alignment with the city's multi-year budgets as well as strategic plan. So again, it would be subject on the level of detail that the community group is looking to present in September, and not knowing that level of detail, I'm not certain what staff would be able to bring forward in September, but we would be happy to work with the community group and continue to provide information as we already have around the 10-year capital budget, and if there's opportunities for us to try to identify where there could be alignment with respect to the city's long-term strategic plans in an effort to help to mitigate future costs to the city. Again, we'd be happy to provide that support. And I apologize, final comment. My only concern would be with respect to aggressive timelines. I heard earlier this morning, respecting the fact that a number of the key staff that participated on the 2026 proposal are the same individuals who are currently executing our reopen strategy, as well as continuing to work through this pandemic. And so our challenge would be, as it relates to staffing, is our challenge may be as it relates to staffing, getting the appropriate participation.
And how far did we get into the assessment of the 2030?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we were able to review and comment on the culture strategy, somewhat on the operations plan. We did have a detailed review of the venue strategy as it relates to the recreation and culture venues, and we did review that level of detail against our 10-year capital budget and able to provide some of that review and summary. And I can't comment, for instance, on the security plan. I think that's something that the community group was working more closely with Hamilton Police Services on.
And one last question to the city manager. So given that we have moved our staff around to deal with the COVID public health emergency that we're still very much deep into, how would we find the staffing to actually assess the 2026 financials before the end of September?
Through the chair. Well, one of the discussions we had, GM Zagaric and I, is about whether what we go back and look at what staff we could free up, and for those that can't be, we might need to get some expertise externally to review to augment.
And all of that has an impact on the levy because it's coming out of our budget. Just a rhetorical statement in the end. Thank you very much for answering those questions. I'll leave it to the mayor in terms of how he wants to proceed with dealing with 2026.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers. Mr. Mayor, you're there. I'm not seeing you on my screen, so.
Thank you. Are we at a point now where we could just do a motion to receive the presentation?
We are at that point, yes, sir. Unless you wanted to make it.
I will move that.
That we received the presentation, sir?
Yes.
Okay, moved by yourself, second by Councillor Marula. Councillor Ferguson, I saw your hand. I can't hear you.
It was just a second.
Okay, so I recognize Councillor Marula first. So it's moved by the mayor, second by Councillor Marula to receive the presentations. And Madam Clerk, all in favor, we'll do a recorded vote. We're working on it here momentarily, members. Thank you.
Sorry, folks, it should be coming through now. Thank you. Yep.
While the presenters are still there, I'd like to thank them as well for their patience and certainly excellent answers to the questions put forward today. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Collins. Oh, Councillor Farr, I've got yours. Councillor Collins, you received the presentation. Thumbs up. I've got you. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, Councillor Pauls is a thumbs up. Thank you.
Okay, I got her vote actually, I think.
Okay.
I have to change her. Okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk, that carries. So we now have, thank you everyone. We're now going into 7.2. These are the other delegates who wish to call in and speak on this item today. So the first is 7.2. I'd like to call upon Craig Burley to speak respecting the Commonwealth Games. I'm going to try to keep this to 5 minutes so we can rein this in a bit. We have a number of public requests on this as well. So Mr. Burley, if you're there. Madam Clerk, sorry.
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Just
Just a reminder to all
Here.
members of council, I have sent an email out because the additional speakers were in the delegation requests. If you want to speak or ask questions of a speaker, you'll actually need to click on their name under the delegation request section. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Mr. Burley, welcome. He was there. What happened?
Oh, I think you
Oh,
can
there.
hear me, but probably not see me yet. There I am. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to say thank you to council. It's good that after a period of many months, you're finally hearing from the general public again, and I want to thank you for approving, finally, delegations by this method. It's much appreciated, and I'm proud to be able to speak with you today. I note that many citizens did request to delegate by the same means as I am today, and many of those requests were not added to the agenda, which I think is a shame. Two notes before I begin. Councillor Marula earlier unleashed a tirade of personal abuse and attacks against those opposing this bid, including many of us who are your guests here today. It's beneath the dignity of this committee and beneath the dignity of this body to engage in those kinds of personal attacks, and I think it's deplorable. Furthermore, the mayor indicated earlier that it's his belief that Bidco and the city are on the same side in this matter. And I would urge everyone, if you feel that you are on the same side as this body coming before you, to request the city's granting of a contractual arrangement, you must recuse yourself and step back from consideration. You cannot consider these requests when you're on the same side as the body that's there requesting, making these requests of the city. To the items before us. This is rather rapid. The approval that you're being asked to give is happening at a highly hustled pace. That's a shame. Undoubtedly, it's due to the fact that, as has previously been indicated, the 2026 games are not going to take place if they do not take place in Hamilton. It certainly is unprecedented. And the Commonwealth Games Federation, have boasted of their new methods for agreeing with hosts and creating, rather than a competitive bidding scenario, a cooperative scenario. And that's starting with Birmingham 2022. A few words regarding Birmingham 2022, where the BBC, the Guardian, the Times, and the Daily Telegraph are all reporting that, and I quote, Commonwealth Games 2022 could bankrupt Birmingham. Furthermore, the Athletes' Village has gone now over budget, and it appears likely that it will not, in fact, be ready for the Games. Birmingham is seeking alternate means of accommodating those athletes and officials and media who are arriving for the Games. In addition, costs of refurbishing the main stadium are increasing, and there are now additional calls for additional funds from Birmingham, from the city, not from the federal government in the UK, to manage those cost overruns. I think that's an important point to be raised here. Now, I'm going to try and share my slides.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Uh-oh. I think you've got some bandwidth issues. Yes. Unfortunately, we've lost Mr. Burley. Is he there? Okay.
I am here,
Okay.
but it seemed like it wasn't successful in sharing the. It seems like it wasn't successful at sharing my. I'm so sorry about this.
Mr. Burley, at the very
My.
bottom. Mr. Burley, at the very bottom of the screen, if you, yep, you're working now. Give it a second, it's starting.
Perfect.
There you go.
I appreciate that very much. So you're being asked to approve a project, or will be asked to approve a project, where, based on Friday's pitch document, had no budget, has no budget now, And I need to caution you with regards to some of the things that you've heard from the Commonwealth Games Federation and Mr. Grevenberg regarding the last two games and their budgets. It is true that those games came in under their final budgets. The reason for that is the last two games have adopted a method by which the budget was continually increased throughout the process of preparing for the games. In fact, the last two games were 54% and 68%, respectively, above the original budgets that were approved by the governments hosting the games. Glasgow 2014 went from 650 million on its originally approved budget to 1.01 billion. Gold Coast 2018 went from 1.06 billion on its originally approved budget to 1.79 billion. Those figures are in Canadian funds. When you see the budget, when you finally are given a budget with respect to this, please understand that the amounts are going to increase by somewhere in the region of 50 to 60% if you're lucky. If you're not lucky, we'll be in the Delhi 2010 situation, or indeed the Montreal 1976 situation. Delhi 2010 Commonwealth Games went from an original $360 million Canadian budget to an end budget costing $5.5 billion, over 16 times what was originally budgeted. Needless to say, the Commonwealth Games does not have a good record at making its games and their expenditure match the original budget that was requested. In fact, their record, including their recent record and including Birmingham 2022, where governments are already being told they will need to make additional funding available, in every case, they overshoot their budget. They overshoot their original budgets by massive amounts. Couple of other items. We heard.
Mr. Burley, I'm just cautioning that you are over the 5 minutes.
I'm so sorry. I will make just one very quick note to wrap up. You're being asked to spend hundreds of millions on police and security. And we've seen this morning council run pell-mell from people wanting to talk to them about the budgets they approve for police. I would urge you to reconsider the idea of wanting to make these expenditures when you can't even face people asking for the budgets for policing to be cut. And thank you. I will wrap up my discussion there.
Thank you, Mr. Burley. Appreciate that. Are there any questions of the presenter from committee members? Councillor Whitehead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Yeah, so first of all, I think Mr. Burley should apologize to Councillor Marilla for his unfortunate comments.
No. Okay, Councillor.
I don't think that is a place of dignity when a representative is coming forward to speak to this council and then highlights on one councillor in the way he has, and I think an apology is owed.
Councillor Marula was crude, insulting, and highly personal. I will not apologize.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm going to bring. I respect everybody's passion on this. I think we need to carry on. We've spent almost a whole day on this item, and we're still not through it. So, with respect, Councillor, I appreciate where you're coming from. Mr. Burley, please ask your question, Councillor.
The question I have is, does Mr. Burley think it's good business to make decisions unilaterally without having all the information in front of you?
I certainly don't, and I'd like to hasten to point out that you essentially have no information in front of you whatsoever. You have a passel of empty promises with nothing in detail to back them up. You have a bid document that frankly is laughable in its lack of financial detail. The most important question behind this is the public funds. Commonwealth Games receive, generally speaking, nearly 85 to 90%, well, usually 85 to 90% of their funding directly from governments. This means that it is the taxpayers' dollars that are entirely at stake here, and it is perfectly reasonable to expect much more detail than what we have at present. Your original approval was based on something that was much more substantial. But yes, I think it's right. You should
here's the problem. Here's the problem with the answer. So I pose another question. do you understand the juncture in which we were dealing with this particular presentation? There was no votes lined up. This wasn't about bringing in a full-fledged bid proposal for 2026. It was more about whether or not we should be considering 2026 and allowing the Commonwealth Committee to pull all those pieces together, the business case, and bring it back sometime in September. So that's my understanding of the suggestion, and I think the mayor spoke to that. So this wasn't the point where they were supposed to bring in the budget. Do you understand that?
We should have heard about the budget months and months ago. The
we just got the 2026. We just got the
Councillor, you asked the question. Let him answer. Go ahead, Mr. Burley.
2026 happened many months ago. There's been ample opportunity to revise the already existing 2030 estimates for 2026, and instead, you're being asked to buy a pig in
Mr. So here's the challenge. Just because the offer came up in 2026, this is our first opportunity to actually have that conversation. We haven't authorized, as you are now aware, our staff to actually work with the staff on any 2026. So that's the dilemma. So help me understand how you perceive that we should have all that information when we haven't even authorized our staff to look at 2026, because this is the first opportunity we've had that conversation.
Well, if you listen to my presentation, it was clearly about warnings related to games cost overruns, right? And the new bidding or the new hosting procedure that the CGF has been here in front of you today boasting about, that is having really, really deleterious effects on the finances of the city of Birmingham.
Yeah, so the question I originally posed was that the 2026 was a new offering. This is the first time that the 2026 offering has been in front of council. Staff have not been directed to, because we haven't had a meeting on this, to work with this group on the 2026, and yet you're asking for all the answers prior to us even authorizing our staff to work with them to get those answers. So I'm in a bit of a dilemma. I appreciate you want the answers. Let's be clear. The problem is, I think in process point of view, it's a little bit premature knowing that we haven't even authorized our staff to actually look at a 2026 bid.
Okay, Councillor, you're just about, your time is running out as well, Councillor, your 1 minute mark.
That was my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Seeing no further questions before us, thank you, Mr. Burley. I'll receive everybody's. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I have a question.
Councillor Marula.
To you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Mr. Burley. How are you? It's so lovely to see you. It's so lovely to see you. Tell me something.
Nice to see you.
Tell me something.
Yeah.
What exactly did I say that was insulting to you?
You went off on a long personal rant about keyboard warriors who oppose this bid, people who oppose this bid being keyboard warriors, and pizza on their underwear and all kinds of absolute
eating pizza in their pajamas.
I in my face, actually, which was amusing to me. I think that when you have guests before you, you need to restrain some of the personal remarks that are being made. That's all. I think it is beneath the dignity of this council and beneath the dignity of this committee, and certainly not beneath your dignity, sir. But you felt comfortable saying it. If you want to say it,
by the way, thank you. Thank you. And I stand by every word that I said. And actually, I think I was visualizing you when I said it. Secondly, your language.
Okay, Councillor, let's be careful.
I was named. Let me say clearly that my comments pale in comparison to your attacks on me personally, to your attacks on the Hamilton Police Services, my colleagues, and frankly, I have a box full of your insults and personal comments. And you know, my friend, I'll be seeing you soon, my friend. Legally, that is.
You know what?
Ciao. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm going to move on now to our next presenter. Is Anthony Frazina. So I'll call upon Anthony of Mohawk College, wishing to speak as well with regards to Commonwealth Games. Good afternoon, Anthony, if you're there. Do we have him?
Anthony, are you still there? We may have lost Mr. Frazina. Maybe we could come back to
Okay,
you.
Mr. Frizina, if you're out there listening, we've lost you here in our technology, but we'll try and come back to you. We'll move on now to, we'll have the clerks work on that. I'll move on to Sue Prestige. Sue, if you're there and able to connect in, we'll take you as the next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm just not seeing you yet.
Oh, I can see her now as well.
There you are. Yep, got it. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead, Sue.
Well,
And
first of all, I'd like
5-minute
to
rule.
say good afternoon and thank you so much. Okay, I'd like to thank you, Madam Chairman, also your worship and council for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm not going to be heavy on numbers. Mine is more about observations because I'm here of the bid for the 2026.
Okay.
And I'll give you a bit of background. My broadcasting career, I have attending and reporting on major events hosted by cities both in Canada.
Yeah, Sue. Sorry, we're having having an issue with your bandwidth, Sue. You're cutting in and out. I'm not sure, Madam Clerk, if we can fix that.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Sue, I think are you using a headset at all? Or are you just trying to speak directly into your computer? Because your bandwidth looks okay, but you need to, maybe if you have a headset, plug it in or speak very close to the microphone.
Okay, does this help?
A
Is this
little bit.
helping?
Little bit. Try again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm speaking about as close as I can get to the microphone.
Okay,
How
we
does
can
that
hear you
sound?
there. Yeah, try that.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak today. Mine is more about observations that I've seen at sporting events and also covering them in support of the bid for the Commonwealth Games in Hamilton in 2026. In my experience, I've had a chance to cover a number of sporting events, Los Angeles in 84, Calgary in 88, Atlanta in 96, as well as the Commonwealth Games held in Victoria in 1994. Now, part of my job was to cover sports, but it was also to produce stories that focused on the cities hosting the games from the lead up that you're going through right now up until the execution of the games. And I want to talk about some of the things that those cities had in common. One, they all wanted to know what kind of legacy they would receive, what the cities.
No, dear.
Of course, what was going to be the cost of the city. And another community that was there, or sorry, another commonality was that most of the
Sorry, Sue, I don't know if you can hear us here, but we're losing you too. I'm showing bandwidth. It is bandwidth, Sue, so sorry, I'm not sure if you can try and work on maybe shutting down and connecting back in. We can try and come back to you later. We'll move on then to the next, hopefully, see that we have the next speaker. I'd like to call upon Lincoln Cole. Lincoln, if you're on and can click in, hopefully you haven't got an issue with the bandwidth.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, we can't see you yet.
Yeah,
I can't
think
anyways.
I'm having problems with my video access, unfortunately. So can you guys still hear me clearly? Or?
We'll just go with sound then, Lincoln, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I apologize for that. Yeah, so good afternoon, Council and Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to say thanks for having me virtually this morning into the afternoon. I really appreciate it. Over the years of just supporting and connecting with youth to positive resources in Hamilton, I must say, I really developed a passion for it. And when hearing about our city potentially hosting the Commonwealth Games right here in our backyard, it brought some excitement to me, and even more excitement when hearing about all the benefits and opportunities this could bring for residents and youth in our communities, employment opportunities, volunteer opportunities, new recreation facilities, affordable housing, which would be a tremendous help right now in our city for service providers and definitely frontline workers who are out there tackling on that. I feel the list could go on with all the types of benefits this type of project could bring to the residents and youth of Hamilton. We know our city is already very diverse and welcoming of many different backgrounds and ethnicities. So when it comes to our city hosting athletes from all over the world, many different nations coming here, I think it's right up our alley. And when we see people and families wanting to get more involved and explore the opportunities and the excitement that will come with that. So as a provincial youth outreach worker in our city, I think it's very important we continue to educate young and residents of our city about how a project like Commonwealth Games can really build and make our city a better place for now and long after the games. Our city is full of many talented youth and young individuals that work very hard and that when focused, I think working on a project or goal like this, we could really strive and explore these opportunities in a way that could really help us and make us our dreams come true and things that youth maybe dreamed of. They could really get the chance right now to explore those opportunities and go with it and advance their careers. So it's kind of just closing remarks. I would just like to encourage people to try and take a bigger look and a deeper look at all the benefits and opportunities this project can really bring to our city and our future. This is a time we can really showcase how Hamilton is such a great city and how all the people and residents living here could really come together to make something very successful for time and last a legacy here. So I just want to say thanks for that. And I'm also in support for 2026 Hamilton Commonwealth Games. We want to bring it home here. So definitely benefit everyone in the community. So thank you guys for that.
Thank you, Lincoln. And are there any questions of the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much, Lincoln. I'm now going to chime into Anthony Macaluso. If you're out there, Anthony, and connect in, we'd certainly love to hear your comments as well with regards to the Commonwealth Games.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon now, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak for the Commonwealth Games. Initially very supportive of 2030, but now see the possibilities that 2026 could provide for our city. The first and foremost reasoning for my support for the Commonwealth Games is the opportunities it presents for our youth. We all know study after study shows the correlation between physical activity and physical and mental wellness. As part of the Commonwealth Games, there's ways to improve both physical infrastructure of some of our aging recreational facilities, as well as provide opportunity to create and design new spaces that promote activity and wellness. Second objective for supporting are the opportunities it provides for students, whether it be curriculum tie-ins, experiential learning opportunities such as co-op, the excessive amount of volunteering opportunities that would present itself, the ability to learn new skills, or even something as simple as connections made with students across the globe. The games provide an opportunity to expand the horizons and opportunities of our kids. And lastly, I support the games because I believe that they can be a catalyst not only for recovery, but for betterment. With school partnerships, the leadership of not-for-profit housing groups like Inwell, our volunteer-driven exercises, and more, we have an opportunity to reshape our city. And, quite frankly, basing our games on what has happened with other games and what happens in other cities actually belittles the great people and minds that we have here in Hamilton. Why can't we use these games to reimagine housing? Why can't we use these games to be a catalyst for empowering all of our community members? Why not enlist and embolden the support of those who could benefit to design a games that can build and address our needs as a community? And more importantly, why not let our youth, who will inherit the fruits of our decisions, be the key drivers of our design? A lot of people are asking, why invest in the games? And I compare it to our LRT debates, which we've been having. And we say there's money that could be invested in the games, or money invested in LRT, or money simply diverted to specific projects. Well, just as LRT is more than just a train, the Commonwealth Games is an opportunity to be more than just a 2-week festival. They can be part of a vision, an improvement, a catalyst for change and betterment of our city. It can be a symbol of our city embracing the opportunities for our future, investing in our people, and developing a better, more equitable Hamilton. The games, much like the LRT, can be a tool to help drive economic and social change, which we know our citizens so desperately want. It can be a tool to city building and infrastructure upgrade. Members from HCCI, Indwell, Gowlings, our Indigenous community, ArcelorMittal, McMaster, and more, why can't we all come together to build a games that sets our city on a course that's unrivaled by any other? We can build our games and we can build our city, and we can do this so that it brings out the best of each of us and lifts each of our citizens up to benefit all of our community members. And I read a great quote from Councillor Nan, and I'll apologize, but to paraphrase her words on LRT, I think are definitely apropos and apply to Commonwealth Games as well, in that they can be an artery of possibility for a just recovery from this pandemic. It can, if we want, deliver climate, equity, and economic outcomes our community deserves. As we emerge from this pandemic, investments in projects that promote youth, wellness, green infrastructure, and that come with local jobs and affordable housing which complete our neighborhoods are essential. This is not about being the ambitious city of yesteryear. It's about envisioning and actioning the Hamilton of tomorrow, one of progress, equity, opportunity, and pride. And I believe the Commonwealth Games can be part of that. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Anthony. Well within time. Really appreciate that. Any questions of the presenter? Seeing none, thank you. I will move on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Is Amanda Walters online? Amanda?
I am here, yes.
Thank you. Good
Hopefully
afternoon,
you can see
Amanda.
me. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. I want to take this opportunity to speak on behalf of myself as a former employee of the Pan Am Games for Hamilton. I feel that the incredible work by this volunteer committee is beyond the expectations of anything that I think most people would have expected from after Pan Am. The private sector investment is extremely beneficial to the city, and I think that, you know, bringing in these private and outside funds to leverage the city needs is an extremely special occasion with these games coming to the city at this time, utilizing them as a pandemic driver in building the economy back up is my favorite piece of the bid. It's although sport is the driver, I believe that legacy is the focus, including building the accessible housing needs for Hamilton, which is why I'm highly supportive of this bid and feel that it is extremely different from what we experienced at Pan Am. And I know that many of you were in these positions during that time, and many had a negative experience of Pan Am, including many people in this city. And I feel that this would be extremely different than what we experienced at that time, especially that Hamilton itself would be the owner of these games, which is extremely different than Toronto 2015 was, which is why I'm very supportive of these games and feel that there would be a huge economic benefit having that ownership here in the city. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Any questions of the presenter? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Amanda. I'm now going to move on to Cindy Gangaram. Hope I pronounced it right. My apologies if I didn't. Board Chair, Environment Hamilton. Cindy, if you're there.
Yes, I've tried to connect my video, but it doesn't seem to be allowed.
That's fine. We'll go on just your speech, your words as fine. Are you still there? Cindy, can you hear me? We're showing you only as your name, so you're in, but we cannot hear you now.
Cindy, if you're trying to turn your video on, leave it off because it might cause issues with your broadband, but just go with your audio.
Yes. Okay, so Cindy, we'll try and come back to you if you want to try and see if you can resolve some of your technical glitches. I'm going to move on to Simon Farbrother, former city manager for Edmonton and member of the board of directors for Commonwealth Sport Canada. Simon, if you're there, welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and the committee taking the time to listen to people today. As mentioned, I spent 6 years as city manager in Edmonton, and was also the vice chair of the 2022 bid for the city of Edmonton. That bid probably would have been successful, and the games probably would have been coming to Canada in 2022, except that oil prices went from $1.10 to about 40 cents overnight, which eliminated the province's ability to support the games at the time. So I just want to talk a little bit about, so why did Edmonton consider these games to be of value, and why did it invest in that opportunity? Well, it viewed it from a number of points. First of all, very much from a city building perspective. It aligned with the strategic direction, triple bottom line of the city, a future focused, a young community, a community connected in a global world. It also saw that there were going to be physical in terms of infrastructure, but also emotional benefits of hosting a games that would actually move forward agendas around multiculturalism, etc. It saw legacy impacts, and it also saw opportunities to improve Edmonton's image and reputation, considering its northern location. And it also saw the opportunity to significantly leverage provincial and federal funds that otherwise would probably be invested somewhere else in the country. So I have to admit that was sort of self-serving in its right. Now, where did it come from in terms of those assessments or those values? Well, it went back to 1978 when Edmonton hosted the Commonwealth Games. At that time, the city was about 500,000 people. Today, the region of Edmonton is over 1.1 million people. And it looked at some of the consequences of those 78 games. Firstly, Commonwealth Stadium today remains one of the most significant stadiums in Canada. And it did host the opening game of the Women's World Cup and is likely to host games for the FIFA 2026 Men's World Cup. Secondly, Kinsman Fieldhouse was built, sports aquatic centre, which is used by hundreds of thousands of citizens today, over 40 years later. And thirdly, the Games actually was the first stage of the light rapid transit system that was built in Edmonton that is continuing to be built today and is orders of magnitude much, much larger than it was in 1978. And so some of those were some of the sort of the tangible impacts, but you still find people talking about the games and the legacy it brought in terms of their own cultural and employment opportunities. It created a sports mentality or supported a sports mentality in the city, but it also created a level of innovation and creativity in terms of the volunteer base and those elements. And there are shared stories that are still shared today, 40 years later, from parents to children to grandchildren. So that was the basis that the city saw the value of reinvesting in the games. In the 2022 model, it was going to be more of reusing the infrastructure that we already had. 75% of infrastructure would have been renewed. It would have been the infrastructure we already had, but it also provided an opportunity to continue to reinvest in the city's future. The other piece that sometimes is lost a little bit is Canadian cities, in relative global terms, are actually pretty small. And we're also seen as being a bit on the edge. We're northern cities where images and views of the cities tend to be somewhere north and you see polar bears. And so research done over a 10 or 15 year period indicated that in Edmonton's case, people's views of Edmonton as a perception was significantly less than people's views as Edmonton as a reality. And so part of the city strategy was actually to bring people either physically or virtually into the city. And the games provided that opportunity. And the Women's World Cup did that, the International Triathlon did that, and continuing to host Olympic qualifiers at the Kinsman facility, originally built in '78, does that as well. And the research shows us that people are more likely to live, invest, and stay in Edmonton if they actually physically see it first. And so that was a key element as well. So just a couple of passing comments to end this is, I think at the end of the day, you rent the games and you build the legacy that you choose to build. And my assessment of the delegation's presentation today has been about, they actually want a conversation with City Council about how to build the most appropriate legacy for Hamilton, as opposed to turning up and saying, here's the legacy, do you like it or don't like it? And I do think that's the best way to go ahead. So I think you have an opportunity to enjoy the experience of the games if you choose to go down that path. But more importantly, you have an opportunity to live the legacy of the games. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And are there any questions of Mr. Farbrother from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Simon, for the information you've provided today. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Well, now, thank you again. We're going to move on now to Reverend Donald F. McVicker. If you're there, Mr. McVicker, you're able to connect in now. We're here ready to listen.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Pearson, and members of the committee, I am deeply honored to be here today. When a child is born into sorrow, there seems to be no hope for them. That is why I admire the wisdom of the councillors of today and our Mayor, Fred Eisenberger, of the City of Hamilton. As you all have been great visionaries of this dynamic city for the past many years. Under your leadership, we have seen the redevelopment of the downtown core, the attraction of industry that you have brought to the City of Hamilton, and the McMaster Innovation Park. Also, have you created the massive infrastructure of improvements with the rebuilding of the roads, the bridges, the Red Hill Expressway, the link, and the wastewater treatment plant. Seeing the development of the retail businesses in the early years of Limeridge, Eastgate, and Center Mall all had positive impacts on the overall community and our economy. Our recreation facilities, as many community centers that have been rebuilt over the years, from Winona to Ancaster, out to Flamborough and Waterdown, in addition to the parks that have been enhanced with the splash pads and the playgrounds equipment for all of the children to enjoy. The Tim Hortons Field, the Bernie Morelli Rec Center, and much more. All have been positive initiatives that you as councillors have created and approved for this great city as it continues to move forward under your leadership. I also have to admire the leadership of the councillors of the early 70s, as I saw and experienced firsthand the challenges they had within the urban renewal and the development in the North End and the rebuilding of the town centre with Jackson Square, the Convention Centre, the Hamilton Art Gallery, and the majestic Hamilton Place. My grade 12 teacher at the time said in 1974, not sure if it'll ever be paid for itself, that being Hamilton Place Art Gallery or the Convention Centre. It will take years to get out of debt. But now, all those facilities continue to be used in so many positive ways as the councillors had taken a risk and invested in the future of Hamilton, and they're all paid for. One thing that is certain is that the focus on affordable housing, supplying food to those most in need, and working with the homeless will be embedded into the DNA and the infrastructure of the Commonwealth Games. That is the first and foremost priority. A legacy will also be shared with potential to have 100 mini Commonwealth Games teams being developed throughout the entire city to help rebuild the various communities through sport in the rec centers. A legacy trail may be created from here to the bay in Ward 3 from the inner city via the old CN railway track to the Sherman Inlet. If you ask me how can a young person of the Games benefit to the city, well, in closing, as a teen, I headed down to the Leander Boat Club and had an opportunity to lift weights. I was involved in the World Cup via NBC Sports. However, I didn't have the needed boots. We couldn't afford them at the time. So I went to the Army Surplus store on Ottawa Street and purchased a used pair of construction boots. I headed off to England and was asked to carry the Canadian flag and was awarded the silver medal that day. Then in 2015, many years later, I was asked to place the last piece of the cauldron as they lit the torch at the Pan Am Games. While learning from sport, that opportunity I developed from skills, those travel to Sweden, England, India, and across the US, I came back to the inner city and started the outreach ministry and the Eva Rothwell. That initiative has affected so many lives, thousands of children and the adults, but also $10 million during the past 15 years has been invested into the Rothwell community at no cost to the city. So you can see what 1,000 volunteers can do and supporters to invest in the city. That is $2.1 million in renovations, $6.1 million in operating costs and 1.4 in additional costs. In addition, the $1.5 million dollar investment that Habitat brought to the Rothwell site back in 2010. Mind you, a lot of things have changed in the past. The code red that noted that there was improvement in the Keith neighborhood with a significant reduction of crime because at one time we were exchanging a knife for a basketball. Now, instead of seeing a child of the past being born into sorrow, today and in the future has been an opportunity in Hamilton to raise the best place to raise a child. Thank you for this, and I support the bid going forward because there's lots of wonderful opportunity for the city in so many ways, as I mentioned. And thank you for all the presenters and the councillors today. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend McVicker. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you again, sir. I'm now going to call upon Chance Corden. Chance, if you're there and connected in, please go ahead.
Hi, hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. I can't see you, but
Oh,
it's okay. We can hear you. So if you wish to go ahead, that's fine.
okay. So I just wanted to say hello and
there
good
you are.
morning. Oh, you can see me now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, perfect. I just wanted to say hello and good morning to the honorable city councilors present today. I signed up today. I'm a young adult, a student, and a resident of Hamilton, and Ancaster particularly, so I felt an obligation to speak on this because I know, to my understanding, that there will be a lot of games taking place in Ancaster as well. And I wanted to voice my opinion on how the Commonwealth Games is not the right answer, in my opinion, to try and capture this economic resurgence that the investors have called it, and especially in the midst of a pandemic. I want to thank those presenting the project. The cat's out of the bag for you guys. I'm a critic, but here's the truth. I'm also a huge sports fan. And although the videos and speakers today spoke of sports I may watch in my own time, I don't think that triumphs over the importance of Hamilton's, like all of its citizens, to spend their dollars wisely today. The common theme throughout the presentation was how this is unprecedented times and how there needs to be unprecedented decisions. And I think that's true, but I don't think this is one of them. If housing was easy, it would have been solved by now, is something that was said within this meeting. And while it is true that affordable housing is an intersectional and complex issue, I hope that the only obstacle keeping us from there is having the limitations of our budget, like Councillor Brad Clark said. And I think it is unanimous that we all want to fix the housing crisis in Hamilton. And that comes from direct investment in housing programs that are working tirelessly currently as we speak right now. And if we want to talk about housing, let's take bold action in investing in methods that will help immediately and methods that will last. And you know, they talked about land acknowledgement playing on Indigenous land, and like why. I want to know why we're not worrying about having these conversations without any publicly mentioned Indigenous leaders involved. And I don't mean like when we leave this meeting. I mean like there's a lot of important people in this room. If it was a definitive point of the unprecedented nature of the 2026 games, why did we not have an Indigenous leader presenting that is what they want for their nations? Recovery will be shorter if we have the games, is something that was said here as well. And I think we have an option to make our recovery time the shortest, but it doesn't come from making these 30-year commitment investments. It comes from directly investing in affordable housing programs, directly investing in COVID response coordination, and directly investing in the sports programs. Sports keeps kids out of crimes, that's right. But the after-school programs keeps kids out of crime. So let's fund those. The economic resurgence of this pitch, in my opinion, has failed to connect the Commonwealth Games with its reasons for conception. Instead, they have highlighted the importance of investing in community in the height of a pandemic. All of the economic changes that are being presented as the reasons for the Commonwealth come from society that can be reached without the 11-day one-time purchase of the Commonwealth Games, but with a bold investment in long-term strategies for the future. And so Councillor Whitehead also mentioned that the councillors who have denounced the games have not seen the details. For me, as a resident, I think the details is Mount Hope needs water, Upper Stone Creek needs those 4,000 sidewalks that we were talking about. The details are we are not getting the details, and the details are our communities need help. And and that's enough. And do not support the Commonwealth Games. Support what these people think that these games will represent. And to quote David Grevenberg, invest in a more peaceful, prosperous world at home, in the country, and around the world. Thank you for your time, guys. That's it. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Chance. And are there any questions of the presenter? I'm seeing none. Thank you again, Chance, for taking the time to speak to us. Sorry, Chance, hang on a second. I'm hearing Councillor Whitehead wishes to ask a question. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name was Ray, so I thought it was only appropriate that I re-understand or try and understand the facts of the infrastructure deficits that the delegate was so generous to offer us, and we're certainly aware of. I guess my question is, would you expect your councillor to make decisions without having all the facts in front of them?
I think with a lot of the details that were presented, even within this meeting today, regarding the track record of the Commonwealth Games and their lack of capability to accurately hit their margins and their goals for financial security for the community, I think that's a risk that I would not expect my councillor to make with my tax dollars.
So then what I presume is that you're suggesting, for example, Manchester, which had a huge successful transformation as a result of the Commonwealth Games and no deficit. You're picking and choosing the examples you want to utilize, and you're asking us as a councillor to weight that piece in absence of any and all other information. Is that correct?
No, I think what I'm saying is that we've seen enough details already for us to see that this is an investment that we shouldn't be contemplating at the moment. But that's only my opinion as an Ancaster resident.
And I want to thank you.
Thank you.
For coming forward and having the bravery and the commitment to get on this and speak and ask your or at least present your concerns. I think that speaks the world of you and what we got to look forward in the future. So thank you.
Hey, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, everyone. Seeing no further speakers again, thank you, Chance. Appreciate that. I'm going to go back now. We had a couple of other speakers that had technical difficulties. So Sue Prestige, if you're there, Sue.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. We're going to try again.
Okay, in that brief interlude, I took my laptop and threw it off the balcony, but...
Oh, please don't say that.
I believe the problem was with my computer, so I apologize.
It's okay.
Just to reiterate, I'm a resident of Hamilton my entire life. In my broadcasting career, I've had the pleasure of attending and reporting on major sporting events hosted by cities both in Canada and the United States on behalf of CBC Sports. Now, these included Los Angeles in '84, Calgary in '88, Atlanta in '96, as well as the Commonwealth Games held in Victoria in 1994. Now, part of my job was to cover sports, but also produce stories that focused on the cities hosting the games, contemplating hosting the games from the lead up to the execution. And there were commonalities in all of those host cities. The questions were, what is our legacy going to be? What does this mean for venues in our city? Both internationally and nationally, how will we be perceived? And also, of course, the cost to the city. Now, a number of benefits have already been outlined by the big committee. I'm here to add a couple of other benefits. With a potential broadcast audience of 1.5 billion, the potential to expose this city to the world is just enormous. Now, as was mentioned, the World Cycling Championships in 2003 showed that. Many of my colleagues at CBC who were producing those games for broadcast around the world remarked back then about what they called the amazing, quote, beauty shots that were so abundant in this area. Of course, I could have told them that before, but they had to see it for themselves. All those beauty shots were broadcast throughout the world on a daily basis during the championships, and that would happen again should the games be held in this city. And when I attended the Commonwealth Games of Victoria, I observed the following. It was a mid-sized city that benefited from building and renovation of sports facilities. facilities that later became the site of international events after the games concluded. And that's important because of the tourist dollars that would be brought in. And because of the media coverage of these games, the spotlight was shone on Victoria, which, as I mentioned, resulted in increased tourism and investment by both national and international companies. Now, for me, it was the involvement of the youth of Victoria that was most impressive. From the opening ceremonies to volunteer teams at every venue, they were everywhere. And much like we saw Hamiltonians come out to volunteer at the Pan Am Games. Now, while waiting for media transportation in Victoria, I had a chance to talk to one of those young volunteers who told me that these games were important to her because she could imagine herself one day being an athlete standing on that podium. She also added that it made her so proud to be from Victoria. Now, I imagine that scene would be repeated many times should Hamilton host the games here in 2026. But let's address the elephant in the room, the cost. Now, even though it was a different time when this city hosted the British Empire Games in 1930, and while the world was not facing a worldwide pandemic, it was facing a huge financial crisis. The collapse of Wall Street in 1929 was an event that should have put an end to the Games. But like the Hamilton bid team is doing today, Bobby Robinson, the father of the Games in the city, had to pivot. His efforts at that time spoke to the success of those Games. Now, the big committee for 2026 has pivoted along with the Canadian and International Games Committee to propose games which address many of the concerns the Council had on the first presentation for 2030. For example, housing and its proposal to work with Indwell. Look, I'm no Pollyanna. I know that some of you are feeling that financially this is a huge risk. But business leaders much smarter than me will tell you that little is gained without risk. I know it must be hard to muster support for these games when we as a city and a country are fighting a pandemic which has paralyzed business and cities. But I believe that we have the opportunity to be ahead of the curve when things return to the new normal. You've heard from the committee now that they have pivoted along with the International Games Committee to propose a new Commonwealth Games model which would cost less, renew sports facilities, and hold games which are socially responsible. To me, that makes enormous sense, not to mention the number of eyeballs that will be on the city provided through the media. I know that Hamilton, like other cities, has a task force looking at how we will come out of a post-pandemic economic crisis. But instead of looking at the Games proposal as an added expense, perhaps it should be viewed as a partner that could bring much-needed jobs, infrastructure improvements, social housing, and inspire all Hamiltonians. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very, very much for those comments and points. Appreciate that. Do I have any questions of Sue from our councillors? Sorry, Mr. Mayor, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I was just curious what floor Sue lived on, just to kind of get a sense of how her computer is going to survive. If you're on the first floor, it'll probably do all right.
Fortunately, it was only one story.
Oh, well. So
I was just off the back of our townhouse.
It may have survived. It may have survived.
Who knows?
So a quick question, Sue. And, you know, some could argue, and I'm quite familiar with you and the work that you've done in the past. You've been a great Hamiltonian, and some would argue that you've got some bias here because you drank the Kool-Aid. What would you say to the average taxpayer in terms of the benefit? You know, in a sense, I mean, we've got lots of opinions here from people that are vested in this, people that have been involved in this, people that have been part of the overall process, and you've seen this in different places around the world. What do you say to the average taxpayer in the city of Hamilton in terms of what the benefit is?
Well, I say, especially with the sports facilities and the ability to refurbish, renew some of those sports facilities, I could be wrong, but I don't think that there's going to be money from the provincial and federal governments because they'll be looking at cities across the country who have had to go through the pandemic, et cetera, in order to, I don't think that would be their first priority, let's say. So we have those sports facilities. And as was pointed out by one of the other supporters, they're talking about the fact, I'm sorry, I missed the name because I came back on, but when he said about, you know, for him it was trading a knife for a basketball. Like, I've seen sports transform individuals. I've seen sports transform cities. And so I think it's very important from that standpoint. I also think that Hamiltonians in general, I don't think, it reminds me very much of Calgary and the way that Calgarians came out, you know, en force to volunteer. I think Hamilton has that. Plus, you know, I think even in, within the time frame between now and 2026, I think it's what this city needs. I remember David from the International Committee saying, I think the International Games needs a Hamilton. And that was based on, what he had seen for the big committee, but also his tour of the city and talking to Hamiltonians as well. So, in so many ways, I think it's also built for the youth that are moving up, because we've seen such great athletes come out of Hamilton. And I don't think that was a fluke. I think it was because of the coaches and the people that supported them. But I think this city could benefit hugely from volunteerism, from every kid in the neighborhood who just wants to go to the local swimming pool or arena or track to be able to say, yes, it's there for me to become a better individual and do something with my life.
Thanks, Sue. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you again, Sue. Okay, and I'm going to now reach out to Cindy Gangaram, if you're there, Cindy.
Hello,
Thank you.
Can you hear me? I think I'm having a problem with my video.
That's fine.
Okay, so I'm just going to proceed with voice, if that's okay.
That would be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for understanding my technical difficulties. And Council, thank you so much for having me here today. So my name is Cindy Gangram. My pronouns are she and her. And I come here today on behalf of Environment Hamilton to stand in opposition to the 2026 Commonwealth Games. For us, hosting this event poses 4 major issues. Number 1, it's counter to our core values. Number 2, hosting reduces the municipal resources that are available to allocate towards priority concerns. Number 3, mega event planning redirects time and resources from the pressing climate emergency and the climate emergency initiatives. And number 4, we do not believe that an equitable post-pandemic recovery for Hamilton involves a risky mega event such as the 2026 Commonwealth Games. So firstly, we stand in solidarity with Indigenous people in opposing brand promotion for the Commonwealth. Given the centuries-long oppression that Indigenous people continue to face from colonial and Commonwealth governments around the world, all organizations that stand in solidarity with Indigenous people ought to oppose the Commonwealth Games just by virtue of the brutal colonial brand they represent. Secondly, there are many local priorities that require resource allocation that should not be pushed aside to host a mega event. Examples include, and several have been mentioned here today, the municipality's $3.3 billion infrastructure deficit and the desperate need for more affordable housing. The bid document that was presented earlier and the paperwork that goes along with it suggests that the Games legacy, or the Games legacy goal, is to solve the housing crisis. If it is possible to aggressively address the housing crisis, we should not attach this goal to the prospect of a mega event, and we should, on principle, pursue this goal directly at every level of government without waiting for the 2026 post-event accounting. Community benefit should be vigorously sought by this council, independent of any bid. As a student, I had the opportunity to study Olympic bids and the impact that mega events will have on their host cities. The evidence was then, as it is now, suggests that most host cities rarely realize the purported benefits that are emphasized at the onset and in the bidding process. And even more importantly, most host cities exceed their anticipated event budgets as unforeseen and hidden costs, such as security and extra policing, are factored into the final bill. Legacy projects are often sold off to cover cost overages, and this is not a model we can reliably use to solve housing insecurity. Thirdly, as longtime environmental advocates, we at Environment Hamilton are very concerned that hosting the 2026 Games would redirect already scarce staff time and municipal resources from the very important initiatives that need to be expanded to effectively respond to the climate emergency, including enhancing public transit and active transportation infrastructure, including MRT, addressing stormwater infrastructure and upgrades, building green infrastructure, engaging in local agricultural land preservation to ensure food security, and expanding the expansion of local renewable energy systems, to name a few. We have declared a climate emergency, and in an emergency, action is not optional. We know in recent months, all but one member of Public Health's climate and air quality team and staff from other departments who focus on climate work have been redeployed to support the pandemic response. And this means that most climate work has stopped and precious time, precious months are being lost. Given the looming planetary disaster that's already unfolding, and if we continue to direct limited municipal staff and financial resources to the Commonwealth Games, it seems wild that just the redirection seems wildly misdirected, especially when redeployment of staff focused on crucial climate work has occurred at the same time.
You're at 1 minute, Cindy.
Okay, thank you. So we see a huge potential for the municipality to embrace a just recovery approach, to not address the impacts of the pandemic, but to set our community on a course that's just, inclusive, and begins to address the climate emergency in a meaningful way. So our final point is we ultimately reject the idea of hosting the Commonwealth Games as a timely solution to the pandemic and pandemic recovery. Instead, we advocate for a just post-pandemic recovery, aligning ourselves with the 6 principles of a just recovery for all. Number 1, put people's health and well-being first, no exceptions. 2, strengthen the social safety net and provide relief directly to people. Number 3, prioritize the needs of workers and communities. Number 4, build resiliency to prevent future crises. Number 5, build solidarity and equity across communities, generations, and borders. And number 6, uphold Indigenous rights and work in partnership with Indigenous peoples. So in closing, I would just ask you to consider, why was no other city bidding? Perhaps we should follow the example of every other city on Earth and not pursue this mega event for Hamilton in 2026. Thank you so much for your time. And I hope I didn't go too far over.
Nope, you made it. Thank you, Cindy. And I do have Councillor Nan wanting to ask a question. Councillor Nan.
Sorry, Councillor Nan, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I unplugged my microphone at some point and it initiated the pause. I apologize. Through the chair to the delegate, thank you for outlining the just recovery goals. It's been a while since I heard them, even though I've been implementing them into all of the decision making that I've been advocating for in a recovery framework. But there was something that you had mentioned, Cindy, that you said that you personally had studied games and international game events through your education. And I'm curious to hear a little bit more about the statement you made, which was very rarely do municipalities receive a substantive return on investment through game events, or that they aren't realized. Could you just break that down a little bit more, given that you had to summarize everything in 5 minutes? If you could spend a few minutes just sharing a little bit more detail about what you've learned through your studies. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. So we even heard here today that the budget at the onset of the process isn't necessarily the budget when the event actually comes to pass. And so that creates a weird way of looking at whether we're on budget or not. So I'm going to go back to, I studied this quite some time ago. And in 2001, the literature was saying that and I mostly focus, I should say, on Olympics, the IOC committee's approach to seeking a bid and how manifested into reality. In a lot of cases, and Montreal 1976 is a big example of where the infrastructure that was built didn't ultimately deliver the promise that it said it would, and the deficits that were left were huge. And I can't recall the specifics of which other Olympics had promised major features that were actually, so for example, athletes' villages that would become recreational facilities, or sporting facilities that would become for the use of the public, that were then privatized after in order to close the debt that had been created by the event. Truthfully, and it sounds bizarre to say it, the example was more Salt Lake City was another example of having a lot of those problems. It was more the case than it was the exception, that cities came in with a budget, that cities' legacy items weren't delivered to the community as they had been promised, and that often some of that was privatized after the fact. And so drawing on the general pattern, I would just say that it doesn't seem like there's many exceptions to that rule, and that does seem to be the general rule, which is why we've said today that we think it's too risky.
I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for delegating.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you, Cindy. Appreciate that. So that concludes all of our presenters and delegation. Sorry, Madam Clerk, my apologies. Councillor Whitehead, I'm sorry, we just caught that you want to ask a question of Cindy. Hopefully she's still there. Cindy?
Yeah. So, I mean, and for somebody that was on the federal government, working on the ministry with the ministry on not only the Commonwealth Games, but games in general around the world with Sports Canada, they see it differently. So you used AOC or used Olympic Committee and their model and some of the failures in the past. In any of your studies, because Commonwealth is a completely different unit. Manchester, for example, I keep citing, was fairly successful with all transformation and of legacy facilities that still are being used by the community today. So I'm trying to understand, you're drawing your conclusions from Olympic models?
I'm relating the research I've done on mega events, which include mostly the Olympic model, because there was more literature that I was able to review on the aftermath of certain events that were, like Salt Lake City, Calgary, and the Montreal 76 Olympics. But certainly the general review of the literature I did included Pan Am Games and Commonwealth Games as well.
Can I ask then, because I assume the failure of Montreal, which clearly was seen as a failure from an infrastructure and investment point of view, Calgary might have a different argument, by the way, perhaps even Vancouver. But here's the question, because I think they both would bid again. Well, Calgary did, or tried to bid again because of the successes of their legacy pieces that are now obviously being overused. Well, it's hit its life cycle cost. Vancouver more recently with the housing that they achieved, I believe they had a surplus, if I remember right. So so there are recent examples, and I'm wondering, did these organizations in your research evolve with the failings and some of the very points that you identified? Was there any changes in the business practices or identifying some of the shortfalls to try and address those very concerns that you raise?
Well, that's an interesting question, because what I would say is that perhaps we have to disaggregate the benefits that are experienced by the public than those that are than the benefits that are experienced by the private sector. Even when a legacy item is created for a mega event and it continues to be used by the community, it doesn't mean that it isn't ultimately benefiting private interests. So I think that our concern here is, even if legacy items are well thought out and do go to the service of the community after, at what cost? And could those benefits have been attained by not pursuing the games as a primary and pursuing the community benefits as a primary, rather than making the games the primary goal, and a secondary kind of sidebar to that is we can get these other things done. So I think even where legacy items have benefited the community, we'd have to look closely at each one and say, has it been a greater benefit to private interests or the general public interest? And we stand for the best interest of the public and the public.
And you've heard today the presentation, is that correct?
Yes, I've been listening all day since 9:30.
Good, and I'm glad to hear that. So you've heard the crossroads which the Commonwealth has reached in regards to their values and principles in the context of the evolution, to ensure that that the very principles of equity and community needs and community benefit is more enshrined in the DNA of the current model than certainly in the past. So they have recognized and involved as well. Did you hear that?
I did. In fact, I actually heard the people speaking in the presentation today reference equality, not equity, which I think is a very important distinction, because equity is about spending unequally to get more equal results. And I think that one of the issues here, and with everything I've heard today, is it does feel a little bit like our primary goal is to have the games, and then we want to sell these other community benefits to you as a way to get the games here. And I suppose I can't help but make an analogy that if you had a hungry child in front of you, you wouldn't think about planning yourself a fancy meal and then figuring out how that would generate some leftovers for them that would feed them. You would want to plan a meal for them specifically. And so I think that it's not so much that I didn't hear what was said today. I just reject the idea that we should primarily focus on a mega event as a way to back fulfill the goals that we have with regards to our most vulnerable populations. And I'm especially thinking about affordable housing.
The last question I have, and I appreciate that. 17 years as a counselor, and certainly watching how things work. Federal and provincial governments provide infrastructure dollars, housing dollars. I mean, the model slightly changed, but they're not significant dollars going to each and every community, and it's still somewhat competitive in regards to that overall envelope. Would you agree?
I would agree, and I would also add that I don't see I would add that I don't see in this package that's been presented here today, which I read through, that this actually says has a guarantee that we're going to have other governments helping us. I'm also concerned about something with regards to affordable housing that comes up in this document, which is that there is enough residence space and hotel space to house all of the athletes and people, but there's an attempt to, and I'm quoting here, graft the resources required to host one of the world's largest sporting events to then build affordable housing. Perhaps it's a fault on my part, but I don't understand what this means. It does sound like we're talking about one pot of money and expecting that one pot of money to do very varied things. And I don't know that in a post-pandemic recovery, we can expect that that pot of money is going to be added. We're going to get extra money from the province and the feds that goes to anything more than the games if the games were to come. So I guess I'm saying is that support for the games to me does not guarantee those community benefits.
So can you give me any example the last 10 years, 20 years of a game activity in Canada where the funding that the communities received was consistent with the funding that was already in place by those levels of government, federal and provincial, or did they exceed the normal infrastructure dollars and was in fact a bonus to those communities in the context of dollars being delivered?
I can't speak to a specific example, but I don't think it matters for my position because in my position, it is that we need to focus on spending on the most pressing priority issues. And if building a stadium is something that will result in a legacy, that will result in community use, but it is not the most pressing issue, then we're not centering those who are most impacted. And any post-pandemic recovery has to be just and rooted in the just recovery for all principles and has to center those most impacted first.
So 3,000 units is 10 would be a year of the city of Hamilton. You don't believe that that's a worthwhile venture to at least get the facts on and determine if it is and if it's real?
Again, I'm saying that I don't understand, and I'll admit that it's a fault perhaps on my part, but I don't understand based on the proposal today, how the funding for these units, and I appreciate Councillor Clark's questions earlier, I understand how there is a 3,000 units of affordable housing. And if we do have the potential to seek governments, provincial and federal dollars to help us attain more affordable housing, then I think it's incumbent on all of us to put all the time and energy we put into this, that we're going to continue putting into the Commonwealth Games, and that we have to put in to try and attain affordable housing for Hamilton.
Appreciate your comments and thank you for presenting.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, everyone. I think that now clears all questions and presenters. I'm sorry, Councillor Marula, sir.
Just quickly, just on the housing file, because I need to clarify this. So the model already exists. It has existed for years. Pan Am is the model that they're referencing. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if the presenter would like to research the matter, it's quite clear. Governments, historically, all levels of governments, when it comes to these types of games, have more appetite to fund not only the games themselves, but any subsequent or attached benefits, such as housing. Look at any city in North America or the world for that matter, Pan Am being the closest. The reason why I didn't support Pan Am, mind you, and most people did back in the day, was because we weren't getting those added benefits of housing. Toronto got all the housing. They received hundreds of millions of dollars of it. Now, the key is to make sure that it remains affordable. In Toronto, as it was mentioned by PJ, the portion of it went to market, which shouldn't happen and will not happen. And as Endwell, who I trust implicitly, and their head office is in Ward 4. Because I was supporting affordable housing when it wasn't cool back in the day, and I have probably one of the most significant amount of new affordable housing over the last 10 years because of our partnership with Endwell. If they say something, they do it. And so does PJ. So I trust that you trust Endwell and the work that they've done in this community in ensuring that we have solid, sustainable, affordable housing, which they're promising within this bid. And I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Now I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, are we all clear of any speakers? We're clear. I want to thank all of the delegations that presented today from the very beginning this morning and all my councillor colleagues. So with that, I'm going to ask, may I have a mover and a second to receive all of the presentations? Moved by Mr. Mayor, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. You have that, Madam Clerk? All in favor? And we
Yes,
go
Chair.
to, okay, and I've got to get in my vote thing.
Sorry, I'm just getting into
It's okay.
mine here. I'm sorry, it was the mayor moved and seconded?
Mayor and second by Councillor Whitehead.
Whitehead, okay, beautiful. Okay, it's on its way, folks.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Okay. Great, thank you, everyone. Well,
I still need a vote from Councillor Collins.
I don't see him present.
Okay. And that should be it. I got everybody else's. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And that carries.
Yes.
Thank you. We're gonna now move on to discussion items, correct, Madam Clerk? I haven't missed anything, so we jumped around a bit.
Yes, through you. Sorry, Jen, I can't hear you. Okay. Councillor Pauls, I did see you waving your hand. You hadn't been marked back in because you were missing for a vote, so I will correct that in the record that you voted in favor. Okay.
Okay, and I see
Madam
Councillor.
Chair, can I ask, have the staff that clerk's been given a break?
Well, that's what I was just going
We've
to
been at
ask,
it here
Madam
now
Clerk.
since 9 o'clock or 9:30.
Exactly. I wouldn't mind it either.
I think everyone needs, and I think we should build it into our regular practice. It's worked well to date, and I know context for the meeting is important, and we got that done. I think it'd be wise for us to take a half an hour for everybody to take a breather and do what they need to do. We'll come back refreshed, I'm sure.
Okay, everyone. So it's now 3:15. Councillor Ferguson, I see you waving.
Yeah, just one question. So unfortunately, I have to step away for a personal thing, and I just got back. Did we give the staff the direction then to meet with the Commonwealth Games group and to assist them in responding to us? Has that resolution happened yet, or is it not necessary?
No.
Just by receiving it, directed them to do that?
The direction was not given, Councillor. It was just the presentation was received.
So staff will not be meeting with the Commonwealth Games group then before September 9th.
Mr. Mayor, Madam.
Yeah, just to be clear, I mean, staff have been meeting with the group. I think the detailed analysis that Mike's talking about, part of it was done for 2030, so certainly some of it relates, but a deeper dive will need to be done, once they present in September. So I think September is the moment in time where we make a decision as to whether to get our staff to do a deeper dive into all of the information they're going to present. And I'm not tied to the Canadian and international games deadline. They can choose September 30th if they like, but that certainly shouldn't be our issue. So I think there's plenty of time to get our staff engaged should council decide to do.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't pass on that and staff weren't insisting to get information ready for us for September the 9th, but if it's not necessary, I'll accept that.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So it's, well, it is 3:16. If maybe we can be back for 3:45, half-hour break would be really great. We just
a mover and a seconder. Yes,
can I have a mover and a seconder, Mr. Mayor, second by Councillor Farr.
Show of hands is great.
And just a show of hands. Thanks, everyone. We're back, guys. Thank you. 3:45. Excellent. Got quorum. Okay, now I have to go back. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Page 8.
Yeah, page 8. I have to go back, committee members, to the communication items. So members of committee, you have before you communication items 5.1 to 5.6M as in Maria. Are there any discussions respecting any of these items? And I'll just leave it at that.
I don't see any.
Don't see any then. Okay.
Nope. Oh, and Councillor Partridge, sorry.
Councillor Partridge, you have a question on an item?
No, I was just going to say I'll move it, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll get there. I'll come back to you then. So then we have no questions. Sorry. So I have a, sorry.
You want some water?
Mover in a second. I've got it.
Hang on, she needs some water here.
A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Partridge, seconded by Mayor Eisenberger. And that's to receive the items of correspondence. All in favor, and it's electronic vote. Sure, don't give the clerks chocolates and eat one yourself. Oh, that's what you get. Thank you, everyone. Okay, now we're going to go back to, okay. Did you vote, Councillor Murla? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that carries. Thank you. We're going to move now on to discussion items. 9.1 is
6.1.
6.1. Okay, sure. Just lead me. 6.1, where's that now? Sorry.
On page 10.
Oh, we're past this already? Okay. Page 10, 6.1. Okay, is consent items. 6.1 is the environmental remediation and site enhancement, erase redevelopment grant application for 3311 Homestead Drive, ERG 18-03, PED 20125, Ward 11. And may I have a mover or a second to put this item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Brenda Johnson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. And electronic vote. Councillor Johnson moved it. That's just to put it on the floor, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, I know she will. And I've got you, Councillor Johnson. You want to speak to it as well? So do we have to vote to move it on the floor or no?
No, it's on the floor
fine.
right now. Yep.
Okay, so it's moved and second. Councillor Johnson, you wish to speak to this?
Yep, thank you very much. Hang on a sec, just what, yep. I just wanted to thank the staff for this. This is a piece of property that's going to be turned into a residential development, but unfortunately, or fortunately, there was a motor vehicle repair shop and gas station on site, and that's what this money is going towards. It's all following policies and procedures. So I'm here to support it, and I believe that Councillor Jackson also is supporting it, and so we have lots of support here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. So it's been moved and seconded, and now we'll ask to vote, please. All in favor?
It's coming.
Yipper. So is Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho. I'm missing Councillor Farr. Councillor Collins.
Collins is waving. That's is support Councillor Collins. Thank you. And I don't see Councillor Farr.
Sorry, Councillor Collins is waving because he's marked absent. So I'm going to close the vote. Mark. I did it already. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I had cleared the vote. My fault. So now I'm going to have to get you to do it over again. I just want to make sure everybody's marked back in because there were a few missing. So I'm going to mark everybody back in. Councillor Pauls was not showing either. Okay. Okay, folks, just for fun, we're going to do that again. Thanks. Councillor Wilson, can I get you to vote one more time? Same item, I just canceled the first one. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Farr still absent. Councillor Pauls absent. Councillor Clark. Can you vote on item 6.1, please? Thank you. Wow. Perfect.
Esther's back in.
The vote was closed.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
Okay, everyone, I believe that carries. And now we're on to item 9. Yes, 9.1, Tim Hortons Field End Guard Anchor Repair Replacement PW20039A citywide. So let me see, this was part of the changes to the agenda, and staff, at the request of staff, the report was deferred to the September 9th, 2020 GIC. And I think that's sufficient, isn't it, Stephanie?
Yes, it is. That was done through you,
So
Madam
that's
Deputy
just
Mayor.
so you're aware of that. And then we're going to move on to 9.1A. This is Tim Hortons Field Endguard Anchor Repair Replacement PW20039B citywide. May I have a mover and a second to put this item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor, don't all jump, hang on, Councillor Danko, thank you. And is there any questions, or is there, and who's here on this?
Rome is here.
Rome is here. So any questions of committee members on this report? Seeing none, then we move to, sorry.
Oh.
Councillor Danko, question, sir? Go ahead.
Thank you. I believe the report was that that IO or whoever wasn't able to attend, and that they've scheduled that in the coming weeks or months. Can I get confirmation from staff what the status was?
That's the first report, wasn't it? Rom, did you wish to clarify? Or yes, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. The request was that we contact IO and give them the opportunity to come on site to do the inspection. They've indicated in their letter that they do not have the expertise, and what they would did is redirected that letter to the general contractor, ONSS. And as of this past Friday, we received a response from ONSS, and they've indicated that without prejudice that they're interested in coming on site to do an inspection and look at if they could come up with other solutions, but working with the city, but they will come on site to do the inspection based on our findings. And we're scheduling that within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
So then, through you, Madam Chair, would it be appropriate to defer this for an additional 30 days to allow that to take place and then report back?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the staff had provided the date of September the 9th, which is why we deferred it to September the 9th at the beginning and changes to the agenda. The second report that's before you is 9.1B, and that is another report that Rome has with the same title.
So is September 9th enough time?
Through the chair, until we get on site, that might be a tight timeline right now. I think I would suggest holding that date. And based on our findings, or based on the investigation on our site meeting, I think we'll have a better understanding of how much more time that will be needed. But I think for now, if we hold that date, it'd be prudent on our part.
Okay, I think Madam Clerk has a question to that, Rome.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we don't hold the date in any agenda. If you defer it then to the 9th, then on the 9th, we're going to have to defer it again. So if you need to defer it to the 23rd and you're able to come back on the 9th, that is procedurally, it's easier, but I mean.
Okay. Through the chair, thank you for the clarification. I would suggest the 9th, deferring to the 9th, and We're scheduling a meeting with the general contractor within the 2-week period, and in the hopes that we have something resolved and something to report on the 9th.
Okay.
Okay, we'll let that stand then. So that's it, Councillor Danko. Any other questions on the report?
Nope. Thank you.
Nope. Anyone else?
So just for clarification, the original report, which is 9.1, is the one that's deferred.
Correct.
We still have 9.1A before you, and that is to be received just so that you, today, so that you understand.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Councillor Wilson, we can't hear you. No? Councillor Wilson, we can't hear you.
Did you check your plugs and make sure in the middle that the red circle is shut off? Did you try a different port in your computer? Sorry, Councillor. She said it's okay.
Okay, we're all right then. Okay, so we're going to move on then. So with that, we had a mover and a second. I'm sorry. So I have Councillor Partridge. Councillor Partridge, you had a question and I can't hear you either.
Sorry, on 9.2.
We're not there.
No, exactly. When we get
and Councillor Ferguson, question on 9.1A.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. I had my red mic on the whole time. You kept saying anybody else, anybody else. Is it not coming through down there? Will you click on the mic?
Yeah, but I don't see it, Councillor. The clerk has to identify who's up to speak.
Okay. Because I was trying to get your attention to the camera because
that's okay.
nobody was picking up on the microphone. I had the opportunity to go to the stadium with our 4 of our public work staff and view it. And there's no question these panels are rusting. There's no question that, well, for anybody that knows their screws, there's about a number 10 screw holding these little panels, these 4 foot by 4 foot panels onto the structural member, and they're all rusting out. So even the design engineer that went with us says that doesn't look like that's not up to standard to put that small of a screw in something that's holding back a safety panel. In addition, there's no redundancy support. So if you have these 4 foot panels, you're supposed to connect them together with some sort of channel that if one fails, the others will hold it. That wasn't done either. So clearly there's some design issues, and it bothers me that IO is making the statement that they don't have the expertise. The whole reason IO got picked by the province to build this thing is because they had all this expertise. So it worries me that they're running away from us, and particularly when our integrity engineer, if you will, I don't know what else to call him, the one that did the analysis, says there's some design issues there. We need to get this sorted out before we go spending $1 million because clearly there's some design flaws. And so I look forward to see what the contractor tells Rome, but I think we need to get back to IO. You're the guys with the expertise. That's why you were chosen to oversee this construction. And don't put your tail between your legs and run away now by saying you don't have expertise. So I just leave that with you, Rome.
I think you heard that loud and clear, Councillor.
Yes, I did, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. No further speakers. So now it was moved and seconded. An electronic vote, please, to receive the report.
Councillor Nan, I don't have your vote, please. A thumbs up. And Councillor Pauls, you stepped out again, so it won't show.
Can't hear you.
No, I see. It's okay. I see it. But you had stepped out at the last vote, so you're not marked back in. I will put you back in and mark you. Are you in favor of this one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Minus.
Okay, everyone? Yeah. That carries. Yeah. Yeah. That carries. Thank you, everyone. We're going now on to 9.2 is the police station number water down financing strategy FCS 20061 citywide. May I have a mover and a second to put the item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Marula. And Councillor Partridge, I'm going to turn to you. Did you wish to, do we want a staff overview?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, some of the other committee members may want to speak before I do, but if there are no speakers, then if you come back to me, I'll have some comments I'd like to make.
Okay, I see Brian McMullen there. I didn't know whether you wish to just give a quick overview, Brian?
So through the chair, if that's what's desired, sure, I can give a quick overview.
Okay, is everyone okay with the report then? Then I'll go back to Councillor Partridge. Councillor Ferguson, you have a question? Sorry. Yeah, Partridge or Councillor Ferguson, you're up. Yes.
Yeah, once again, I clicked the microphone, it turned red, but you didn't see it. My question is, it's great news that the price has dropped by about half to put this build station 40 out in Waterdown. Originally it was anticipated. And it was it's suggested in the report that they're going to share it with the fire to build a fire station, and then we'll have Station 40 there as part of the police in Waterdown. So my question is the $8 million include both fire and police, or just the police?
So through the chair, Brian McMullen here. No, so the $8 million is just related to the police station. So the police needed to go forward to the Police Services Board regarding their share of the project, and they were looking to move it forward and work in collaboration with the Hamilton Fire Department. So there's a working group between Hamilton Fire and the police to get this station moving forward. So on the fire side, there's an additional $9.4 million on fire, and we've approved most of that in the 2019 capital budget, and there'll be an additional piece in the 2021 capital budget for the fire side, and it's all development charge related.
So both are 100% development charges paid?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I got. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just checking because I had the speaker on the last time around, as Councillor Ferguson suggested, and somehow mine didn't get recognized either, and you went on with the vote. So I didn't protest, but I just want to make sure the system was working. And that's why.
Okay, so for anyone that hasn't,
it's working now.
Okay, so anyone who hasn't shared up here, I don't see you on the screen as your red button coming up. I have to wait for Madam Clerk to indicate from her screen and put the name down on the table in front of me. So if I'm looking back and forth between two computers, I may not catch it in time, but she's doing her best.
Know if it was clerks or yourself, or it's not working. I just want to have a fallback.
And there is a delay as well, councillors, so it doesn't come through right away. There is about a 40-second delay before we can see it as well.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Now I'm going to turn to Councillor Partridge. Please. Oh, Tamara, did you get Mr. Mayor? Mayor Eisenberger?
Yeah, I thought I did it right, but maybe I didn't. So
it's okay.
I'm not going to complain. Thank you for catching us. I wanted to reinforce the notion that this is development charges. So, Brian, you just kind of clarified again. This is all development charges related. No levy impact in terms of the development of both the joint police and fire station.
Yes, yeah, through the chair. Yeah, this is all development charge funded, so there's no impact to the police levy or the city overall levy. It'll be funded from development charges over the 15-year period of when we'll issue the debt, and that's the main reason for the report is related to the Ontario regulations that we have to come forward with when we're planning these projects, that we have to get approval for the debt at the time of the council or board approval.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to reinforce that. Appreciate that, Brian. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to thank Brian McMullen and his staff for the report they've put together. You know, this is such good news. And again, I want to thank Chief Cunliffe and Chief Gert and everyone who's, we've revisited this a few times over the years, but we have been working on this for about about 7 years, I guess, or 8 years. And the good news is that originally, when it was just going to be a police station, it was $25 million. And that was all approved on the slate. But, you know, we came back together, and there had been a couple of suggestions and some meetings that we had. Well, you know, can we look at doing a combined station? And at first it was, we don't think so. But then, you know, the staff were persistent in kind of doing their due diligence and doing their digging. So this is very good news for residents. There is no additional money on the levy. It is something that is greatly needed. And I think the combined presence of fire and police up in that community, and it's not just to serve Waterdown, it's to serve all of Flamborough and Greensville area, and you know, Dundas and parts of Dundas and Ancaster as well. So this is a really good news story, and I just very much appreciate all the work over many years that it has taken to bring this in, and again, with no impact on the levy, which is, you know, what I think we were all striving for from the beginning. So I thank my colleagues for their support, and I thank you, Madam Chair, for your time.
Thank you for that. So now I'm going to call the question. It's been moved and seconded to receive the report. All in favor? Receive and approve, actually, correct?
Councillor Pauls? I can't hear you, but can you give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
I have a conflict of interest.
Okay. So did you choose abstain? You still need to
But
vote.
it doesn't say abstain on the voting. It says yes or no. On the vote, it just says yes or no. So
okay, then we'll have to fix that then. So for this particular vote, I'm going to mark you absent.
Okay.
Because you shouldn't vote. And Councillor Farr is not here, so he is absent. And I'll close the vote. Thank you for letting us know. We'll have that button fixed.
I mean, that carried. Thank you. I'll move on then. Okay, so we're going to now go on tonight. Item 9.3 is Bill 197, the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act 2020, LS 20020 citywide. May I have a mover and a second to put this item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Whitehead, second by Mayor Eisenberger. And are there any questions or comments? I'm not sure if we have staff online, if there's any questions. Nicole is here, so we're indicating, I'm just waiting, Madam Clerk, so I'm showing Councillor Wilson's indicating she has a question. Yes, okay, Councillor Wilson. Hopefully your microphone's working. No, your microphone's not working.
Councillor Wilson, are you able to unplug it and just talk through your computer? You won't be able to hear though, maybe very well.
Can you hear me, Stephanie?
That's perfect. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, I don't know what's going on. I just have a number of questions with respect to this, and I will cut myself short to allow others. Item 6 of the report, as it pertains to environmental assessments. I'm just wondering if Nicole could enlighten me. It says they're shortening the number of timelines. They're shortening the timelines for environmental assessments from 6 to 3 years for the largest projects. Do they give a definition yet of what they consider a large project to be, Nicole, through you, Chair Pearson?
Nicole?
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I'm actually going to ask Mike Kine to address the questions on this particular report, although he may need to get back to you on the specifics of that, Councillor, because we did have a number of departments that contributed to this report, but I'll see if he has that off the top of his head, and if not, we can try and get that answer for you.
So thank you, Nicole. Through the chair, Councillor Wilson, no, I don't believe that there is a definition of large projects. There is a focus on something called projects that have the highest impact on the environment, which is the phrase they use. And it appears to be aimed at, as you indicated, large-scale projects, residential developments, transmission lines, highways, projects of that nature.
Okay, thank you. I have a question on item 10 with respect to Municipal Affairs and Housing Act, the amendments, establishing a provincial land and development facilitator who shall, at the direction of the minister, advise and make recommendations to the minister in respect of growth, land use, and other matters involving provincial interests. I'm gathering how would that work in relation to an LPAT decision? Would the minister obviously have final say, through you, Chair Pearson, on matters of growth, boundary?
Or Nicole. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm afraid, Councillor Wilson, you read out probably the summary of our sum total of knowledge on with respect to this role. It looks to be a new advisory role. Did a little background research, haven't seen a lot of background on exactly how this new position will interface with the minister and the ministry. So I'm afraid I don't have much more to offer than that.
So through you, Madam Chair, I can add a little bit. It's Jason Thorne here.
Jason.
And so, yeah, further to Mike, we don't have a lot more information. My sense of it is that it's not particularly different from a role that already exists within the government of the Office of the Provincial Development Facilitator. And the way that was created back in somewhere around 2004 or 5. And the way that entity has worked has really been to advise the province not on LPAT matters necessarily, but to deal with projects involving disbursement of provincial lands, in some cases where the province is trying to facilitate land use disputes between developers and municipalities. It has been used in that case before. It was used historically to deal with some broader expropriation issues between municipalities, between counties and single-tier municipalities. Those types of issues is where it was used historically. But further to Mike's comment, I don't have a lot of actually detail in terms of what the role will be, but I expect it will be more of a continuation of that facilitation function that's existed for the past little while.
Thank you. I do have a question with respect to item 17, the Planning Act and Community Benefit charge. Would someone be able to just generally talk to this particular item and how it differs from that which was set out in Bill 108? And secondly, the stipulation that it cannot apply to developments that are under, I think, 5 stories. Is that new, or did I just miss that? Thank you.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, I can begin, and then if Mike or Nicole want to add anything, they can. If I were to try to summarize it briefly in terms of what I'm seeing in terms of the new CBC regime, it is very similar to the old Section 37 bonusing. Bill 108 had made a fairly significant change in that it had eliminated Section 37 and then significantly constrained what could be charged through its replacement, which was the community benefits charge. What this bill appears to do is it broadens back that community benefits charge to be, again, what I would say is much more similar to the old bonusing Section 37 provisions. The notion of excluding smaller developments is new. Under Section 37, that could theoretically have been possible, although it was not typically done because the bonusing room on a small project is quite small. So it was generally used. Hamilton didn't use it. Other municipalities have used it, but it has always generally been used for larger projects for the most part. So my initial take of it is it's similar now to what existed previously under Section 37.
Thank you. While you're there, Jason, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, could you explain the inclusionary zoning provision that is set out and My understanding is that in 108, they were limiting exclusionary zoning strictly to transit corridors. Is this now any different, please, through you, Chair?
So through you, Chair, it's slightly different, but it's a little bit ill-defined. So it provides for the use of the province to require certain benefits, of which affordable housing, inclusionary zoning could be one of them. The terminology it uses is around some transit-oriented lands and lands associated with transit-oriented projects. I don't fully know exactly what that means in terms of what land areas that could apply to. But it does give the minister the authority to, at a provincial level, to build requirements for dedication of certain benefits, such as affordable housing, into things like site plan control in those areas.
Thank you. Just on the general, back to Nicole, Chair Pearson, when will we, what's the timeline for getting a better understanding of some of these details? Thank you.
I don't see Nicole.
Sorry, apologies. I was having trouble with my mouse. So yeah, I think, Councillor, the expectation, and if I don't get this entirely correct, Jeanette can correct me, but I understand that individually the general managers are looking at what additional information will be coming back on these related changes, and further reports will be forthcoming at various times. I don't know if we have a specific timeline for any of those.
Thank you. Thanks. Those are my questions on this report.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments with regards to this item? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of receiving the report. Electronic vote. Just a second, getting there.
Yeah, it should be up before you know.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Jason Farr's back.
Councillor Pauls or Councillor Farr, could you vote, please?
Councillor
Or thumbs up. Councillor Pauls is gone. We've lost her. Okay. And Councillor Clark. Oh, Councillor Pauls is back. Okay. Councillor Pauls, can you vote, please? She's on the phone. Okay, I'm going to mark her as absent if she's not able to vote. Councillor Clark, can you vote? I don't see Councillor Clark. Councillor Ferguson, can you vote, please?
He's not hearing you.
Councillor Ferguson, can you vote, please?
No.
Okay, so,
There it
thumbs up.
is.
Thank you. Okay, he voted. I'm good. Thank you. Councillor Pauls, you were on the phone when we called for your vote. Do you wish to vote? No, it said no because I marked you absent because you're on the phone. Do you want to vote? And I'll change it. Thumbs up or thumbs down? I can't hear you. Please. Thank you. And Councillor Clark is missing. Okay. I don't see him. Okay, I'm going to close the vote.
Go ahead.
They're not in front of the screen and they step away or they're on the phone. I can't wait.
No, it's fine. Thank you then. I'm assuming that carries. Madam Clerk's just finalizing. We're going to move on to 9.4. This is the COVID-19 Emergency Delegated Authority Bylaw Update, CM 20004B as in Bob, citywide. We have a mover and a second to put this item on the floor. Moved by Mayor Eisenberger, second by Councillor Nan. And are there any questions or comments? Did you want to give an overview on this, Nicole or Jeanette?
Thank you, Chair. No, this is part of my commitment to continue to update council when this is used, and we'll see it used less and less frequently as council is meeting more regularly. And I'm meeting with General Manager Johnson just about how we continue to ensure the money gets flowed with going back to more normal the council processes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions on that? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of receiving the report, recorded vote. Councillor Ferguson's thumbs up.
The vote will just be coming through right now. Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Nance, a thumbs up. Right.
Councillor Clark is not there. Councillor Farr, can you vote, please? I need Councillor Farr and Councillor Wilson to vote. Councillor Wilson, I see your thumbs up. Okay, thank you. It carried 15 to 0.
Thank you for that. Thank you, everyone. We're now on 9.5. It's the COVID-19 update. It's a verbal update. Dr. Tran, Associate Medical Officer of Health, and Paul Johnson, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities Department, are both present and will give a verbal update. Good afternoon, Dr. Tran. I'm not sure you're starting off, and then
Sure.
Paul.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, Madam Deputy Mayor. So in terms of the COVID update, just a couple of things to highlight before I talk about the numbers and the trends. So as we know that as of July 20th, we've had a face covering bylaw locally enacted. And from what I understand, that progress is certainly being made. There's been certainly questions to us and to MLE in terms of understanding the details, but things are going relatively well, and there's more and more compliance as what we've been hearing. And if there's any other details to be asked about that, my colleagues in MLE can answer. And since then, as well, on July 24th, we've entered as a city to a stage 3 reopening with a number of different changes and things that can open in terms of including indoor bars and restaurants and increasing some of the gathering limits. There was also additional changes a few days after that and amendments to the Reopening Ontario Act that included things such as NHL hubs, but more importantly, locally, in terms of bars and restaurants, from some additional requirements such as patrons must sort of remain seated at all times unless they're going to pay for their meals or go to washrooms or leave, as well as a requirement of keeping logs for up to 30 days in case public health needs to do any contact tracing. So on July 30th, we sent a media release as well as communication to bars and restaurants, just sort of informing and also reminding them of their various responsibilities under the ROA as well as the bylaws as amendments. And we provided links to that. We've done some proactive inspections as well to help support this. In terms of where we are from cases, we have a total, total cumulative count of 918 cases. Most of them, 91.8%, have resolved, and we've had 45 deaths with COVID. Our case counts are still good. They've inched up a little bit higher to 2 to 3, 1 or 2, but that's still a far cry from what we had several months ago. So we're still on the right track. So I think Hamiltonians should continue to do what they've been doing in terms of physical distancing, hand hygiene, and now putting on a face covering and keeping in those measures, and so we can keep the numbers low. That's my update.
Thank you for that. Paul, did you want to add?
Yes, through the chair, just a few things from our reopening of city services and our work with community partners. I thought I'd just add a little bit. We continue to look at how we go about reopening additional facilities in the city of Hamilton. And much of our work now is focused on places like our municipal service centers, which you've heard are opening next week, our recreation facilities, which are likely to be pushed more into September time, and working with our user groups to understand what the nature of their return to activity looks like, particularly in the sports world. What seemed to be a big, strong push to get things going faster has, I think quite rightly, taken a very big step backwards. And so the amount of sport in an amateur way that we're going to see in the fall is not considered to be very great. So we're looking at that in relationship to our facilities and what the needs are. The two emerging areas that we continue to work on with our partners are one in childcare. So childcare centers can return to full occupancy operations at the beginning of September. And then, of course, schools and our relationship to schools in terms of the use of their facilities for recreational purposes and the like will be a topic of conversation. How much schools are going to use spaces like gymnasiums for additional classroom space remains to be seen. Whether they will be permitting use of outside organizations or our reciprocal agreements remains a topic of conversation as they confirm their details for the fall. And of course, that also impacts our abilities around childcare programs and the like. So we are in our final stages of reopening what's left of our municipal centers. Some of those will take a little bit of time so that we can do it right and make sure that we're not also opening up capacity that we simply won't have any use of while we'll be absorbing some costs. And just some interesting facts for you as we've gone through this summer, our pools are operating at about 25% of the capacity they would have been at a year ago, and we are not at capacity. We're not seeing times during the day where people are waiting until the next slot of time. So you can see the great reduction in the amount of activity people are using because they are anxious, they're concerned, and may have made other arrangements as well. So we need to recognize that. But we are nowhere near right back to our capacity. It wasn't as though there was that pent up energy for it. We expect that will build as people have experience. I will say that, as you've seen, our pools have remained open. There have been no cases linked to the pools reopening, no need for us to shut down for a period of time. And our programs that are running in parks and things like that have gone well. So overall, our opening has happened fairly smoothly. The opening of City Hall has gone particularly well too, including utilizing some additional resources to help people navigate when they come to City Hall. And so the next stage of that is next week with our municipal service centers. So more will come as the month goes on about the remaining facilities for the city and when they'll reopen. But as I say, I can project for you that most of those are in the mid to later part of September. And then we may be contemplating bringing back to you reports that suggest we may not go forward with some openings because there just won't be the demand for service. But all that remains to be seen.
Thank you for that. So I do have the speakers list now. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, quick question to staff. In the stats that we're seeing right now, it was the number in terms of community transmissions. Can public health please respond to that in terms of, you mentioned that there's an uptick, there's more cases in that category than we had seen previously. My sound did cut off because I'm having connectivity issues, so if I misquoted you, please clarify. And then my question related to that would be, what trends are we seeing in terms of where that community transmission is taking place? Is it predominantly in those businesses or in those activities that have been correlated with being opened in this phase?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yeah, as I mentioned, we are seeing an uptick in cases. So we had been seeing, it had gone down as low as 1 to 2 cases per day, and now we're at 2 to 3 cases. And if you look at their website, and you're absolutely correct, Councillor Nan, is we've actually seen a higher proportion more recently of community acquired. So we generally have a few different categories. So travel related, the three big buckets are the travel related ones, the known exposure to a known case, uh, and then the community acquired, which to be frank, is where we can't really trace an exact cause. It's not that they went traveling somewhere, or we can link them to a case. So that number has actually been rising and increasing over the last couple of weeks. So predominantly, we'd see that used to be just only a quarter of our cases, but now it's in the last 10 days, even our website now says 60%. So I think that's 60. So it's more than 50. I mean, as you know, with small numbers, like they're very sensitive. Percentages can be very sensitive, but that is a trend we've seen in the last couple of weeks. Is that we're certainly seeing community transmission happening, and that seems to be what's leading to the increase in cases rather than being tracked. And in terms of exactly where, we can't pinpoint it. I think what we have seen is that as places reopen, as social bubbles sort of were increased up to 10, that we don't have any magic, certain they all got exposed to this particular sector. But what we can see in terms of our case inquiries and contacts is that a few months ago you asked, where were you these last few days, and there's only like one or two places, and they've been like inside the house, and it's easy. Now our cases are saying, yeah, we went here, went to this restaurant, went here to this shop, went here, that. So it's a little bit more challenging, but it sort of makes sense because people are going to more and more places. I think I might be stopped. Can you hear me now? Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just turning off my video because I think I might have
Thank
some
you.
video
I
issue.
appreciate the response.
Okay.
So, but we are going to monitor in terms of trends of if we sort of see any particular location or areas, but we are seeing more social interactions, people going out to different places from our case histories.
Thank you. I appreciate that because it does speak to some of the concern that folks have had in terms of too rapid of an opening versus, also the concern and anxiety that many parents and children have about the return to school in the fall, and also the ongoing kind of opening that's planned to happen in the fall. So from that perspective, it does seem like if I'm false on this, please correct me, but that the correlation of the data seems to be, as we are opening up, we are seeing more community transmission, and that is likely to continue as a pattern, given that we're getting further and further away from being able to move people from being home majority of the time to now having multiple points of contact, potentially.
Yeah, so as more places reopen, and there's more social more interactions, there is a higher risk, and so that's why we want to sort of mitigate it, as we mentioned with the face covering bylaws. But I also would urge folks to continue to really, if you're going to go out more, to stick to, you know make sure you don't relax on the hand hygiene, the physical distancing. And if the idea of the bubble of 10 is is to keep true to your one bubble of 10, and not to mix and match with different bubbles.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Spike in Hamilton, and it looks like you're not reporting on Saturday and Sunday like everybody else except Halton is. And so, we don't see any on Saturday and Sunday because the news reports are not available. Then Monday you got the 3 today, and so it shows a spike. Why aren't we reporting 7 days a week instead of just 5 days a week? Because a lot of my constituents follow this very closely to watch trends. And when you don't report over the weekend, you get the spike Monday morning. It gives a different perception. So once again, why don't we just put a press release out on Saturday and Sunday how many new cases we had the previous day?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, so there was I think a memo that came out several weeks ago, and so we made the decision for now based on a couple of things. One is that our case counts were particularly low, and the second part is from an operational perspective. We are trying to, other than doing case management and responding to outbreaks, that type of thing, which we definitely need to do 7 days a week. We are, moving back towards a usual Monday to Friday business. And to pull up those stats does require some additional administrative and EPI support, which we didn't feel that was at this time, given our situation, to be, enough of a benefit on the weekends to do that.
Okay, so it's a cost thing then. It would take an administrator to sit in front of their screen at home to find those numbers for the day, then put a release out to the media what they are.
But they would have to work. We'd have to change staffing schedules to 7 days a week, and what we were trying to do is to do more and more where we can to 5 days a week, so we can reopen some of our other services and do support. So as case numbers are low, I think that's where we're at. If things should change where we feel that it's particularly important to report on the weekends, we will. I mean, certainly if there's acute issues that happen on the weekend that people should be aware of, we'd report back on that. But from a surveillance perspective, having updated stats 7 days a week, given where we're at, was something that we decided not to do a few weeks ago.
Okay, I just don't like the fact that every Monday morning we don't look good, and compared to the others, because the others, I think there's 7 of them in total. There's Brant, Six Nations, Haldeman, Niagara, Halton, and ourselves, and every Monday morning we look bad compared to the others because we haven't reported on Saturday and Sunday where they do, and so it's just maybe misleading the public. So I'd appreciate if you just review that again, just so we can over communicate with the public, because this is a key issue. We're telling everybody to social distance and wear masks, but they can't watch the stats and how they trend every day on this. My next question is to Paul. Paul, are all the playgrounds now open again?
Yes.
Through the Deputy Mayor, yep, all 290 some odd play structures are open. All the signs are down. If there was any yellow tape, it's all been removed. So lots of families have been out using them and can. So all of those structures, essentially the things now in parks are available to people. There really isn't anything that's closed off. So we're back in business.
Okay, and City Hall, when do you anticipate reopening 3 through 8? A lot of my constituents like to go to planning or building and to go to the counter.
17th.
That's municipal service centers. I'm talking, Paul, let me just clarify this first, maybe I'm wrong. We've only opened the 1st and 2nd floor at City Hall, correct?
Yeah.
Yep, through the Deputy Mayor, the 1st and 2nd floors, and it's anticipated floors 3 to 8 wouldn't open before September 30th. So we're still a ways away from those opening. The amount of staff that are packed into those areas and having to take elevators or narrow stairs up and down, it's a logistical nightmare just to try and get people in and out when we don't have to. I recognize that that people would like to come and visit people in person. And the one thing I will say is that Jason and his team, they do have a drop off and pick up desk now on the 1st floor. So they've sort of consolidated some of their desks from other floors downstairs. In terms of consultations and sitting and having conversations, that's not happening. But Jason does have a desk now for some of those 3 through 7, I guess, services down on the 1st floor for drop off and pick up. But we don't expect that those offices will be fully occupied prior to September 30th.
Okay, what about lap swimming and pools? You're still going to put that off until September?
So through the Deputy Mayor, we're looking at that. The challenge with lane swimming or lap swimming, depending on how you talk about it, is that the so few people would be able to do that because we can't have more than one person in a lane. So we're looking at how we can move towards that happening in some fashion. But right now, it's not that we don't want to do it; it's that it would be so few people actually able to do it that it doesn't make a lot of sense to do it at this stage. But yes, yes, we're aware of that and the desire of people to be accessing that, and we'll have to explore that as we go into the fall. But it's all a product of the guidelines around safely using pools right now.
Okay, because I'm sure getting a lot of emails about it if there's not much demand for it. And why couldn't we have an hour before the pool opens regularly to allow people who like to exercise in the water to come in and swim their lanes or laps?
So through the deputy mayor, just to be clear, it's not that there isn't a demand there, it's that we wouldn't be able to allow the volume of people in that want to come in. There would be strict regulations. It wouldn't be lane swimming as we've normally had it because of the guidelines that are out there. So few people would be allowed to by the public health guidelines. I know there's lots that would like to, but we're trying to figure out how we can do it safely, Councillor, and that's the only reason it's not there today, is that you would have very, very, very few people able to do it at any one time. It just wouldn't be good from a user perspective. So people will have to wait just a little bit longer while we figure out how to operationalize that. And we want to get back to it as soon as we can in volumes that make sense.
Well, another month the pools are closed for the season. I guess my antenna went up, Paul, because when I heard you say that we're nowhere near reaching the maximums permitted in our pools, and maybe we have the ability now to put 1 or 2 lanes in to allow people to do lap swimming if that's what they like. But,
so through the deputy mayor, we're looking at it. It's just lap swimming is different from a volume perspective than even the open swim is. So we're just having to sort those logistics out. But we get it. And as we open up all the indoor pools for the rest of the, well, not for the rest of, for the rest of the year, the balance of the year, we'll need to sort that out because it is a very popular and important activity in our pools. We know that.
And my last question is reported on CH this morning that there's 11 active cases in Hamilton now. Do you agree with that?
My understanding is we have at least 30 active cases.
Okay, I wonder where they're getting the information on the 11 active cases in. Do you ever watch the CH news where they lay these statistics all out in the morning and in the evening? Because it caught me by surprise, pleasantly by surprise, that you had 11 active cases out there. Population of 560,000.
Yeah, definitely more than 11 active cases. My understanding is there's 30 of them, but I'll have to double check.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And I have given a little bit of indulgence in time. It's a 5-minute rule. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if this question was asked because I had to step out of the room for a second. Do we know when? Yeah, nature calls, you got to go. Do we know when we will be moving back into the council chambers for our meetings? While I've appreciated the notoriety of WebEx, it's not the best instrument to do what we're doing.
Through the deputy mayor, received an update from Rome and his team, and we'll have some scenarios of how to get back into council chambers ready for presentation to the Emergency Operations Center end of August, very beginning of September, and that will give us a chance to evaluate those and move forward. So we are into the early part of, well, late summer, early fall. Sina summer, I guess, goes to September 20th, but late summer, early fall before I could see us actually back in there physically. But we are moving towards that. Some of the challenge, of course, is the technology within the council chambers and the ability to keep costs down for this rejigging of council chambers. But we're going to be looking at those near the end of the month and coming back, and we'll be able to present. My hope is that we can be bringing that to, I think it's the week of September 9th, that we're again back in front of you with our committee and council meetings, and we'll be able to give you a strong sense of timing for that date.
And when you're coming September 9th, you'll share with us whatever precautions and things that we have to do to ensure public health and safety for our employees and ourselves if we're going to be working in the chamber. Is that correct?
Through the deputy mayor, 100%. So we look at things in two ways. We do the operational investigation, and then we always have our public health colleagues give us advice and feedback on what we're trying to accomplish and how to do that, adhering to all of the guidance. So whether that's the capping of numbers at City Hall now for people that are coming to City Hall, all those things that we're doing, all of the instructions we provided to you for your use of the office right now, that will continue as we start to have more people attend. And there will be significant limitations on who can attend. And part of what we're looking at, as you might well imagine, is not only the council chambers, but how we may utilize the spacing of the upper lobby area, which does have speaker system, which allows the broadcasting of our committee and council meetings into the lobby area. So there are ways we can expand capacity for the public, I would say, not so much for staff, and although it may be more of the staff waiting area because the ante rooms are quite small. So we'll have to look through all of those, and we're exploring those options. And as I say, we're getting close to getting some of those recommendations and be able to talk to you more about how we can do this safely.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Question for Dr. Tran, Deputy Mayor Pearson.
Yes, sir.
With regards to, I'm still getting reports in Upper Stony Creek of bars that are tightly packed in the evenings, that they're not observing social distancing, that masks are not being put on when they go into the restaurant from the patio. I've also had reports. This morning I drove by after getting the call from someone, and there was about 15 men who were all working together on something, but they were all huddled at the back of a truck real close together having coffees and no masks on and no social distancing. How are we tackling that? I think the vast majority are respecting the rules for their own personal health and safety as well as others, but we're still having these situations where there's a real risk over the long term that if the community spread happens, it's going to really explode. So how are we tackling it with, let's start with the restaurants and the bars who are not following the rules? What do we do as councillors if we hear about this?
Thank you, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I think if certainly we and MLE receive complaints and we can follow up. And so one of the things that we've done for restaurants and bars, we have done some proactive inspections, and we'll continue to do them over the next period to educate, and certainly if there's continued issues with compliance, look at laying any applicable charges. But again, our goal is compliance. So, you know, if be helpful, if you want to send me or my MLE colleagues any issues that you are aware of. Sometimes we are aware of them, sometimes we're not. So I think that would be helpful. I think some of these issues are new. I mean, if you're talking about masks and physical distancing, then they're not new. But if you're talking about the issue of people who's main seating or not having logs. I mean, those are very recent changes. But for some of the other ones, we need to be aware of any issues in terms of the face coverings as well as physical distancing. I think the other issue from a physical distancing point of view, which is why it's important in our next agenda item, is that the physical distancing bylaw that we had in our city did expire on July 24th, given that the province undeclared it as an official emergency legally. So that hampered some of the enforcement tools that we had in place prior to that. So I think that will be an important step to support any physical distancing challenges or non-compliance. So it gives us an additional tool, but certainly happy to follow up if you want to give us some of the heads up of the restaurants and bars, and then we can pursue further. But that's generally what we have been doing, and that's why we took the step on July 30th to remind people of their responsibilities and go out and outreach. Because at this point now, it would be very difficult for restaurants and bar to say that they have no idea of the requirements are. So I think that's also a useful step in terms of compliance or any enforcement stuff. So I don't know whether Monica from MLE wants to comment on further on those aspects.
My supplemental, and it might be Monica that would be answering this, Dr. Tran, would be, are we still in the education phase when we're going to bars and restaurants, or are we now also issuing tickets if they're refusing to comply?
Through the chair.
Monica. Yep.
Oh, sorry, Nin. Through the chair on that. For the mask bylaw, today is actually our first day that we are starting enforcement. So we have been providing education to both individuals and businesses up until this point. And starting today, we've made it known that charges will be laid if compliance is not followed.
Excellent. I'm glad I asked that question. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm glad I asked the question. One last question to Dr. Tran, and I'm assuming I know the answer to this question, but I had a few residents call me about the COVID tracking app. I did download it to my phone. Doesn't really do much. It just sits on your phone. I guess it notifies you if you've been exposed. They were asking about personal privacy. I tried to assure them that there were no issues with personal privacy, and that it was really a tool to notify them if they had been exposed so that they can monitor themselves appropriately. Can you comment on that tracking app that I think the feds in the province came up with?
Yeah, only at a very high level. To be honest, I think I have to upgrade my operating system because I wasn't able to download it myself. But there seems to be a number of actually good privacy controls that were done at both at a federal level as well as a provincial level, and they actually involved the Ontario Privacy Commissioner to ensure that the safeguards are there. So it is designed for both. I mean, it's really for contact tracing, so that the idea is if if whoever downloads their app, if you happen to become a positive lab confirmed case, then I think you enter that information in, and then that sends a message or some sort of communication to other people who were in the vicinity with their app around you during the time. Um, uh, I think it's actually the last 14 days to say that you may have been exposed. So in one sense, it is a bit of a conservative measure because it can't pinpoint exactly which day you were deemed to be infectious. So it does that, but it is an additional tool that individual citizens can use to help with contact tracing, because early identification of contacts is very important in the control of COVID. So we'll look forward to actually getting experience using the app or having people who use the app be notified and contact us. So we haven't, to my knowledge, have had that experience yet, but it is one additional tool that I think can potentially help contact tracing, and hopefully there will be tweaks to it over the future to make any adjustments to continually improve it.
Excellent. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have 3 questions. I've received a few emails from some older residents in the ward who brought to my attention that the City of Toronto's bylaw, I believe, on masking provides that masks are mandatory in communal areas of apartments and condominiums. So maybe perhaps in the waiting area or things of that nature. And I believe ours is silent on that. And I was wondering if Dr. Tran could comment on that, please.
Sure. So I'll comment first, and then Monica and or Michael can step in. So that is a new development from the City of Toronto. So their original bylaw, which we develop our bylaw after, did not include apartments and condos in those common areas in their first iteration. there was a decision made at a council meeting at the end of July, I forget which specific date, to amend their bylaw to include explicitly apartment condos in terms of their communal areas. And that was enacted, I believe, as of August 5th, 2020, last week. So our bylaw as it stands, although it doesn't mention it, we have, internally interpret as not including apartment condos, and I think Monica can clarify that. So we would, it would be to council's, I guess, direction or support if we want to make any changes in terms of that interpretation. Monica, do you want to chime in?
Through the chair, I'm happy to jump in, but I think Mike might be able to provide just more of a legal opinion as to what was included and why it was included for that reason. So I will turn it over to him.
Is this where the understudy gets called in from the wings on his way home? So, through the chair, Councillor Wilson, we did have an internal discussion about this particular issue, and the consensus was that we landed on the position that we would not enforce on internal communal areas of apartment buildings and condominiums. As Dr. Tran has indicated, that's an issue that we left perhaps to revisit later with council's direction, but that's where we sit at the moment.
Thank you, Mike. So just so I'm clear, Madam Chair, the decision on no enforcement on internal communal it was a legal prerogative as opposed to a public health prerogative. I'm just trying to, and so that's my first question. And my second question is, if I could ask Dr. Chan for his public health, if I may, without putting him in a box, his opinion on the value of this.
Thank you. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So from a public health perspective, we would support apartments and condos having such a similar policy in place. I think one of the things we discuss internally is the scope of the bylaw and the wording and the interpretation of publicly accessible into where public becomes private, and that's where we landed. From a pure public health perspective, we would support apartments and condos having similar policies in place.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I will look to my colleagues for if they have any opinions on it. I do know that when we include something in the bylaw, it helps, as you've, I think, referenced in the past, create a culture or one of expectation, and it does empower to say, you know what, did you know that it is the law that you must wear a mask when you're in this area and you're sharing it with me? You're not in your private condo or apartment, you're here with me and I don't feel safe. So I also would like to ask you, Dr. Tran, an issue which, of course, is very much on being deliberated around the dining room table of many homes, including my own, and that is going back to school. And two questions. It is, may I ask, what role is our public health unit having in relation to our two local boards taking their back to school plans? Do you have a role, or have you been providing counsel, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so we've actually, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we've always had a good relationship with our school boards through a number of different health initiatives, and we have a good existing relationship. And we've continued to do that throughout COVID, even before the school reopening plans, and having those discussions. So generally, our role has been collaborative in terms of providing advice when asked. We've had, some meetings and or emails where they've asked us in terms of advice. We don't have a regulatory role in terms of the school reopening. It was sort of abundantly clear that the school boards are responsible for developing the plans, and the plans are approved by the Ministry of Education. But we've had a very, lots of good, productive conversations with school boards in terms of COVID, infection prevention and control. Uh, coming to sort of a shared understanding in terms of the basic principles of infection controls, and some of the and how we do contact or case management, and the importance of hand hygiene, and other principles such as cohorting, reducing the overall number of contacts. And they've been very engaged and receptive in in our advice. I think what's changed, and I might as well speak somewhat to it now, is that is that it's a complex issue to really balance uh, the COVID risk and concerns, as well as the physical, social, emotional, developmental needs of children. So we support opening.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I'm just turning off my video. Second.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay. Yep. So we, in public health, we certainly support, schools reopening, because to really help kids with the physical, social, developmental uh, aspects. I think what we're all trying to work together is looking how to do that as safely as we can, and how to balance those two issues. It's a bit of a challenge to fully allow kids to return to school full time, to maximize that benefit without somewhat compromising, or making some sort of a trade-off of risk of COVID. So that's a very complex issue. There's no quick and easy solution. So the province has developed its own plan to try to see how it um, directs that balance, and they've consulted their own a variety of different stakeholders and partners. And this is the framework they've come up with. But it is very challenging, with sort of the current parameters or resources that are available to strike that balance.
It is challenging, and I have not heard from one parent who doesn't want their children back in school. It is those intangibles of health and of social development that I don't think we're going to appreciate the impact on them for years to come. I'm sure it will be subject of much discussion, but I do want to, if I may, Madam Chair, just so that I can respond appropriately to constituents, understand more clearly. Yes, education is within the domain of the Minister of Education and therefore the province. But two things. So what you're saying is that there is room for regional difference here according to boards, but it is still the decision of the Premier and the Minister of Education on making that decision on those COVID plans. And we don't have, or you don't have, in your professional capacity, any final say in that decision and that direction. Is that the case? I want to know who signs off locally on these plans.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct. The final decision on the plans rests with the Ministry of Education.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And now one final question. Just an update on, I think Dr. Richardson had previously said, when will you be reporting on giving the demographic profile of COVID cases in terms of who was contracted, et cetera?
Thanks. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, there's going to be two parts to it. It's going to be reported back both in September and in November Board of Health. So September Board of Health will have preliminary results. Dr. Richardson sent out, I think, a memo or communication to Board of Health a week or two ago, indicating that we are going back and contacting all the cases, and that will take some time to do the analysis. So the final analysis and report will happen in November, but you will get a preliminary analysis at the September Board of Health.
Thank you. I do have a supplementary. If there was an outbreak in a school, Dr. Tran, whose decision is it to close the school? Is it public health or is it the Board of Education?
Both. Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So we are awaiting some provincial guidance on outbreaks in terms of how they want to classify outbreaks and specific steps. In general, when we've had outbreaks in other facilities, it's generally a discussion that happens with public health in that institution. So that may be long-term care, retirement facilities in terms of making decisions such as no admissions, closing parts to admissions, that type of thing. We would expect that we would have a major role in making the decision to and manage the outbreak locally. I think it's sort of somewhat to be determined the exact threshold in terms of what is considered an outbreak and if there are any specific overriding direction from the province. So, I mean, historically, we've considered outbreaks more than just one case with facilities. You'd have to have at least two cases that are linked together, and the province a more conservative definition with long-term care with just one case. So I think those are things that we are looking to see more in the next week or two from the province as they develop the guidance. But it'll be ultimately public health, local public health, that's going to be managing the outbreak with the institution. So, it generally would be us making those type of decisions for the most part.
Thank you. I just find it a little weird. Maybe I'm naive that you're responsible for managing the outbreak, but in terms of advising on their school opening plans, it seems to be a more central decision, and I'm not sure who or what's guiding that decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple questions. One, Dr. Tran, I'm getting inundated. You had indicated that the mandatory mask was for 3 months and there was no science to that. Has there been any update on the timing of the mandatory mask?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that what we decided and committed on at the Board of Health and Council meeting is that the decision in revisiting the bylaw, it will be happening at the October Board of Health meeting.
So there's no further conversations, statistical information, science, nothing else has come to bear. You're gonna wait till September or till October to deal with it?
That's the planned event, and certainly if it would have to be something very significant that sort of comes up in between to ask for an earlier a revision.
I just want to confirm that you arbitrarily set a date of October. It's not tied to any science, and you're going to provide us updates in October, hopefully based on science where we're at. Is that correct?
So we have committed to reviewing this and providing a report to Board of Health at the October Board of Health meeting. I would imagine that if there are issues that want to be discussed at the September Board of Health, I mean, that's certainly something that you can pose. But right now, our commitment and timeline is October, and one of the reasons we went with October, as we mentioned, is that I guess there's a couple factors. We want to make sure that there's enough time to really evaluate it, and two things to consider. One is the school reopening and giving us sort of some time to, and as well as that's also cold and flu season. So you want to have a certain amount of time during that period to gauge a sense of how cases are going. So that's why we went with October rather than September.
Thank you. So I've had a number of people contact me who would fall clearly under the exemption rule and are now denied service going into stores. How do we? What is their? Who's their ombudsman? What is their next course of action?
So I might defer this to, I don't know whether Michael and legal has a sense. I mean, this isn't really covered in the scope of the bylaw. I think anytime a store or an institution is doing this, they are going above and sort of out of the scope of the bylaw, because the way the bylaw has stated is all you have to do is states that you have an exemption, and you will be exempt from the bylaw. And we've also asked in our communications that they're not denied service if they have an exemption.
So,
and I don't know.
So the good news, doctor, is that it doesn't seem to be overwhelming, but it does seem to be totally spotty, where there has been individuals that have been denied service. So I want to make sure that we can get the name of the businesses, we can forward that, they could be educated, because it might be just driven by ignorance. Is that possible?
I think it's important that if the reason they're doing that is that they think that that's what the bylaw says, then I think we would be certainly happy to follow up and educate and remind them that no, that's not what the bylaw says. If it's because they've decided that they want to go outside of the bylaw and do that, and then they have to address that and make sure that they comply with their own the general legislation and human rights aspects of that. But from a bylaw perspective, if there's misunderstanding and they think that that's what the bylaw says to do, then we can certainly clarify that. I don't know whether Monica or Michael want to comment further.
I can follow up briefly just to, through the chair, just to reiterate what Dr. Tran has said. It's sufficient under the bylaw to claim an exemption. Therefore, if you claim an exemption and the operator of the establishment denies you entry on that basis, they're improperly relying on the bylaw to do so. So they should not be able to do that.
Appreciate that. I heard we are enforcing the education component is over. Is that correct? We're now enforcing. Didn't I just hear that?
As of today. Yep.
So 2-year-olds are going to parents are going to get charged if they don't have their mask on? Or are we still doing education for those situations?
Sorry, so I'm going to refer to Monica, but I will make one comment first. So my understanding is just because you've gone out of the education period doesn't mean that there isn't education happening and that we would be expected to charge every single person or individual that isn't complying. It just means that that it's an action that we would be starting to take on a case by case situation rather than.
So can we make that clear, Dr.
So
Cook?
yeah. So Monica, do you want to comment further?
Hang on. My problem is the way it was articulated with a big grin. We're going to start charging as of today. My question is, and I was understanding that we would exercise the utmost discretion in the context of family and children, and it'd be primarily education. So now it's running afoul. So I need you to clear understanding for the general public who are listening how we're going to approach families in those situations.
Through the chair, I am happy to take this one on. As I mentioned earlier to Councillor Clark's question, it does start today. So we do have the discretion in order to do the bylaw. However, our officers, both as public health inspectors, the police, our bylaw officers, we all use discretion depending on the situation that's put before us. It doesn't mean that if we see someone without a mask in the example that you provided, we would be issuing a ticket to the parent and the child that does not have the mask on. Our officers always use discretion, and our first and foremost, we always want to achieve our voluntary compliance.
I really appreciate it because I think it's a lot of parents would like to hear. I've had a number to say. I had one just called me this morning and said, "How am I supposed to keep a mask on my 2-year-old? He keeps ripping it off." So it's a real experience, and parents got enough on their plate as it is. I just want to make sure they don't have the added anxiety, even though they're making best efforts, of falling in that situation where they have to pay a $200 fine. So thank you for the clarification. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pauls.
Through the chair, I just want to ask the Dr. Tran, since we're in phase number 3, and I noticed the gyms are open, I just want to know, when people work out, are they wearing the masks or are they exempt?
Might just get that through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, clarified by Emily. So we do have an exemption if they are actively involved in physical activity, and I think there would be certainly some discretion. I mean, I'm not expecting that if you're actively on the treadmill, you'd be expected to wear a mask. Monica, do you want to comment further?
Through the chair, Dr. Tran is absolutely correct. We do have an exemption that if you are engaging in that fitness activity, a mask is not required. However, if you're walking into the mask and you're going into the change room or what through a common area, a mask would be required.
So you could work out without a mask, right?
That would be correct.
Because I have a few questions. I also want to ask Paul Johnson, is he still there? I wanted to ask a question to Paul. Deputy Mayor, is Paul still there?
I am
Yes,
Deputy
he
Mayor.
is.
Hi.
Yes, he is.
We're talking about lane swims, and believe it or not, I've been going to Brantford, and there's a lot of people from Hamilton there, and they have a system where they swim 45 minutes, then they take 15-minute break, they clean the chairs, and another group of people go in, and usually there's about 20 to 30 people. Now, it's a big, Wayne Gretzky Center is big, and there were a few people from Ancaster, and they can't understand why the city of Hamilton cannot dedicate one pool with people registering to do the laps. They're going all to Brantford. I know Brantford's not far, but I know that, it's inconvenient, and they just want to know why we're not doing that. Is there any way maybe you could look into it, how they're doing it?
So through the Deputy Mayor, we are going to get there. We've prioritized a small number of pools that are opening, and the way we're operationalizing our pools are different than other cities. We will get there. There will be lane swim at some point. It's not happening at the moment, but we're examining how to get to the regular operation of our pools. We're also going to be opening more of our pools as we head towards September as well, and get all of the ones that would be open in the fall open and ready for use. So that will come, and we'll no doubt end up with some of that lane swimming happening as soon as we can get back to it.
Right. And Paul, how many pools did you say we have open, and how many do we have?
So we have 14 pools open at the moment, and that's a combination of indoor and outdoor. We have a little more than 30, and that's pools. So sometimes it's 2 in a center. Bernie Morelli would be an example of that, where we have two tanks and then 1 center. So we're a little less than half of our pools open, and obviously the outdoor pools will close down. But as we head into the fall, we'll be opening all of our pools. Assuming that we're getting back to full operation of each of our recreation facilities, we'll open all those indoor pools.
Okay, and also the last question for lane swim. If it's a family that do laps all the time, like a husband and wife, could they not swim in the same lane because they're family? So that would eliminate having one person per lane, which usually I know, especially in the West End, there's about 5, 6 people in a lane going back and forth, So if it's a family, would you consider having family members together swimming the lap pool so that we get more people in the pools?
So those are some of the considerations through the deputy mayor, obviously, that we have to look at. Now, the challenge is, of course, with multiple guards and things like that, we have to make sure that everybody then would know who is supposed to be in which lane and all the rest. So there are some logistical pieces, but you're quite right. There are probably some ways we could look at getting back to this. And I know our staff want to. Our priority was to get a number of pools open and maximize the numbers of people that were coming. So our programming is based around how we can get some decent numbers back into our pools, but we'll be looking at how we get to what everybody wants. We are certainly aware of the desire around lane swim, and we're looking at it deeply to see whether it's at all of the pools it used to be, whether it's at certain designated pools, how we do it, those types of things to make sure that we can get people back to doing what they like to do in our aquatics.
I'm not sure if, do people, are you going to charge in September when we open them? Is it their membership required? Because
so through the deputy mayor, yes, we'll be moving back to, or we will, you know, we are working with fees. So as we permit fields now and things like that, we are collecting fees.
Okay.
So recreation will do that. The challenge is, of course, we have far fewer people coming right now, so our fees are down. But yes, we are not. We're not going to have free recreation outside of what is already free. What we do is free, and of course the ability for the fund to cover some of the costs for low-income families. So we will be running recreation as normally as we can be, but it will be with reduced numbers. And in fact, one of the things we're working through is what exactly the provincial requirements are as we open our recreation facilities in terms of how many people can be in each room versus the center as a whole. So beyond the pools, we're now having the ability to open up our recreation facilities for, it could be low impact aerobics, it could be, you know, the fitness pieces, open gyms, those types of opportunities. And then along with that is our desire to open up our senior centers. But again, all of that will be at a reduced capacity. So we're finalizing what those numbers look like.
Thank you, Paul. I'm looking forward to lane swim. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I had myself on the speakers list, and I'm not sure if I relinquish the chair to, or just go ahead. Just go ahead. Thank you. So my only question, and I thank Councillor Wilson for raising the issue of condos and apartments in common areas. Dr. Tran, this is for you. I have also had concerns brought to my attention. I have a couple of facilities in my ward. They're mostly seniors, some with health issues, and their concern is, you know, to go and get their mail or go to the elevator just to take their garbage down to the garbage bin because they don't have chutes. They do have concerns. So Dr. Tran, could you, I may not be a direction today, but can you review this position and how we can move this forward to make sure that these residents also feel safe and not compromise in trying to challenge their neighbors in wearing masks in the common areas?
Sure. So through the deputy chair, we're happy to review that. I guess the only sort of challenge from is, you know, whether we want to do that prior to October. I mean, we certainly are reviewing everything in October, the bylaw and in its current and or any type of modified form as the board would wish. It's whether council wants to make any, you know, we want to make any amendments in our interpretation or amendments, you know, prior to that. I think that's the only slippery slope I sort of see is having, you know, multiple little discussion about, can you add this in, can you take this out
Right.
before. So that's my only caution. But I mean, it's certainly you know, we will take the direction of whatever council would like at this point.
I appreciate if it could be direction that at least I can tell residents it's being reviewed, and I'm certainly encouraging residents in these private facilities to take their own initiatives to protect themselves, and certainly encourage their neighbors to also protect them in the common area. So I appreciate that, and I wanted to just put that forward as well. So thank you for that. And now I will go on to Councillor Clark, second time, please, sir.
Thank you. I'll be quick, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a quick question to, I guess, MLE or legal. I heard the exchange about charges for children ages 2 not wearing masks. Can I just get clarification? I was under the impression that children under 2 didn't have to wear a mask under our bylaw. and I was under the understanding that children up from 2 to 10, there's a great deal of discretion in the bylaw because not all children are going to follow the directions of their parents. Been there, done that. Is that correct, or are we actually going after parents for children 10 and under if they're refusing to follow the directions of the parents and wear a mask?
Through the chair, I can take the first at this, and then Mike, feel free to jump in. You're absolutely correct, Councillor Clark. There is an exemption if you're under the age of 2. No, to wear the bylaw, you're automatically exempt. There is a gap then between the ages of 2 and I believe it is 5 years of age that parents can make their best efforts in order to ensure that they are wearing the appropriate face covering. But I'll pass over to Mike if anything further.
Through the chair, I don't have anything further to add. Monica's got it actually right.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So 5 and under, we won't ever see an instance where a bylaw enforcement person has laid a charge for not wearing a mask.
Through the chair, I would suggest the answer would be no, we would not see that happening. No, there would be an explicit exemption between 2 and 5 if parents are making, or parents or caregivers are giving their best effort to have that mask on.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. So we are at the end of this. Oh, sorry, Mayor Eisenberger, my apologies. Go ahead.
Late arrival on this one. So just Dr. Tran, aren't we not recommending that when people can't socially distance that they wear a mask? Isn't that part of kind of the masking bylaw that we've already got out there? So, I mean, in some instances, I mean, I think maybe we need to reinforce that through kind of communications, but isn't that already part of the bylaw that either highly recommend or require people when they can't physically distance them?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, so there are 2 parts. So in terms of the general recommendation of wearing mask or face coverings, is including if you can't physically distance. The bylaw itself is a subset of that in terms of mandating or requiring that to be done in indoor public places. I mean, I think the issues that we've in terms of scoping what publicly accessible is, we've and being and not covering things that are under federal and provincial jurisdictions. There are scope considerations where we are not applying the bylaw under certain settings that are considered maybe more private or provincial or federal. But our general recommendations would be the same, as that we would want people to wear a mask or face covering indoors as well as even outdoors if they're unable to physically distance.
Thank you. So, and how are we continuing to kind of reinforce the message of things that people should continue to do? Hand washing, the coughing into the elbow, the physical distancing, and now masking. What kind of outreach are we continuing to do? We peeled back on some of the media, opportunities. So, how are we continuing to reinforce that message in our broader community so that we don't slide back into the forgetfulness that we all have, I think, thinking this is no longer an issue.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think that's a very important thing that we're all trying to sort out the best way to address this fatigue or fatigue or forgetfulness that some of us have as time goes on. I mean, we'll continue to reinforce the message. I think we'll have to take it back to our comms folks and to see if there's any other useful strategies and tactics that we can refresh people, our community members who may have sort of either forgotten or have gotten a little bit complacent lately. I think that's a very good point.
Good. I'm going to go. I think that's a very important issue because as many have said, we can't. This thing can spread quickly if we relax too much, and should it do that, we certainly couldn't afford another shutdown or another circumstance that for many of these businesses out there, if there's another shutdown, it's potentially the end of them. So reinforcing that message is going to be critical as we go forward. And I think summertime has gotten people to relax a fair bit. And certainly we want people to enjoy their time and their spaces and their vacations and everything else, but we don't want them to forget about the very important steps that we still need to continue to make as we go forward on it. So having said that, I anecdotally, as I move around, I see people masking, which warms my heart. I think people are adhering to what we're asking them to do by and large. We just need to continue to remind. And if we do that, I think we're going to continue to be in good shape. So thanks for all your efforts, by the way. Tough questions are being asked, but I think our public health and Paul Johnson and our emergency ops team have done a terrific job of getting us to where we are, and I have no fault in some of the recommendations that they've made to protect the public from continued community spread. So I think we want to continue to go slow. I think that's an important ongoing message. That we could leap into all kinds of different things, but taking a measured, slow approach, I think, has helped us to this point, and I think it's the way forward as well. So thank you, Dr. Tran and team, for all your good work.
Thank you for that. I have Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, so my understanding is that in a private common area, you might even have a constitutional challenge. So, but they have boards in condos. So would we not provide the best information to the condo boards so that they can make those determinations within their common areas?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think it's, I would have to defer to legal in terms of at some point reviewing the authority we have over those areas. My understanding was yes, but I mean that's why we have city solicitors, and then I think that would be regardless an important method to engage or have increased adoption of these similar type of policies if we're not using the bylaw route.
I appreciate
that.
No, I appreciate that, but and you may be right. So I'm not suggesting you're wrong, but I find it odd that a privately owned building, privately owned common areas within the private building, as far as I know, who's in power is the corporation. I didn't know or not aware that they forego their autonomy with the city when it comes to their common areas. So that's the question I'm asking.
Somebody said.
So is that clear law that we can enforce in common areas of condominiums?
So perhaps, Madam Chair, I might step in here if I can. So the challenge, Councillor Whitehead, is under the bylaw, we cannot, or we've given an exemption for private dwellings. Both condominiums and apartment buildings, as you readily recognize, are combinations of private spaces, quasi-private spaces where only residents of the condominium or the apartment building and or their guests can attend. There is an ambiguity in the bylaw, and this is what I was alluding to earlier when we had what I would characterize as fairly robust internal discussion about the application to communal spaces within an apartment building or a condominium. So at the end of that discussion, we decided when this bylaw first went into effect on July 20th that we would not enforce in those spaces. But I think, and not to put words in Dr. Tran's mouth, but what I think Dr. Tran is indicating is that to some degree, that's an unfinished discussion. And to the degree that council can provide any direction, we're thoroughly open to receiving it.
I appreciate that. I was looking for clarity on that because we have a lot of condos in our city, probably more than we've given up rental housing for condos. So I was just want to make sure we understand the delineation. The second, the person that called me had a 2 and a 5-year-old. So are we enforcing on 5-year-olds now, or we're doing the same thing? They're exempted. Or sorry, they're exempted. We're doing through education.
You just hear the question.
So we talked about 2-year-olds, but I think Councillor spoke previous to me. You indicated there's some discretion or exemption for 2-year-olds to 5-year-olds. So the person actually called me had a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old. So the question I have is, 5-year-olds are not exempted, or there's no discretion, or what is the differential in the in defined in the bylaw?
So through the chair, under the bylaw, 2 years old and under are absolutely exempt. Between 2 and 5, essentially there will be no to little enforcement, particularly if the youngster is being difficult and the parents can't confidently assure that the child's going to wear the mask. So I think what I heard, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think what I heard Monica say was that, in effect, any enforcement involving a child who is 5 or under would be very surprising.
So I'll make one comment and then I'll ask, Monica to weigh in. So in terms of exemptions, less than 2, and then 2 to under 5 is an exemption if the parent isn't able to persuade, or the caregiver is to persuade. So there has to be, I guess, some attempt from at least the caregiver to, ask or, persuade, however you define that. And in general, there's always discretion, throughout the bylaw. And Monica, I don't know if you want to comment further on that.
So just for clarification, you're making a distinction between 2 and 5 in regards to there's an attempt, but 5-year-old could be as difficult as a 2-year-old in regards to keeping a mask on. But you've now distinguished the 5-year-old in a different category. So I'm trying to understand how those categories apply when, in essence, the parent could have the same challenge with a 5-year-old keeping a mask on as a 2-year-old.
So I'll ask.
You got 2 different aspects.
Yep. So I'll ask Monica to chime in. I would expect that we always have discretion, and certainly with young kids, that'll be particularly important. Monica, do you want to answer that?
Oh, you can't hear you, Monica. Can't hear you. There you go.
I forgot to unmute. I apologize.
That's okay.
Through the chair, I was saying that we had a full conversation with public health and with legal, and we had to land on an age somewhere. I think we deferred to Nin's sort of public health background when it comes to picking that age, and legal from an area where you can really perhaps enforce. But I think that it's very fair to say that we're not going to be enforcing against children not wearing masks. I think that this is going to be, we're using our discretion when we're out in the field, when we're in establishments. We are always trying to seek voluntary compliance. And I think that that's something that we're really working towards. And as has been mentioned throughout this meeting, we're seeing that culture, that community shift. And that's what we're working with. That effort that's being made, I think that we're content with that. And I wouldn't be too worried about having fines being issued to parents with children in that age.
And I'm glad you made that comment in public record, because there's certainly parents watching as we speak when they text me and I said, I'm going to ask the question and we'll get the answer. Now you got the clarity. I love it. And my last comment is, where you can, wear your mask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think that exhausts all the speakers lists. I appreciate that. Now we have the report before us. It was moved in second to receive the verbal update. All in favor? We did at the beginning.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for this particular item.
Oh, sorry. Can I have a mover and a seconder then? Sorry, Madam Clerk says I didn't have that at the beginning.
Councillor Clark and Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. There you go.
Thank you.
Mayor Eisenberger? Mayor Eisenberger, are you able to vote? I can't hear you, but if you can give me a thumbs up, that would be great.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm not going to mention that right now. So certainly, I think that we can kind of work towards that. For sure.
Okay, he's talking to someone else. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, you're live with your mic.
Janet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to have to mark him absent because he's on a call. Councillor Farr, are you able to vote, or can you give me a thumbs up? Perfect. Councillor Pauls has had to step out for an hour. Councillor Johnson.
I don't see
I
her.
don't see Councillor Johnson. And Councillor Partridge has had to leave. Okay.
Do we have quorum?
Yes, we do have quorum, and I will need everybody else to remain because we do have some closed session items that have to be dealt with today, please. Thank you. Vote is closed.
12. I see 12.
We do have 12, and that's why I'm
Okay,
asking
that's
everybody
right.
else to hold tight. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty then, we're going to move on. I'm sure that carried under 9.6 is the physical distancing bylaw, PED 20148L S20022. Citywide, may I have a mover and a seconder to put item 9.6 on the floor? Moved by Councillor Collins, second by Councillor Clark. And is there any discussion on this item? I see a number of hands going up. I'll let Madam Clerk get that speakers list for me. Did you want an overview at all? I think this is just an extension. So we have Monica here still. Madam Clerk, I'll wait for you to provide me with the people wishing to speak.
It was activated. Councillor Wilson and Councillor Jackson.
I had Councillor Clark, but okay, so.
And Jackson.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you. I had 3 questions, somewhat working backward. On the physical distancing, someone please summarize for me how we communicated this with perhaps those folks who don't have access to much in their life, including print, radio, or television or computer. Thank you.
Monica, or I'm not sure who else, or Michael?
Through the chair, I can certainly start, but I would pass it on to Dr. Tran or Mike. I know when we originally put this forward in April, we worked very closely with our communications team, whether it went out online, on the radio, in the newspaper, it was tried on the city website. I believe that there were signages put up throughout the city as well. So we certainly did our best in order to do that as well. Whether it be through city, and sorry if you can't hear me, on the ground as well with whether it be our officers providing that education, public health providing that education, people that were in the field. I will pass it on to Mike if he has anything further, or Dr. Tran as well, communication piece.
Through the chair, I don't have anything to add on the communication piece. I think Monica's covered it.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, I was wondering if maybe Dr. Tran could address reconcile reports coming out of the United States, which is a mess, but from the protests that were occurring in some U.S. cities, there was an anticipation that there would be huge surges in COVID cases as a consequence. And what they found, in fact, there was no correlation to that, because people who were marching were wearing masks. And I was wondering if you would, I know we're asking people to practice a whole bunch of things, but if you would care to comment on that, because I know there are people in this city who demonstrate for one reason or another, and whether if pivoting to ML to enforcement, whether we have ever been active as a city in enforcing in those scenarios. Thank you.
Yep. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll make some general comments. I can't, it's difficult to comment exactly what happened in the United States, but I'll give you a sense of what are some of the factors that contribute COVID transmission and why that's relevant in issues of protest. So, I mean, first of all, it's always the level and amount of transmission will always depend on the current prevalence or incidence of COVID. So if you have lower in good control at any one time, then the overall risk is relatively lower per interaction. The second part we know is that outdoors versus indoors, and that outdoors is generally in complete outdoor space is better and more protective than in indoors. That's related to the amount of ventilation as well as UV light. If there's sun outside that can help reduce the act. The third is I think we've seen in Hamilton people protesting for significant issues recently and have taken some additional public health measures. So that maybe they actually physically distance or they take masks, and that also further reduces it. And then and Dr. Tam has mentioned in terms of some other methods. I mean, we certainly know that yelling, singing, there's certain activities that you use with your voice that increases the transmission. So, in terms of if you're going to be sort of if you could use maybe your normal voice, use signs. I mean, those are things that can allow protests to happen while minimizing risk. So I think there's a number of things that can happen that to mitigate risk in terms of outdoor gatherings and protest. It's difficult in terms of why that happens, and then also the amount of time one happens to spend around each other. But I don't have a specific answer to exactly what happened in the United States or not.
Thank you. Through Chair Pearson to Monica, have we been enforcing when people have been engaging in civil marches?
Monica, you need to unmute. There you
Sorry.
go. Thanks.
It's through the chair, Councillor Wilson. We have not been enforcing against that, no.
Okay, thank you. I just had one final question on the bylaw, if I read it correctly. Did I read it correctly in that you're not looking for, you're kind of leaving the bylaw on permanently until council advises otherwise? You're not looking for a 30-day window and a 30-day window. Could you correct me on that, please?
Through the chair, you're absolutely right. We are not looking for a timeline on this one. Our previous social distancing bylaw did have the connection to the COVID emergency, so it automatically terminated. This one, and we're relying on public health to be able to provide us if and when they think that something should change. We will bring it back to council for consideration and direction.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just two quick questions. So if I'm reading this report correctly, and I may not be because I'm tired, we're talking about a provincial act that was changed and I guess enshrined into law July 24th. And from that point on, because they cited a different act than their original bill, our bylaw became unenforceable and remains unenforceable until this bylaw is approved by council. Am I getting all that correct?
So perhaps I'll take this one through the chair, Councillor Clark. That's exactly correct. What happened precisely is that our bylaw was tied to the existence of the provincial declaration of the emergency.
Correct.
By virtue of the fact that Bill 195 passed, that ended the emergency, thereby automatically terminating our bylaw. We're now looking to resurrect our bylaw because of that event.
Okay, so I'm glad I read it right. I'm not that tired. Supplemental, the province, it seems they're doing it on a 30-day rollover, so they're going to every 30 days roll over their order. Is that what's going to happen now?
Through the chair, essentially that's correct. What they've said is all the orders that existed under the old act, the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, most of those orders are continued, but they're going to revisit them every 30 days to see presumably which need to be continued further, and whether any of those orders require further revision.
Thank you. And I guess to Monica now, we have issued under the old order tickets for not socially distancing when it's appropriate. Those tickets were issued. My understanding is council is not meeting now until August 21st. And so since the bylaw can't be approved and put into law by GIC, we have this vacuum from now until the 21st. Should we be trying to expedite an earlier decision, or are you comfortable leaving it there and continue doing your educational component as opposed to your enforcement?
Okay, so council is Friday, I'm being told, so it's not next Friday.
It's the 21st.
Right.
That's 12 days away. Or 11 days away, I guess.
Through the chair, to answer your question, I think that it would be preferred not only from an enforcement perspective, but also from a public health perspective. And I don't want to put words in Dr. Tran's mouth. I think that if we could expedite it, it would certainly help. It definitely ensures that there's an onus on the individuals to make sure that they're maintaining physical, as has been mentioned.
Okay, so bearing that in mind, I keep hearing this huge echo. I'll leave it to the mayor and the clerk to figure out whether or not we can, I don't know what we do to try and expedite this so that we get council approval of this particular bylaw sooner than 11 days from now. Thank you for answering all my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. So just piggybacking on Councillor Clark and Wilson's question around the bylaw, Michael or Monica, that has expired as of July 24th. We are still operating under Bill 195, the provincial emergency order, or is there a vacuum since July 24th? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I apologize that I'm not clear on that.
So through the chair, Councillor Jackson, what happened was when we drafted the bylaw, we tied it to the existence of the provincial declaration of the emergency.
Okay.
By virtue of their legislation, that emergency ended on July 24.
Okay.
Thereby triggering automatically the termination of our bylaw. So we now do not have an enforceable physical distancing bylaw in Hamilton. And this report and this new bylaw attempts to resurrect a physical distancing bylaw. So we are, specifically to your question, we are acting in a vacuum at the moment.
So Deputy Solicitor, based on provincial stage 3 and provincial regulations and orders still province-wide, even though municipalities have enacted the mandatory mask, which is separate, is there, under this vacuum, if we needed to, because somebody was just being belligerent without any medical reasons, is there not some, Madam Deputy Mayor, provincial law that can help us during the vacuum period? Through you to the Deputy Solicitor, please.
Through the chair. So there is a regulation under Bill 195, which does mandate physical distancing provincial directives that places the onus primarily on those persons that cause public gatherings to take place. So owners of restaurants, gyms, anywhere where you invite somebody in publicly. And the province has incorporated the physical distancing requirement into that, and we can still enforce that. Our enforcement officers can still enforce those provincial regulations. What we can't enforce is the kind of universal application we had under the physical distancing bylaw to each individual. That's the gap.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Solicitor. Fully, clearly understand. I'm all in support of resurrecting July 24th expiry, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I think, based on what I have witnessed, wherever I've gone, carrying masks with me, carrying my little bottle of rubbing alcohol with me, spraying the sanitizer on me when I come in and out of the car, wherever I'm going, wearing my mask. I think the education that I have observed out there, both within buildings and in public spaces and outdoor settings, I think that the behavior has been excellent overall with physical distancing, that I think our overwhelming majority of our citizens understand we want no regression or backsliding. And we've done such a yeoman's job up to now that I guess what I'm doing, I'm hoping consciously, Deputy Solicitor, with fingers crossed, that with 11 days to go, we'll get to August 21st. Hopefully the majority of us will support resurrecting this bylaw. Is that a fair summation, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to the Deputy Solicitor? And then I have one more question.
Sure.
Through the chair, yes, I think that's a fair summation.
Okay. Madam Deputy Mayor, I have one question for Dr. Tran, and then I'm going to give a description, given some other members of council who have given descriptions of what they feel has been unfairness to people that from the mask standpoint or physical distancing standpoint. But before I do that, Dr. Tran, for public consumption, and you were gracious enough to respond to my email about a week ago, during this physical distancing time and as more families, friends are allowed to get together safely, can you explain again this bubble that you can have up to X number of people and what that means? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, please.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So the bubble is a group of 10 people, where within that group of 10, you don't need to physically distance. You can choose to, but you're not required to. So the group of 10 should be the same. People should be only in one group of 10 social bubble. So that should start with your household, you and whoever else is in your household. If that happens to be more than 10, then that's where it stops. If it's less than 10, then you can add other members of another household. If you got two groups of 5, that's 10, and then no one else should be entering that bubble. And I think that's the thing. It's a group of 10 that you can choose to relax physical distancing measures, but you should only be in part of one group of 10.
So the key, Dr. Tran, is sameness. That's the key, sameness.
Right.
Within the 10. Yeah. Okay. All right. And lastly,
there's a helpful link and video that the ministry has in terms of describing what that is for people who may not know, may not want to know, what the social bubble of 10 is.
My apologies for interrupting you. Thank you for that. Madam Deputy Mayor, just quickly, I'm going to give an example how proud I was. I was in a financial institution recently, real fast, since other members of council have given some contrary experiences. And I was in there, X number of people could only go in at one time so that there weren't too many in this financial institution. All of us, including the clerks, the staff, were all wearing masks. One gentleman, looked like he was in his 30s or 40s, entered without a mask. I'm telling you, the staff of that financial institution immediately asked him to wear a mask. He said he felt he didn't have to. He gave no medical reasons why he shouldn't. And they literally shamed him into leaving. And there was polite applause by the people who were all otherwise wearing masks in that financial institution. I think the message is getting out. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Thank you. So if I can just ask the mayor and the city manager and the clerk, Is there a way of getting this bylaw approved by council sooner than the 21st? Because I'm still having issues in my ward with bars and restaurants that are not complying, and having this in the public that there is no enforcement from now until the 21st is not going to help us with enforcing social distancing.
If I might, Ed, I'll commit to working with the city manager and the clerk, see if there's a way that we can, with proper notification, get a, it'll have to be a council meeting, added to so that we can approve this bylaw. So we'll without giving an answer, I will commit to working with the clerk and city manager to see if we can pull that.
That's all I can ask, sir, and I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. That concludes all of the speakers list. So now may I have an electronic vote with regards to the recommendation put forward in this report 9-6, and it has been moved and seconded. All in favor? Mm-hmm.
You should have the vote coming up now.
Yep, got it.
Councillor Farr? Councillor Farr, are you able to vote, or do you want to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Oh, I got you. Thanks. It's carried 13-1.
Thank you, everyone. So with that, now we've completed the that portion of the agenda reports. We're on to motions. 10.1 is the City of Hamilton's contribution towards business improvement area, BIA operating budgets via the commercial districts and small business section operating budget. Councillor Pauls, would you like to introduce your motion? Sorry, Madam Clerk, hold on.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillor Pauls has had to step out for an hour. This is
okay
with respect to the next operating budget, so it's fine if I place it on the next agenda as well.
So we'll leave it as a notice of motion. Correct?
It's a motion. It would go back on as a motion, and if she does not introduce it the second time, it would drop off.
Okay, so we'll leave that then. We're now on to notices of motion. And we have before us 11.1 is the Residential Municipal Relief Assistance Program for basement flooding for the heavy rain event of August 3rd, 2020, Ward 1. Councillor Wilson, would you please introduce your notice of motion?
Thank you. Yes, I would, Madam Chair. I'd actually like to see if I could waive the rules of order.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
To allow for the introduction of the motion respecting the Residential Municipal Relief Assistance Program for basement flooding for the heavy rainfall that occurred on August 3rd, if I may.
And do you have a seconder?
Councillor Marula.
Councillor Marula? So
thank you, Councillor Marula.
Okay, so thank you. So on waiving the rules to move this up to a motion, it's moved by Councillor Wilson, second by Councillor Marula. All in favor?
The vote is before you.
Yep.
Councillor Farr, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Ferguson. And I've got every Councillor Farr. Are you able to vote? I just lost Councillor Farr. I think he's lost his.
Can't see him. He's got a yellow triangle.
Okay, so I'm going to mark him out for this one. Close the vote.
Okay.
Carry
Okay,
13.
So that carries. So Councillor Wilson, you can put your motion forward now, please.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Nan. It's entitled Residential Municipal Relief Assistance Program. I don't know if I have to read it all. It's for the purpose of invoking the Residential Assistance Program.
Tamara.
A program for basement flooding. City Council declare the heavy rain event of August 3rd as a disaster for all affected properties in Ward 1. B, that payment of claims be based on compassionate grounds only and not be construed as an admission of liability on the part of the city. C, that the eligibility criteria for the Residential Municipal Disaster Relief Assistance Program as previously approved by report FCSO 6007 be applied, that the costs associated with these claims be funded from the Storm Sewer Reserve 108010, and that E, staff be authorized if necessary to retain an independent adjusting service for the administration of claims under the Residential Municipal Disaster Relief Assistance Program, and that these administrative costs be funded from the Storm Sewer Reserve 108010.
I was wondering.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was last Tuesday. I happened to be out in Churchill Park with some residents, and it was raining at the time. But then the rain came like I have never experienced it before. We all made a dash for our vehicles, and it was a drive home that I, in my memory, have not experienced in terms of the amount of rainfall, in which cars on Aberdeen were having to turn around for fear of getting caught in what was emerging as a lake underneath the railroad bridge. I barely made it through, and the van started to really slow down at the end. And I have been working with Hamilton Water to identify the number of homes. It's primarily in the Westdale North neighborhood, which, if you're familiar with Westdale, it's just east of Churchill Park. But there have been a few houses on Aberdeen, some in Strathcona North as well. And the basement flooding, there are video pictures of it that the city has. The basement flooding has been quite significant. So I would just ask for the support of my colleagues. I know Councillor Marula is very experienced in this for 2006 and 7, and perhaps 2009, but I'm not sure. So it was quite something in terms of the amount of rain in such a short period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, is Andrew Grace on? He was. I'm not sure if he's still on.
I am here, yes.
Oh, hi, Andrew. First of all, did this meet the threshold for declaring a disaster?
Yeah.
I know we get a few of these from now and then, and I just want to make sure it meets the threshold for that definition.
So through Madam Chairman, certainly the rain event that we experienced was very isolated to primarily parts of Ancaster and lower Ward 1, but yes, it was an intense volume of rain in a very short period of time. I've taken a look at our rain gauges in the area, and in that band between 6 and 7 p.m., the volume of rain that fell in an hour-and-a-half span was just astronomical, and certainly was felt at the plant moments later. So yes, very, very heavy volume of rain in a very small area of the city.
Okay, so how many inches fell, Andrew?
So through Madam Chairman, I just got back from vacation, so I'm working with our team to kind of evaluate the overall impact to the city, but I did look at all of our rain gauges across the area, and really we saw at any given time close to 70 mils of rain at kind of the hours of 6 o'clock. And that's not a total cumulative volume. That is what we're seeing in various parts of the city, but really it shows that it came out of nowhere, and it was very fast and heavy, and it moved on. And certainly a very small isolated event. I was at home in Grimsby that day, and we had next to no rain here in Grimsby. And yet, 20 kilometers west of me, we were seeing some pretty heavy flooding.
Yeah, because you mentioned parts of Ancaster was flooded. I didn't get any calls on it, but we got next to nothing up in Ancaster. And so it was very isolated, just really to Ward 1 and maybe Western Ward 1. To refresh my memory, when we have this relief, is that $1,000 that we provide per home?
Yes.
Through Madam Chairman, yes, that is correct. The Compassionate Grant Program is for $1,000.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Marula. Is Councillor Marula? Yeah, Councillor Marula, we can't hear you.
You hear me now? Hello?
Yes, sir. You're on. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Sorry, I support it strongly, and it'd be remiss of me not to mention John McLennan. Just from an historical standpoint, John in our risk management department really created this program at a time when I brought forward the initiative of a compassionate grant. I had no idea how to do it, but John and his brilliance did put it together. It's helped literally thousands of people in the city since 2004. I can empathize with those residents, and I'm curious through you, though, Madam Deputy Mayor, whether or not under the surge program, I know we moved about 25 years worth of capital works to about a 5 to 10 year period, which eliminated the problem in most parts of the areas of wards 2, 3, and 4. I don't recall Ward 1 having traditionally or historically having a problem. Under the surge program that was created and then subsequent capital works, is this an area that was identified at one time? And if that'll be my first question. So, was this area red circled at any time since 2004?
So through you to Madam Chairman, I'd have to go back and take a look at my notes.
Okay.
I know you're correct. We did accelerate a number of capital programs, but I can't recall off the top of my head what work would have been done in Ward 1. But certainly happy to take a look at that and report back.
Maybe if you can report back to Councillor Wilson and provide us with just a copy of that, that'd be greatly appreciated. And I just want to thank you as well, Andrew, for your great work at the Water Department. So, all the best. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 1982, I think it was Councillor Ross, Councillor Murray, ended up launching a lawsuit on floods in Ward 8, and resulted in extra catch basins that didn't resolve any issues. And then certainly, when I first got elected, we had major floods in Fessington, and I initiated the creation of the independent surge panel with climatologists, stormwater management, right across the spectrum. And they came out with a number of recommendations, and Councillor Mill and I ended up hosting a joint meeting in Ward 3 to deal with the flooding issues in Ward 8 and certainly his ward. I want to say that we, in fact, got impacted pretty significantly by that rain that deluged Ward 1. In fact, I was on the phone with our superintendent and sending pictures of the major catch, the overland water flow that my staff, my residents completely continue reminding me that gets plugged up and creates Lake Holbrook, floods out the Interval Center, and floods out all the houses down West 33rd. I can say with great gratitude to our water people that all those changes from the surge recommendations, and the amount of rain that we received, not one flood. Now, we did have a maintenance issue on the major water course, but not one flood. So it shows that those recommendations and following them through and making those investments help. And my heart goes out with Councillor from Ward 1. I can appreciate what that's like to see your residents endure this. It's more than an inconvenience. It's emotional when you walk into a basement and see a lot of your prized possessions and memorabilia and pictures are saturated and probably never recoverable. So my heart goes out to you, Councillor Wilson and her residents, and I'm fully 100% behind her.
Thank you for that. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through the Deputy Mayor, also in support of the motion. I also just wanted to give Councillor Wilson and our staff in water an opportunity to comment on the reporting of floods to our city central line in order to help identify any patterns that could be useful information for water moving forward in terms of our infrastructure priorities and where we do see, I understand from previous years and the work that Councillor Mula and other councillors have done when previous floods have taken place in terms of redlining and getting really clear about where the problems are reoccurring. But it wasn't until we saw some of the posts from Councillor Wilson from Ward 1 of your residents who are clearly posting footage that was troubling, both of their basements, but also of the streets adjacently, that Ward 3 residents started posting on social media as well, some of their concerns. So if I could, through you, Chair, to staff, what is the protocol? What is the recommendation, generally speaking, for Hamilton residents when these kind of flash floods that are astronomical in quantity pose an impact on their basements and properties?
So through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the prompt there, Councillor Nan. That is certainly always a good reminder. So anytime anyone's experienced any sort of flooding in their basement, if they can certainly call the city and log that in, so 905-546-CITY. It is important we capture that information, one, for the Compassionate Grant Program, so we need to be able to show proof that there was flooding in the area, but it also helps us with our modeling and evaluate where we have problems within our system and make corrective actions going forward. So certainly I really encourage people to reach out if they have photos they can share. If they happen to have videos, we'd be happy to take anything so we can look at it and adjust our capital program accordingly to help alleviate that from happening in the future.
Much appreciated. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. And last, I'll go back to wrap up, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for the supportive comments. And Councillor Whitehead, you're exactly right. It's not just a physical impairment. It is quite an emotional exercise in that there are things that are irrecoverable in terms of how they're priceless. So thank you very much for that support and that understanding. Just to Councillor Marula's excellent question, this in fact happened in the same neighborhood in 2009. And the overwhelming majority of the household residents have backwater valves. So there is obviously a problem in this neighborhood that we have got to get a handle on, because once is enough, twice is too many. So I really appreciate your support, and it's something that I'm going to obviously bring my attention to. And I also wanted to thank very much Andrew Grice and his team for how responsive they have been and understanding and walking through some of the issues with residents, and to John McClellan for just also being responsive and helping me out on a Sunday night. Also, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And with that, it's been moved and seconded. Motions before you. All in favor?
You should have it now.
Yep, got it.
Okay.
And Jason Farr's a thumbs up.
Oh, and I will have to change Councillor Farr. Sorry. I did forget to mark him back in. No, because I can't get that box open. Yes, please. Oh, Councillor Farr, do you see the vote now?
No, he's not. His thumbs up.
Okay. Thanks, Tamara. Once I get that screen up, I'm just not allowing me to do.
Yeah. Okay, that carries, Stephanie. Thank you. That carries, everyone. We're now on to item 11, general information and other business. One is amendments to the outstanding business list. Are there any other items? I'm following my roadmap. What did I miss? That's okay. I only read what Stephanie gives me.
Sorry, my apologies. The item 11 is already addressed, so the item 11 you have there, you can just skip past.
Okay.
Go to the next page. Sorry, that was a copy and paste error.
Page 12?
And go to page 12, and it's item 13.
Not 12? Sorry.
Page 19, and it is item 13.
I don't have a page 19,
Hang on
item 13. I have an item 12. Sure, Steph. I can read her mind. Okay, everyone. Before we move off, I see that Councillor Pauls is back. Do you want to go back to her motion? Just to
Certainly.
keep the, could we do that? Are you okay with that, Councillor Pauls?
Yes, I had a meeting, so I had to.
I know you did. Well, I just saw you back and we're still in motion, so we may be able to recognize yours now, if that's okay.
My motion? Which one is mine?
Yours is 10-1.
I sent it to you by email on the weekend. Told you to have it handy so you could read
Oh,
it.
for that one, yes, of course.
Okay, so
Thank
I'll
you.
just read off. So this is 10.1. It's the City of Hamilton's contribution towards Business Improvement Area BIA operating budgets via the commercial districts and small business section operating budget. So Councillor Pauls, can you introduce your motion?
Okay. I actually, I do not know why, I do not have it in front of me.
Okay, does everyone else have it in front of
Can
them?
somebody else have it in front of them? I don't.
Hang on, I can pull it up and read it for you.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying
to. Hang on one second.
Do you want me to do it, Steph? No, it's okay.
I can share my screen. Sure.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Should work.
Glasses.
Let's see if everybody can see it. And that's not what you want to see. If I share mine, Janet, something else is coming up. And it's going to share her screen with everybody.
Okay, Councillor Pauls,
There
there's
you go.
a motion for you. It's on the screen.
Okay, sure. I didn't get my, okay, it's all right. I'll read it. I don't have my glasses on, but it's okay. I just hold on. I just walked in that far. Hold on. I need to get my glasses.
We've all been there.
I just came from a meeting and, okay, so whereas this, I'll skip the whereas and
just go to now therefore. Yeah.
Therefore, that the funds allocated to the BIA for the 2020 contribution to operating budget grant that are unused be carried over and used in accordance with the contribution to the operating budget grant terms prior to December 31st, 2021. That the staff be authorized and directed to establish an appropriate reserve for the unused contribution to operating budget grant funds that were allocated to the BIA for 2020, and that the staff be directed to close, okay, something came up here, to close and reserve the end of 2021 and report back to the General Issue Committee advising where any remaining balance in the reserve should be allocated. Okay.
That's the motion before us, and it's moved by yourself, seconded by.
Anybody want to second it?
I can't see because the motion's in the way. I can't see.
Will you second it? I see you shaking your head.
We have a seconder. Councillor Marula is going to second it. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And I now have Councillor Whitehead. You want to speak to this?
Actually, I was up there because we were over. I don't even know what's on the agenda next. Is it general business?
No, we'll be doing the in-camera stuff next.
So the general business comes after in-camera? That's not normal.
No, we will, through Madam Deputy Mayor, we will be going to general information. It was my fault, Councillor Whitehead.
Okay.
I copied and pasted in her roadmap yesterday and there was an error. So after Councillor Pauls finishes her motion, we will go to general information and other business. There are no items there unless you have something, and then to private and confidential.
Thank you. I do have something, so I just wanted to make sure that it's not lost.
Okay. Okay, so you don't have any comments on Councillor Pauls' motion. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Mayor, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So can I ask staff, because we've been dealing with this on another committee that we sit on.
Yeah.
And I was under the impression that there are very few boards, agencies, or committees where any unused amount of their operating budget can be carried over. I think the library board can do it. The police service board can do it. The art gallery, I think, can do it. Yeah. There's very, very few. This seems to be a dramatic change in policy for the municipality, and I'm concerned about that. So can I get Mr. Zagarrett or somebody to comment on what the current policy is?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillor Clark's correct that for the most part, any year-end surpluses that accrue form part of the disposition of our year-end financial position, and for the most part, they are transferred either against liabilities or to our tax stabilization reserve. Where the BIA may be considered somewhat unique, these are funds levied against properties within the BIA. And what's occurring in other jurisdictions as a result of this pandemic is some municipalities are rebating these levies to those properties because they are not able to proceed with their events that were planned as a result of the pandemic. I believe what's before you is,
It's okay.
in regards to this motion, is to set these funds aside in a reserve. The alternative is if there are any unallocated funds, they would form part of the year-end disposition and would be transferred to the tax stabilization reserve. So in terms of fairness, given that these are funds that are levied right or against these specific properties, is putting these funds aside into a reserve and giving these BIAs up to the end of 2021. And I would assume the BIAs then would consider the levies that they have or that they would require in 2021. Given that these funds are set aside in reserve, they may not have to levy for the historical amount in 2021. So the councillor is correct. For the most part, funds go to the disposition of surplus if there are any unallocated, uncommitted funds. And again, as it relates to the motion before you, these are funds that are levied against these specific properties. I believe it's 18 BIAs within those 18 BIAs.
And so have the property owners who belong to the BIAs been consulted with this? It would seem that some of them have been at least saying to me that they're really hurting. Why wouldn't we have contemplated rebating them any unspent money?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if staff from Planning Economic Development who coordinate this program might be online to answer that question.
Yes, this is, can you hear me? Judy Lamb from the CDSB, and we manage the BIAs. Yes, this was a request from the BIAs. We've been meeting with them weekly, and they're concerned that because they haven't been able to hold their events and the BIA advisory meeting has not been held, which needs to approve these expenditures, that they would be afraid if it wasn't carried over, they would lose the money. So they have requested this.
And so my question, Judy, was what about the people who actually pay the levies to the BIAs? Have they been consulted?
So this is approved by the board who represents their businesses in their BIA.
Okay, maybe Councillor Pauls could answer the question. Have the BIAs consulted with their members about this proposal as opposed to rebating levies back to the businesses?
Well, as Judy Lamb says, they all have their own board meetings. So they meet and they decide then, and they all have agreed to that. So like you said, what they had planned has not happened. So they have their own meetings and they agree to that. And I haven't had any meeting with the BIA because of course, COVID. We haven't had any meeting at all. So I know, Judy, you've had meetings with the BIAs?
The boards have met to approve the budget for the year.
I'll wait to hear the rest of my colleagues, but I'm just concerned about this. We've got business leaders in our community who are saying they're really hurting. They're right on the edge of going bankrupt. And we have boards representing BIAs who through no fault of their own can't carry on with their events, but they levied money from these very businesses who are at risk to pay for these events. And now they're going to keep that money for another year when other municipalities are actually rebating the BIA members if they haven't spent that money because of the COVID situation. So,
Councillor Clark, That's why they have board meetings, and if a businessman was concerned about that, they would go to those meetings and they would discuss it.
I sat on the BIA for many years, and I can tell you that there was frequently times when the members didn't know what the board was talking about. There was no consultation.
Well, I have to
With
admit,
respect, with respect.
and with respect, I have been to some of those meetings and hardly anybody shows up. So I'm just saying, if the business people were really concerned, they would contact their board members and they would discuss it. So I'm out of the loop in that sense because we haven't had a BIA meeting.
I'm not being critical of you, Councillor, at all. Please
Okay.
know this. I'm not trying to disparage you in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
I'm stating a simple fact from my experience, and I'm questioning the rationale for breaking long-term policies with the municipality. We could have easily done this in a manner that if they're not going to hold their events and they've been levied thousands of dollars and they could use that money to help them in their business, then why wasn't that an opportunity? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And Councillor, you're the last speaker on the list. We do have the motion before us, and it has been rightfully moved and seconded. I'm sorry, I see Councillor Vanderbeek waving as a speaker. Councillor Vanderbeek? We can't hear you, Councillor Vanderbeek. Check your microphone, unplug, replug.
Check to see if it's plugged in the middle by that circular piece as well. It does come loose in the middle.
Yeah.
What, we heard you.
We heard you.
You heard me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Hallelujah. Okay. Okay, so thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, Madam Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Okay.
I do sit on the Dundas BIA, and we have had meetings each month virtually. I am wondering myself, so through you to Judy, I guess, is there an immediacy about doing this? And if so, what is it?
I think as long as this has been decided before the end of the year, if you do want us to go back to the BIAs and consult with them to see if they, would prefer a rebate, as long as we do that before the end of the year, so it doesn't go past and the funds get lost.
Thank you. So I am wondering if it would be possible to defer this until the next meeting, and if staff could send a letter to each BIA and ask them for a resolution from their board meeting. The board members are members of their tax BIA levied members. There are only two purposes for the BIA. One is promotion, and the other is beautification of the BIA area. That is their only mandate. So they're not mandated to give events or to have events. And I can tell you that the Dundas BIA has spent much more money advertising and promoting their businesses this year, and may have used most, if not all, of that money. But I would like to know that as a councillor, that the BIAs that we have been formally asked and that they have formally responded. And so if they have to call a virtual meeting to do that before the September meeting, then I think that they can do that. So if I don't know how to handle this, I guess I'll put forward a motion to defer it to a meeting in September, and that staff approach formally the BIAs in the city to ask them for a response so that we are convinced that this is what they want. If I can get a seconder, I'd like to float that motion, please.
Sorry, Councillor Clark is seconding that. There's no debate on a referral, correct?
It's a deferral with
a deferral? Okay.
Direction, but the direction is pretty clear.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded on that referral then. All in favor, and it's before you.
Councillor Pauls? Councillor Whitehead? You okay with the deferral? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Farr, are you okay with the deferral? Perfect, thank you, sir. It carries 13 to 2.
Thank you, everyone. We're now on to general information and other business. So 11.1 is amendments to the outstanding business lists. I don't believe there are any before us today. So are there any other items of general information? I know Councillor Whitehead recognized earlier that he had something. So Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recently, after several months now, I guess, I decided with my wife that there had to be a way that I can go to Elliott Lake and visit my mom and dad. My mom is now out of the hospital in the home, or in the house, and they're having some challenges. And we couldn't figure out how we could do that. Well, I can tell you, I want to thank Public Health. Made a simple call through the same line that everyone else calls through, no special favors. Told me I could make an appointment, which I did. Went through the arena and to get COVID tested as my wife was on her way. And then we were told that that particular site might take a few days, which wouldn't have met the time frame to the urgent care facility. So we did, and we both got tested there. My wife was coming out as I was going in, got the results the next day. And for the first time in 3 months, I was able to hug my mom and dad. And it was very therapeutic for them as well as for myself. And I can tell you it was a great weekend. And I want to thank Public Health for making that happen.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Seeing no other, I would just like to put something forward and just a comment, if I can, before we move into the private confidential portion of the meeting. For any other councillors who have sat here as deputy mayor during this COVID, I can tell you, and I know there's been questions of me missing somebody on the speaker's list or whatever. I commend our staff here today, Stephanie, Janet, and Tamara. I can't tell you how difficult it is watching them sift through and catch things and make sure that things are being put down in a timely manner. It is not easy when you're sitting here and watching what's going on. So I certainly want to commend all three of them and certainly other clerks that are here at other meetings, because this is definitely not easy working with the technology. And I certainly appreciate all the guidance that I have been afforded today through all of them. So thank you for that. I want you all to know that it's very much appreciated, especially not just for us here as councillors, but also for the viewing public. So they, you know, we're trying to keep a good pace so that we don't get overwhelmed and people get confused. So again, I appreciate that. So with that, I'm going to now say that we have private and confidential, item 13. We have the closed session minutes of July the 6th, 2020. May I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of the July? I'm sorry? I just moved it, so I wasn't there. Okay. So we have the closed session minutes of July 6, 2020 meeting as presented. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson. All in favor, it'll be electronic vote, please.
And that will be amended as well to reflect Councillor Jackson's
Correct.
attendance.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Bear with me, folks. It thinks it's still activated, even though
it's okay.
It's not activated.
Why is the time thing up there? There we go.
Not sure if anyone can hear me, but everyone is frozen on my screen.
We can. Sorry, folks.
Yeah,
We figured
okay.
out what the issue was, so please bear with me for a second here. Yep. No, that didn't solve the problem. No.
So we'll have to do a show of hands, everyone. We're just trying to get through some technical glitches. If that, oh, we got it. We've got it. We've got it, everyone. Good job. There you go.
Hey, people are moving again.
Yes, okay. There we go. Councillor Whitehead, have you voted?
Closed session now because I thought it was closed minutes, so I can't come back out now. So I voted for it, but I can't.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Councillor Farr? And Councillor Farr, we can't hear you.
Not had an opportunity to vote.
Okay, thumbs up or?
I have not had an opportunity. Why do I always got to do thumbs up? I've refreshed about 5 times today. Anyway, I thumbs up. Yes.
But just on the minutes, Councillor, from the previous July 6th meeting. Okay. So that's carried. Thank you, everyone. Now we're going to be moving into closed session. So may I have a motion to move into closed section respecting items 13.2 to 13.4 pursuant to section 8.1 subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 18-270 as amended, and section 2392 subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matters pertain to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. So I need an electronic vote and a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor? Okay, Councillor Nan is showing a thumbs up. Okay. Councillor Whitehead? Thumbs up. Thank you. And Councillor Farr? Yeah. Okay, everyone. That carries, I'm assuming. So members of the public, continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of council rejoining the meeting. Council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. A reminder to all members of committee to please ensure you move into the closed session portion of your e-scribe. And before we move into closed session, I would ask all members of the public to please exit the WebEx meeting now. Thank you. As well, any staff that are not directly related to items 13.2 to item 13.4 are also asked to please exit the WebEx meeting now. Once clerks has confirmed that only the appropriate attendees are still in the WebEx meeting, we will move on to items 13.2 to 13.4.